What's going on, everybody? My name is Anthony, and this is my channel, Child of the Corn. This is Mach's Movie Talk, episode 3. Tonight, we are going to come on and talk a little bit about the new Saw movie, a little bit about the franchise, and primarily just about the new Halloween licensing rights and kind of what that is all entailing and everything, and just listen to you guys and see what you guys have to say about everything. So I got 2 guests on tonight, so I'll bring them in. First off, I got my man Helvington. What's going on, dude?
Yo, what the hell is going on, man? How the hell are you guys?
Dude, that background, dude, you got some crazy good shit, dude, in that collection, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, this is getting a really annoying, really expensive collection back here, but I fucking love it. My newest edition, you see the Slim. You got Slim up there, the animatronic. I love him, man. I love him. I actually slept in here with him last night because he cost a lot of fucking money. So I was gonna get my money's worth.
I dig it. Even got the TV screen in the back, dude. I like that, dude.
Yeah, man.
Nice,
yeah, man. I had to catch up to Child of the Corn. You know what I'm saying? Your background is dope. Your layout, I love it. So I was like, I gotta get on his level.
Dude. And then those Halloween 3 masks, dude. They're just I gotta get me a set of like at least a couple of them or what. Do you have the third one?
I don't have the third one. So here's the funny thing. These are the second edition. So you got the first edition, and then the second edition are the glow in the dark ones. The glow in the dark ones are so hard to find. Like,
I bet
they're on Trick or Treat Studios, but they're always on back order because like people are always getting them. So the witch is coming to the collection. Just we don't know when.
Dude, like literally those masks are like the best part of like Halloween Kills, man. Honestly, when they brought those out, I was like, yep.
And we'll talk a little bit about Season of Witch tonight because with the licensing rights and there's a lot of stuff that's been said theory wise, but we'll get into that, man.
Dope. All righty, and then we'll bring my other man in here, Mr. Donatello. What's up, Donnie?
What's happening, y'all? I mean, I feel so like left out because of the move. I had to take all the shit off my wall. Like, I feel so left out, but
no, dude, no worries. Honestly, what I was gonna say was I was thinking about this earlier, before we just before the stream. Like I like our music styles. Like Helvington was kind of listening to like some 80s like metal stuff, and Donnie's all like Marley and Hendrix, and then you were playing Skinner the other day.
Oh yeah, he killed that Skinner.
Yeah, like myself, I love all of like both of those like decades or genres or whatever eras. But I'm a little more new metal. I like Limp Bizkit and that kind of shit, System of a Down. So it's like 3 different styles. Like I don't know. I mean, you guys probably listen to that stuff too, but
oh yeah, for sure. I dip in through like if it's rock and roll, dude, I'm in it. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta do the rock and roll. I have to have it.
Yeah, no, I'm right there because that people kill me. Like somebody commented and the dude was like, it's Sweet Home Alabama, but why don't you tune your fucking guitar? And I was like, if it was out of tune, how you know what song it was, dumbass?
Damn, he said that? I knew exactly what it was right off the bat. Damn.
Yeah, I know.
The crazy thing is first of all, it's a Telecaster. It's supposed to sound like that.
Yeah, it's gonna sound different.
It's all twangy, like country kind of sounding, especially when you pick Back by the Bridge. That's what it's supposed to sound like.
Yeah.
And I had just tuned it before I recorded that. So I knew dude had to just be trolling.
He's just hating. He's trolling, man.
Yeah. But
tell him to play something. Tell him to play something.
yeah, real shit.
What
like
can you play, brother?
That's what bugged me out. I was like, how you know what song it was though? If it was something tune, you couldn't understand it. Like,
dude, I knew right what it was. Like, I literally right when you played it, I was like, turn it up. Yep.
yeah. That pickup note, like if you listen to classic rock, you hear like those first 3 notes. It's one of those like.
I was actually going to ask you, do you know how they got their name for their band? I bet you know this. It
was a name of a teacher.
Shop teacher. Yep. Dude. Yeah. See, I knew you were going to know that, man. I knew it.
And I like how they always like played around with it. Like the first Greatest Hits album that came out, like I think before it might have actually been after the plane crash. The Greatest Hits album was called Skinner's Innards.
Oh, okay.
Like, and then they just put out one, like, I guess it's a compilation, whatever. Says it's like the 50th anniversary, but it's spelled like FYFTY.
Oh, okay.
To keep with the theme.
So who did they lose in the crash? They lost the lead singer and one of the guitar players?
Yes, and excuse me, and then so Steve Gaines had become the new lead guitar player at that point, and so he died, and his sister, and Ronnie Van Zant, lead singer, pilot. Well, there's two pilots, and then Artemis Powell and Gary Rossington, they survived it, but they were like super messed up, obviously.
Yeah.
And what happened was, I always thought this was kind of creepy. Was so that plane, that was their last trip on that plane because they were getting a Concorde after that, and
Wow.
they just had to get to New Orleans, and but they felt like, this plane is raggedy. I don't really want to get on it. And Ronnie was like, Ronnie Van Zant, the lead singer, he was like, all right, find your own way to New Orleans, but we got to be there tomorrow at 8, whatever. So they just all kind of got on the plane with him, like, all right, fine. And there was the gauge was broken. So it was telling the pilots that they had more fuel than they actually did. So they could only go about half the distance that they could, other than what they thought the gauges were displaying. And so that's when the plane started to go down. I remember them saying they was like over a swamp, and you could just start hearing the trees just like banging against the airplane. And Ronnie Van Zant was sleeping in the aisle. So when the plane came down and it started like crashing into the trees and the wings start breaking off and stuff, it catapulted, head first into a tree, and it slingshotted him down the aisle out of the window and killed him because of how fast they were, falling out of the air.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I just knew that a couple of them died or whatever. I like Blink-182. I forgot that Travis Barker was like in a plane crash and survived a plane crash and stuff. Like there's
me and my uncle were just talking about that. Like there's so many of like the plane crashes or just the just dying in like some strange way. If there's and the thing about Leonard Skinner, so the fact that they were about to get a new plane, but Aerosmith had been offered that same plane like a couple weeks before the crash happened, and Joe Perry and Steven Tyler were like, "No, this plane is not good enough to fly us across the country. We're not taking."
wow.
And so, like, it just goes to show you that like it could have very well have been Aerosmith.
I love me some Aerosmith too, man. Like both of
me
them,
too.
but yeah, Aerosmith's some good stuff, dude.
Yeah, I was crying when dude was because everybody just thinks of him as Captain America. I'm like, nah, dude was in the stands talking about Janie's got a gun.
Dude, a lot of people forget about that movie, man. That movie, when that movie came out, we sat there and we quote that for like days, dude. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get me wrong. I like She's All That. I like Freddie Prinze Jr. I mean, I like his dad. His dad was funny as hell. But
pick a song with her name in it. Sing it to her.
The way that the security started like running out after her was, and he kept singing though. Oh, that shit is classic. I'm like, yeah, there go your Captain America. He had the banana stuck in his ass.
Okay, my bad. I think Helvington's back. Nice. Ain't it always some Wi-Fi stuff, man? No, it's all good.
No, it really is.
All right, well, let's see who's in the comments. We got Mr. Conrad. I think he sent me this like an hour early. So, man, appreciate you, Conrad, if you're still here, man. Stop by to say hello to everyone on the panel tonight. Feel like Saw 10 is going to be great. Can't wait to see it. Honestly, so are you guys going to see it this weekend or?
I'll probably more than likely see it this weekend because of the hype. I'm actually I haven't been excited for a Saw movie in a long time, and from the story and seeing everyone that's going to be in it, I'm for sure going to go see it this weekend.
Yep.
So here's the thing. I've seen absolutely zero advertisement for this shit on TV.
Very true, dude. Very true.
Like, this, if I go, probably Sunday, if we're not moving, but that'll be the first time I've seen a Saw movie in the theater. So,
amen. Yeah,
this will be my first as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird because I didn't realize that the franchise was much like Friday the 13th, where it was like the next year. You know what I mean? Frequent, like I guess I must have totally slipped my mind. Like when I don't know. It's just weird. But
because the Book of Saw, I mean the what was What was the one with Chris Rock? Which one was that?
Spiral.
Spiral. That came out like a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
so,
and I just waited till that shit was on Stars. That shit was ass.
Okay, so that's actually speaking of the franchise. That's the only one that I haven't seen. I actually just watched Jigsaw earlier
Count
today.
your blessings, dude.
Is it so? It's weird because I remember that I saw the trailer and I was like, man, this trailer looks really good. Like this looks like some Seven-esque like shit. And I'm like, dude, this is gonna be good. And then I just remember all you guys saying it was not very good. So
if you I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's like if you look at it as like it's like you have to it's one of those, it's like Halloween Season of the Witch. You have to like take all concepts a little bit out of it, what you know of the Saw franchise, but you still have the same feeling. And you gotta respect what Chris Rock did. I mean, he executive produced it. I'm pretty sure he may have co-written it or whatever, had his hand in that, may have had the hand in directing it, whatever. So I'm gonna shout out Chris Rock on that film, because for him to step into the horror game and deliver a film that, in my opinion, if you take it out of the Saw universe and just look at it as a horror film, it was a good film. It was a very good detective film.
But don't market it to me as a continuation or it's in the book of Saw. Then to
Donnie, this is new age horror. We gotta market it to you like that. That's how we make our money, is off the Easter eggs and the franchise tag.
No, don't get me wrong, because I mean there was some gruesome shit. Like when like the chick was like tied to the table, and I can't remember was it wax that was dropping on? Yeah, that was messed up. But I remember thinking the same thing. Like, yeah, this is. But there's always that talk about how there's like you could draw a line between comedy and horror.
Yeah.
Comedians are looking for the laugh.
Yeah.
Horror directors are looking for the scare, and there's like a line you could draw between, like a parallel, because a lot of horror movies have comedy.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So, I thought the same thing too. Like, at least you can't like hate on him for at least stepping out of his comfort zone to go try something. I like Jigsaw better.
Yeah. I mean, because of the premise, I understand it. But for me, Jigsaw was a letdown, in my opinion. It wasn't like not as, because again, it's probably the same way you feel as Spiral, right? Like I went in with certain expectations because it is a Jigsaw movie, right? And this is in the realm of Saw. And it was closer to the original than the last like 3 or 4 that came out with its predecessors, but it still didn't. It felt like, man, it could have been a lot better. Maybe it's the marketing. I don't know.
Yeah,
my bad. I was just gonna say, watching it today, I actually wasn't like crazy impressed, but like not super let down either. I was pretty much in the middle. I was just like,
that's where I felt myself.
It's entertaining, has a pretty good storyline. Actually, the ending, I was like, oh, this is pretty sick.
Yeah.
I was thinking when the guy, oh shit, I guess I don't want to. Hopefully, if anybody's not seen it, but when he fakes the laser death or whatever, I figured this dude was gonna take off his mask and it was gonna be fucking Jigsaw or some shit. I was like, damn, but the whole storyline was pretty cool. Like.
Yeah, I digged it. It's like Leprechaun Origins, right? It's like those films that's like
there you go.
You can't hate on it because it's like it's a good standalone film. But if you go in there with certain expectations, it's just not gonna be met because of its predecessors, right?
That was like the newest one, right?
Yeah, that's the newest Leprechaun.
Yeah, that one wasn't terrible. I know it wasn't
solid.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible.
It was a different take on Leprechaun, in which, in my opinion, they nailed it in its presentation for what it was, compared to what the original Leprechaun was. The original Leprechaun is funny, witty. Leprechaun Origins is like the complete opposite dark.
See, there you go. Like what it's funny. It's like it's got that. There's that line,
right?
Like Tales from the Hood had a little bit of that shit too. Like it was so outlandish that you might chuckle, but then there's like the KKK comeuppance, which is like the last chapter where the dude who they put Lamont Bentley. R.I.P. to him. They put him next to the KKK guy, and the dude was like, he basically told him like, what's different about what I'm doing than what you're doing? You're killing black people, which is the same thing that I did, but you mad at me for doing it. You know what I mean? And it's like it held up a mirror and like, yo, this is the reality, while you out here like fucking around. So I always thought that was like cool too. And Spike Lee, like
shout out Spike Lee. He laid the foundation for a lot of directors nowadays, even Jordan Peele. Like we was talking about, Chris Rock, how he has that comedic side to him. I was watching Nope the other day for like the second or third time because like I'm just addicted to that movie. Like I'm just so addicted because I don't know if it was the hate surrounding the movie, but like for Jordan Peele to step out of his comfort zone, right, and say, okay, I'm gonna deliver a film that is not technically, what you're accustomed to of what I deliver, right? It's a story that is, and it's like that twist ending at the end of Note gets me every time. And I've seen the movie fucking 3, 4, 5 times, right? So yeah, shout out Spike Lee, shout out Chris Rock, shout out Jordan Peele for laying the foundation for the new era of African American directors.
So two things. One, I was telling Anthony about this. I think it was the first movie talk or maybe the second one, I can't remember. But I was telling him, like, you're talking about that whole like the hate surrounding it. And a lot of times that's just part of like rebellion. Like a lot of shit that people hate, that there's a whole group of people that gravitate to it,
Yeah.
So with this, what I couldn't figure out is what I was telling Anthony and Conrad, like, yo, like I'm pretty sure the same people who said they hated Nope love Jaws, and Jaws was just a killing machine.
Yeah.
And how is Jean Jacket any different from that? It's like the point was, he's like, you don't try to tame like a super predator, that's where Juke messed up. Like it's laid out right there. At no point did they try to like catch Jaws and be like, hey buddy, like let's be friends,
right?
Because he was on some, fuck you and your boat, like. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we're gonna need a bigger boat. Yeah,
like, that's where he was, and then Jean Jacket was like, no, this is my house now. That the symbolism of spitting out the blood and all that stuff, like, and I don't know, man. I just thought it was so good. I think everybody had these preconceived notions that they're gonna see like the gray eye, the gray skin with the big black beady eyes, and everybody wanted to see that, and they didn't see that. And it's like, we don't know what the hell aliens look like. As Anthony thinks, we might be the aliens. So
we're the aliens, man.
Hey, look, hey.
No, I totally agree with you guys. Like, honestly, I think either way, even if we would have got like those, like, that perception of aliens in that movie, it still would have been good regardless. What's great about Jordan Peele's movies is the score plus the shots, dude. His shots, the filter that he has on his films are just, it's like next level good, man.
The IMAX shooting was crazy. Like the Blu-ray has it's like an hour long, like behind the scenes thing, man. Like, and
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's just him talking about how, well, they were talking about, well, we're going to shoot it regular. And he was like, can we get IMAX cameras? And then, they're like, I don't know if we can approve that. Next thing you know, they came back with a bunch of IMAX cameras. And he was like, fuck yes. And then that's when they went and started filming. And you could tell, like, you could see, like, the excitement. And to hear Kiki and Daniel Kaluuya talking about like this is something completely different, because he was gonna be in the second Black Panther movie, elected not to do it to go do this, which I am happy for. Like, it's nothing against Black Panther, right? It's one of my favorite movies, but without Chadwick, it's not the same. So to see this, I was like, okay, cool. Daniel Kaluuya already crushed it when he played Fred Hampton, so I was like, okay, what's next? Like, let me see what this guy, is going to do. But the behind the scenes thing was super cool. Like them talking about how, matter of fact, like, okay, the character Angel, like originally, I don't even think that character was supposed to be in the movie. Or he was supposed to just be at the store. Never was he going to go like out to their ranch or anything like that. And so when Brandon Perea came in and did like the audition, Jordan Peele told him that like he wanted him to play that character, but then he said he stopped and went back and rewrote the whole script to fit Angel, that character, back into the movie, because originally he wasn't supposed to be in there. So I mean, I just thought that was cool that he was constantly like working to like get to the next like plateau with this. But I wanted to ask y'all, do y'all think that Antlers was like sick, and so like he sacrificed himself to Jean Jacket to we don't deserve the impossible shot, but the impossible shot being the fact that he had the analog camera, so as long as he was still cranking it as he was being eaten, that like Jean Jacket couldn't digest that, so it would spit out the reel. So then there would always be the surviving footage that the digital cameras couldn't catch because the electricity all went out.
True. Are you talking about the guy? Yeah, that's what that guy's name was. The director.
Antlers. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't. I
I ain't
guess an
gonna
old
lie, I
school
lagged
look
out
at
for a
it. I
second.
guess.
I lost connection for like a whole minute there.
No, you're good.
No,
Honestly,
I'm sorry.
no, you're good. You're good.
I was saying, I was saying, do you think that Antlers sacrificed himself because he was sick and he was dying, and he was saying, "Oh, we don't deserve the impossible shot," but he knew that as long as he was cranking the camera, he would be able to that was going to be a shot that no other camera was going to get going up inside the belly of the beast, and that jean jacket wasn't going to be able to digest the analog camera or the reel. So the reel would still survive once it spit it back out, because he had seen all the stuff on the top of the house and he knew, okay, it can't digest whatever this stuff is. So he knew the camera would be safe. Therefore, the footage would always survive. But just for the sake of getting a shot that nobody else could get.
Yeah. I dig that for sure, because he was that kind of director. If you've seen, for sure, I dig that.
Probably like, this will be my best piece. Yeah,
I won't be here to see it, kind of thing. But
yeah.
speaking of Jordan Peele, what I love about Jordan Peele is that if you, I think I just lost my train of thought. So if you if you look at Jordan Peele's work, right, and you see how he's a student of the game. One of his favorite directors of all time is John Carpenter, right? He's said this in many interviews. Someone's actually compared him to John Carpenter. He was like, "Don't even say that. Watch your mouth. That's blasphemy," right?
Nice.
But if you see how Jordan Peele does his career, he works with the same actors, just like John Carpenter had his same set of actors that he worked with that was loyal to him. So it's just crazy to see that he really is a student of the game.
Yep, that's very true. I'm so stoked. Didn't we, Donnie? I know you know this. What's his next movie called?
I think it's gonna be called Goat.
Goat. That's what you said.
Ooh.
Yeah. Did you guys see like this new Shudder movie that's coming out that has like the opening is like this guy that takes a shotgun out to all of his like herd of goats or whatever, but then the one, like, he fires the gun, they all scatter except for the one. So I'm guessing it's supposed to emphasize like the devil or something. I'll have to send you guys the shit on Instagram.
I definitely do have Shudder though.
Yeah, apparently it's a new movie coming out or whatever, and I watched it today, like the trailer. I was like, oh damn, that looks almost kind of like The Witch. Remember? Oh man, dude, A24. See, like I was telling Donnie, okay, my bad. We can come back to Saw Talk here in a little bit, but like we're talking about like the Halloween rights and who we're, shit, my bad. What am I doing? Let's see who else is in the chat. My bad. So we got my buddy Aaron.
What's up, bro?
I think he said he was gaming tonight, which is dope. Can't hate on that. And my buddy Shape, he's got work in the morning, so he couldn't join us, but it's all good. Dude, I'm gonna have some time open in October where we can definitely get some streams in, man. I'm telling you. Definitely. Says just stopping by to say hey before I go to say good night. Have a good stream, guys. You better hurry.
I'm not texting, guys. I'm sharing the stream on my story.
So he was talking about this mask. He's like, you better hurry and get the Witch one, because the end of the year Trick or Treat Studios doesn't have the license to Halloween 3, Halloween 2, Chuck a lot others. This is the last time to get it. Damn. So do you guys just go on to like is it just like the website or what?
For what?
Trick or Treat Studios.
Yeah, Trick or Treat Studios.
Nice.
If you have like a local toy store or something that you like go to, you can always ask them to like, hey, I'm trying to get this mask. Would you like mine? Because they, stores, they get first dibs on everything.
Nice. Because they will not have any, beginning of the year. Yeah, dude, those masks are just crazy good. Like, I know like the movie, it's pretty iconic now, I feel like, to a lot of, fans and shit. But like those masks, dude, just they'll like forever be like cemented and just,
I feel like the movie's growing on people. I don't know. I've always stood on it. I've stood on the film since the beginning, but I feel like that's a film that through the ages, through this test of time, it's going to be considered a good movie. Not the second one, though. I can't say that about the second one. I can't.
Which one are we talking about? Halloween 2?
No. Oh, I thought you were talking about Rob Zombies. Oh, my bad.
Shit. Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking about H3. Oh man, honestly, man, yeah, I'll just say this real quick before I read this with Conrad. I actually watched Zombies Halloween's probably a couple weeks ago. Dude, the second one kind of resembles Halloween Ends kind of a little bit. Like, I don't know, they kind of have like the same vibe, like weirdly, not like all the way through, but it's just like there's like, they go to that party and there's like the dance scene and shit. And when I was watching, I was like, why does this seem like Halloween Ends? Like, I swear,
I gotta go back
know.
and watch it. I haven't seen it. I think it's been like at least a year since I've seen Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Halloween Ends is like an amalgamation of all the other Halloweens that came before it. Like, we're gonna take this, we're gonna take that.
Oh,
Like,
you're not wrong, dude, at all. Yeah, you're totally totally right.
It's what I was saying to Shape. It's like, that's cool, but you can have too many cooks in the kitchen and you can fuck up the gumbo. So like,
Ooh, that was hard. That was hard.
Well, like you were saying last night, Donnie, like that movie just kind of it was tiptoeing in directions too much, two different directions too much. Like it was just, like it was like, make up your mind, dude. Like, I don't know. I'm not sitting here to rag on that movie. I'll probably watch it again and be like, oh, it's not that bad. But I'll probably be like, I'm still pissed off about it though. But whatever.
Yeah, I think that's the consensus.
I knew Conrad said he liked Spiral, which is dope. He says Spiral was a surprise for me. Really enjoyed it. I normally enjoy movies that people hate anyway. Yeah, man, there's a bunch of guilty pleasures that I like that I don't know. H5, Friday the 13th Part 8. Yeah.
So you just gonna skip H6? You just gonna skip
Dude,
H6?
So actually, speaking of the devil,
last night.
We'll bring it up. I actually watched that a couple weeks ago. I watched that and Resurrection back to back, and dude, there ain't nothing wrong with Curse or even Resurrection, man.
Right, Resurrection, dude. Come on, that Halloween vibe, brother.
Yeah, Resurrection is nice. Yeah,
like,
they're just fun, man. They're just fun, dude. Like that's what I'm saying. Like H6 like has all that Halloween vibe that maybe Resurrection doesn't have, but Resurrection's fun. It's just like
it's such a it's a fun film. Tina, like, look, shout out Shaping the Shadows. He just did a review on the page of Halloween 5 and Halloween 4.
On 4 too. I saw that.
Yeah, he did 4 and 5, and on 5, he's not a fan of Tina, but if you look at Tina just as an actress and a character, she's a pretty good character, and dare I say, a little stronger than Rachel. I mean, yeah, she can be annoying. She can be annoying, right? I know Rachel.
But that's just how they wrote her up. You know what I mean?
She was that. She was like that. She was that girl in high school, like in Saved by the Bell, that was just annoying, or any of those typical '80s high school TV shows. That was Tina, right? So like, I dig Tina's character. I dig it.
She was the Kelly Kapowski of horror. What you're saying?
Right. Yo, what's going on, Carrie? Appreciate you hopping in, joining us. She says, Scream Rat Night, I'm right there with you with the movie Spiral. It's surprised as much as I enjoyed Spiral. Nice. Like, I gotta watch it. I don't. It's not streaming on anything, so I have to pull it. I got like a DVD set. I just didn't want to open it quite yet, but I'll have to watch it. But does it even play into? So it does. It does play into the Saw franchise?
Yeah, it does. It does. But like I said, you can't really.
Yeah, it does.
Like, my thing is, like, this is how I judge a Saw film, right? Or any film that has like a main staple. If you don't focus in on, and I'm gonna say it right, Tobin Bell. He's been in that franchise. His story's in that franchise, and until you really finish that story out, I don't really feel like you can move forward. So that's why, like, I consider Spiral outside of the Saw universe, even though it's connected to the Saw universe.
Gotcha.
It's like
that was hard. That was Bodyguard hard.
Yeah, because you can't open another door when one's not shut, and that's what I'm happy about with Saw 10 is that they're finding, like, I love when studios listen to the fans, right? And this is what I didn't like about some of the predecessors of certain Saw films is because, like, Tobin Bell's, he's a fucking legendary actor. You got gold there. Why not use it and utilize it, right? That's what the fans want. Same thing with Hellraiser. Nothing against the Hulu's Hellraiser, right? But if you have, I forget the actor's name who played Pinhead. What was his name?
Doug Bradley. Yeah.
Doug Bradley. If you have a Doug Bradley who's out here, right? And I don't know if he's willing, but I know he's able because he's out here at all these horror conventions. Why not utilize him in some way? I know you want to go your own route, but the fans want what the fans want, right? And I'm glad that Saw 10 is giving us what the fans want.
True. Yeah. I mean, technically, Okay, so now I just literally watched this and now I'm thinking like what so Jigsaw was a prequel, right? Kind of? Or was it? Yeah, it had to have been, right?
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen the film. Jesus
Yeah, I'm pretty
Christ.
sure that it was.
Yeah, it was kind of set more as like a prequel. I mean, isn't that crazy where he was all like, my scan got mixed with somebody else's and they would have caught the
Yeah.
tumor
Okay.
like well
Yeah,
before and
yeah,
shit. And I
yeah,
was
yeah.
like, dude. And then the lady at the end where he's like, here's the shotgun in the middle. You guys choose or whatever. And I
That's what
knew
I was just about to bring up.
dude, don't. I was like, he wants you to do that. And then she fires and it kills herself. I was like, dude,
He blew her shit
this
off. Yeah.
motherfucker set this shit up. So like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
But
Yeah.
see, that's my one problem. My one complaint with that is sometimes his logic don't be making sense.
True.
It's like
Very true.
like because dude is straight up be like, you stole a pencil one time in the 3rd grade.
All right, but that's
Like,
but that's what I enjoy.
No. Come on, man. You're not super gluing my shit to the floor because I stole a pencil in 3rd grade. Little Joey was never able to complete his test.
Right.
He's now a bum. He never went to college. You're like, I've super glued your back to the floor.
The
Get up
ending
and
in
run.
Jigsaw with that chick though, what she did, because she was like, I didn't do anything. It was my husband. And then you find out what she did. You're like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah. That's that at the end. That's the thing. Like, that's why I tell people about Saw films when like they don't really. I'm like, look, if you don't want to stick through the kills and you don't want to stick to the ending, because the ending in all the Saw films, no matter what, are fucking nuts, batshit crazy.
This is like the first one, and then you got to the second one, and then the third one, and then you know what I mean.
Just
like
keep
but I'm saying it becomes like what I thought was cool about it is how it was like zoomed in micro perspective. Then by the time you get to the end of the franchise, it's macro. You're looking down at the whole like puzzle.
And that's what's interesting about 10 is that they're bringing it back, right? And that's what I love when films can do that. When you go all the way through and you expand it so as much as you can expand it, and instead of expanding it more to where it's like, okay, now you're reaching, right? Just bring it back to the what got you here. And that's just as good as expanded, in my opinion.
Yeah, actually, I was Cody Leach. I think he said it was his. I swore I could have read that he said it was like his favorite of the franchise. I was like, dude, that's saying a lot, man.
Dude.
Which one is
the newest one? Yeah, he must have went to a stream of it or something, or like early showing or whatever. And I was like, damn, dude, that's.
Well, I just seen on Killjoy. Killjoy just said on his story on Instagram, like, must see. Go, don't ask any questions. Go look. Go watch it. So if Killjoy's talking about that, you know how Killjoy is like. He'll dish on a movie if he has to. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Rewatching all of these, and binging them, like my appreciation for this franchise like went up. It is it is a lot of like kind of torture porn stuff, but like it's still very like cerebral. It's very mindful. Like you're like, oh shit, like it's not like hostile. You know what I mean?
But see, here's my thing though. Like if it's if you can escape it, like there's actually a way out of this, okay, cool. But some of those puzzles are just straight up. There's no way you could do it. Like it'll be like one person, and they'll want you to do all this extra shit, and it's like it's not humanly possible for one person. You know what I'm saying? Like which one is it, Anthony? Since you just watched them,
oh shit,
with the chick had the fucking hook.
Okay, so that
and the fishing line, like
isn't that I think it's Final Chapter. No. Yeah. I think it is Final Chapter.
I have news. It's not really the final chapter. But
which one is it?
No, I'm saying the final chapter is not it's not the final chapter.
I'm pretty sure it's final chapter.
It's not the final.
What I like my bad, Donnie, you can finish. Sorry, yep.
No, I was just saying, I don't know. I was just thinking, like, come on, like, how the fuck,
dude? That was insane. Like, yeah,
I don't cringe at much of them, but that was one where I was like, nah,
crazy. And see, what I loved about Final Chapter is it brought the original dude from the original first film that like cut off his leg, and you're like, dude, this is. I feel like I should know that guy's name. He's got a different name. I can't remember.
He did
dude from Robin Hood Men in Tights and stuff like. Yeah, he's a good actor. Actually,
he did better than Shaq did.
He's in a movie called Kiss the Girls. You guys should watch that one. I bet you guys already have. Morgan Freeman,
I haven't seen that one.
Ashley Judd. It's a crazy good 90s thriller, definitely. So Carrie says Tina sacrificed herself to keep the kids safe. I loved her. I'm sorry. Dude, I just like H5. H5 is just fun. There's some really good shots of Michael in that movie, and like when they go to the barn scene at the end and shit.
Ooh, that barn scene is amazing because it reminds me of the barn scene in what was that Friday the 13th with the bikers? What was that?
Shit, like all of them? No, it was the third one. Yeah,
the third one. Oh, that's my favorite. How did I forget that? Yeah, with the third one with the bikers, remind me of that. So I love Part 5. Shout out Carrie.
Yeah, dude, on it, like that's what I'm saying. Dude, I love all the Halloweens, man.
Not a fan of Loomis, like just beating the dog shit out of him until he caused himself to have a stroke. But
true, yeah.
Loomis that one was like I thought Loomis in 6 was like up there. Nah, Loomis in H5, the way he like manhandled Danielle Harris. I was watching.
Here she is, Michael. Come and get her.
Yeah, and he's like. She's like in the hospital bed, and he's like, "You're protecting him."
I was like, "Yo, she's only 8, dog. Like, chill, bro."
Yeah, dude, he was off the chain in that fucking film, dude. Honestly, he was.
The way he used her as bait, that was fucked up, bro. Because like at the last minute, he was like, "Here she is," and like
bro was trying to engage her,
dude.
Bro
was
and sacrifice her, bro.
Dude, so Helvington, speaking of Danielle Harris, so with these rights, dude. Okay, so which direction do you think it would have to go for her to get brought back into the storyline?
All right, so I promise you, I'm not texting. I'm still sharing you guys on all over my social medias. So okay, so with Danielle Harris coming back to the franchise, it wouldn't take a lot. It would just take a certain story, right? And so I've been following Danielle Harris for a very long time. She is a very beautiful person.
Dude, I had like a childhood crush on this girl when I watched these movies when I was younger. I swear. She was in Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. She was in
that's Jasmine. That's Jasmine shit. She loves that shit. And so like for Danielle Harris to come back, they would have to basically they got two routes, right? You can bring back Jamie Lloyd's character, right? Which I feel like
so then that cancels out 6 though.
That cancels out 6. That does cancel out 6. But here's my thing though.
Which Conrad says my appreciation for H6 just went up because of Helvington.
No, I was honest. I actually did a video the other day on the Instagram, and I actually did a video talking about the Danielle Harris coming back. And I even said to the people, I said, I love Halloween 6, but the way they did Jamie Lloyd's character and that was terrible. I mean,
she even should have been in that, dude.
She should have been in it, but
she should have been in it, man.
But she glad she didn't be in it, because if she did, it would have ruined her whole reputation in the Halloween franchise. We wouldn't know her to what she is, right? Because that probably would have really ruined her. So, but they have 2 options, right? You can bring back Jamie Lloyd's character, and I've watched Danielle Harris has a podcast. It's called the Talk Scary to Me podcast.
Yeah, her and
Scout Taylor Compton.
Taylor Compton, yeah.
Taylor Scout Compton. I always get her. She has 3 names that could be a first name. Yeah. It's ridiculous. But she has a podcast with her, and they're always talking about, Halloween and different things, sex and all that other good stuff. And she actually
talk about some crazy shit.
So she approached David Gordon Green before Halloween, and she heard in Hollywood that, Michael was coming back. And she approached David Gordon Green, and David Gordon Green said respectfully, this story is about, 78 and only 78, everything after 78. Yeah. And if we bring you in, it's not going to work out story-wise, and we just can't bring you in because you're a known staple in the franchise, despite what Jamie Lee Curtis says, right? David Gordon Green knows who she is. So, but on her podcast, she says that the way that she thinks she could bring her character back is, here we are 35 years later, right? She is a mother of 2, maybe some twins, right? And her uncle, their great uncle, Michael Myers, has now come back to, terrorize Jamie Lloyd and
makes
her 2
sense.
Kids.
Yeah.
Total sense, right?
Yeah, makes total sense. Yep.
And if you do a TV show, right? And we'll get into the speculation of the TV shows and the rights and all that. But as far as the Danielle Harris goes, that goes the Jamie Lloyd route. But if you decide to bring her back as a new character, right? Even if it's as small as a cameo, let's say you don't want Danielle Harris to lead the show, right? Which I don't know why you wouldn't. Danielle Harris is a great actress. I mean, I just watched her movie Natty Knox, and it's not
I was just gonna ask you about it. I started it and I fell asleep.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
Well, that sucks. I watched the trailer and I was like, "This looks bad, dude." And then I started the movie and I was like, "Actually, this doesn't look as bad as the trailer kind of like looked." But then I only watched probably about a third of it.
It's too much of a slow burn of a slasher.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like slashers need a certain pace, and it goes in and out of pacing in that movie. And but as far as the
thanks. Nice.
Peace. Oh, who's that? Oh, who's this? Oh, Coven. What's up, Coven?
Yeah, that's my people. Coven.
What's good?
I don't know. What's up?
Appreciate you joining us.
What's going on, Coven? But as far as Danielle Harris goes with as bringing her back, it's just small as his cameo, right? Something, just have her as a returning character, like how they have Devin Sawa, right, in the Chucky franchise. So there's a lot of options to bring back Danielle Harris, and I mean, so will they bring her back? I don't know, because of how risque she is with her, podcasts and stuff like that, and what she promotes and stuff. But as well, we'll get into it a little bit later, but there's a lot of different options on the table.
So I have questions.
What's up?
Okay, so let's say we go that route where you have her, she's kind of leading the charge. She's got kids now, and you said Michael comes back and to terrorize her. Where do you pick up like Michael? Like, which Michael do you place? Because if you're not making it a direct sequel off of 4 or 5, there's obviously time has passed. So then you age him, or do you still make him just like the wraith that he is?
To play it safe, I would do like not a modern thing, right?
You gotta set it. You gotta set it in like what? Like, well, no, 2000s would be fine, because it'd be like the 80s, right? So if
we're going off the 80s, what she was, and from Halloween 4, right? Which we'll go, or Halloween 5.
Yeah, he would probably be like what, 50 years old or some shit.
I mean, he would be the same as what he was in Halloween Ends.
True.
Honestly, he'd be so like you wouldn't really have
to. But I'm saying, the problem was people couldn't see past the fact, their beloved Michael Myers might actually be old. He might have fucking wounds that are infected, slowing him down, shape, and
well, technically,
they couldn't get past that. Like,
technically, what happened in 5 is they broke him out of jail and then it ended. So technically, would you bring in the cult aspect of the Man in Black or whatever?
That's an interesting question too.
But here's another thing, though. I mean, let's say, shout out to shows like, all these shows coming out, Stranger Things, Fear Street, that just came out on Netflix, that'll have these
kick-ass, man. Love that.
Really shit. Good.
80s, 90s really vibes. But like we are in 2023, but they're doing a TV show. We'll get into it, right? A24 Studios. They're the ones that are top dog in the race. They're the ones that are like throwing all the money.
So do you actually think they'll win the money race though?
Yes,
do they have enough money? Which if they do, what? I think. Okay, so my bad. I don't mean to interrupt, but like I think it'd be cool if they actually did get the rights, because like Conrad was saying, my buddy Jay was saying, he was like, dude, isn't it doing the TV series Welcome to
Derry, yeah.
Derry, and then you got like the Crystal Lake series. Myself personally, I hope they don't do a series, because I heard somebody in Mike and Jay's stream last night say like, I just have a feeling that one of the shows will be like, one of the episodes will be monstrous, really good, and then one of them will be really boring or something, a filler like in the middle. And I'm like, dude,
let's get into that though, because the TV show thing, I feel like everybody is like, oh shit, Chucky really took the fuck off. Let's get on the train, because before that was popping, there wasn't no talks about all of this, and so here we go. Everybody wants to do. Everybody wants to do, and like season 3 about to start. Like yo, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm going out, and I'm.
As a fan, right? I understand where Child of Corn is coming from, because look, I've seen the Chucky TV show. It's a great TV show, right? I'm not hating on it, but the more interesting story in the TV show is honestly Tiffany, Nika, and Jennifer Tilly.
Chucky, you think so?
Let me explain it. Let me explain it. Right. Okay. Here's what happens, right? When you normally have a movie, right? You have a killer and a final girl, right? And the slasher, that's what we're talking about. We're talking slashers here.
Yep.
You have a killer and a final girl or a final dude, whatever. So the movie comes out, the final dude or final girl outlasts the killer, and then two years later, another movie comes out, right? Here's the problem with TV series, right? They can't play that same aspect because the story starts to get old.
It gets
right?
stale.
It gets stale. The story of Jake and Chucky and Jake Wheeler and Chucky, it's getting kind of stale. Let's be honest. I mean, we're 3 years in and Chucky is, they're almost making looking Chucky look bad. So I understand what.
Hold on, wait. I gotta pull your card because Michael chased the same chick for 50 fucking years.
Yeah,
but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. People love the story, though, right? People were invested with Jamie Lee Curtis. People were invested.
I'm invested in this. Like, what are you saying?
I'm nothing against Jake Wheeler, the actor who plays him, but let's be honest. He's no Jamie Lee fucking Curtis. The reason why that story lasted that long is because the actress made it last that long. Same thing with Sidney Prescott. Neve Campbell, she's the reason why that the franchise is able to go that long, right?
Well, let's not get crazy because I mean, when they start bringing in like the alumni, because what I was saying is like, I think the thing with Jake, okay, so you want to say, oh, well, maybe they went a little bit further than what it should have gone, but I felt like maybe part of that was we gotta fill in these gaps, tie up all the loose ends, and we gotta see if this shit can Jake and Chucky swim on their own before we start bringing in Andy and Kyle and Jennifer Tilly and like, you know what I mean? Can they make it on their own? You know what I mean? Now, if we were on season 9 and it's still the same shit, they're still in that school or whatever, then I'm right there with you. But I feel like some of it was they had to be like, can they make it on their own before we just go throwing in? That's why I feel like this Exorcist thing, like, let me just say this is just my theory. Like, the one trailer that I saw, either the devil, the demon, or the older lady was like, so we meet again, or something to that effect.
That's pretty much what she said. Yeah, it was the mom of the original. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is, because I feel like you're doing this. It's like the 50th anniversary. I already told my mom. I was like, Mom, you snuck in to see the original Exorcist. It's 50 years later. Let's go see this together. Like, you know what I mean? And with her saying like, oh, well, so we meet again, whatever, I'm thinking this is a slow burn that is going to stepping stone its way to showing up like some glimpse of Linda Blair. Because what I think is they're going to maybe get one of the girls unpossessed, other one will still be, but the mother is going to die, and then that's going to force the hand of Reagan.
Sounds like you've been talking to David Gordon Green, dude.
No, I'm smarter than David Gordon Green. And the thing is, I'm saying that to say though, Anthony, that if they just immediately market, oh, Linda Blair is going to be in this, and the lady who played her mother in the original, they're both going to be in this, it might take away for what is like yet to come.
Yeah, I have a feeling she's definitely coming back in that series, especially if they're doing 3 movies. Yeah, she's definitely going to come back.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's why the fuck I'm going to throw, you know what I'm saying, my ace on the table
in the first film. Yeah, you're
you're
already bringing out the mom. Yeah,
it's like look, man, if it's me, I'm like Lando was in the Solo movie when he had the clip up his sleeve and he was cheating when they were playing
Savage.
Sabak, like that's me. Like,
so
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say. So my question is to both you guys: which one would you rather have, a Halloween TV series or a movie?
Okay, so I was going to pop up. Your boy Coven of Scream says he doesn't think Michael should get a series at all. To me, it's like I heard Mike and Jay talking about it. Like back in the day, it's like we all grew up in the generation of movies. When things went to TV, that was Mike was like, oh, it was like the minor leagues, which is perfect, metaphor and thought or analogy or whatever.
That's real shit.
Yeah, like real talk. And to me, it's like this. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. If A24 gets it. I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, dude, if A24 gets it, it's going to be super indie and it's going to be probably a TV series, which indie's not bad. Indie's cool. Indie's probably the future, man. Like, yeah, straight up. But
and you're not as like limited. You're not as confined.
Exactly.
By the big bosses. No. Well, this is what we want to look what WB did at Justice League.
Yep. Yep. I think if they get a movie and A24 gets it, dude, Ty West that did X, dude, if he gets a hold of it, I know that he's done a lot of stuff. He's like, he just did Maxine and like all this. Dude, I'm telling you, he can smash this huge label of Halloween, dude. He can smash it. The dude knows how to make a slasher film. Now, to me, I feel like he'll go back to the roots. Probably. So does that mean he'll probably bring in Daniel Harris? I don't know. Really, I don't know. But I think he'll go back to like more of an original, but yet he's gonna put his own spin on it.
So, question: is this like this whole like rights battle thing is supposed to be like? Has there been any talks or any word on how long it's supposed to be? So it would be multiple films, or this would just be like a hit it and quit it. Like you got one.
Good question.
Don't fuck up.
Good question. Yeah.
So what it comes down to is it comes down to Miramax owns the rights to the movie side of Halloween. The COD estate owns the rights to the whole Halloween franchise and the TV series. So if anybody wants to make a documentary TV series about Halloween, has to go through the CODs. If anybody wants to, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think like can't they like team up? Like Paramount
they can team up.
Yeah, like Paramount can like produce it, but then A24 could shoot it or some shit. I don't even know.
So Miramax has unless Miramax rents it out solely, like basically this is what it comes down to. When David Gordon Green came out and made his trilogy, he had to present a story to the CODs and Miramax, and they had to agree with it. They had to dish out some money. So
but one can veto the other.
What do you mean?
So like the CODs could be like, no, I don't like this script, fuck that. But Miramax could be like, yes, we like it, and then they're at a stalemate.
Yeah, you're working with three different parties. You're working with the one coming in buying it. You're working with the COD estate, and you're working with Miramax.
Interesting. So then, okay, so because I asked Aaron this the other day, you guys might actually know this. So with film, do the rights expire over a period of time? Because like for instance, in music, you record an album, right? And let's say you signed a very garbage contract, right? Like what happened to TLC, for instance, right? We all know that the Crazy Sexy Cool album, for instance, is one of the biggest fucking albums of all time. Waterfalls, when that came out, that shit was out of here, right? They weren't getting paid, right? They had a manager was stealing all their money, and they were getting 56 cents on each album sold. You know what I'm saying? But they're selling Diamond. That's 10 million though, right? So the point I'm making is the record label LaFace, which housed them, Goody Mob, and Outkast, all like they owned the album Crazy Sexy Cool, and Fan Mail, which came after, whatever. After 10 years in the music industry, you can go back and re-record the entire album on your own for a new label, whatever, and it's entirely yours. But it's the re-record. So the record company still owns the original version, but you do. So DMX, he went and he re-recorded because, he died not owning his masters. Jay-Z and Beyonce stepped in and bought all of his masters to give to his kids so they could always have royalties coming in. But before that, he re-recorded all of his classic albums. It's Dark and Hell is Hot. Like he recorded all of that all over again with Swiss Beats, so he could have money coming in because the record label owned everything prior. So in like with these movie studios, if they acquire something that's as old as Halloween is, 50 years, they have it for that entire time. It's never renegotiated or anything like that.
No, they have it the entire time.
I think they negotiate movie contracts. So like they sign up for a certain amount of movies, I think, right? Isn't that what it is?
So basically this is why only certain studios have certain rights. And
like Blumhouse, they signed up for 3 films, right?
They rented the license. It's renting the license. So what they're doing is coming. So basically, Miramax, they bought the IP of Halloween from whoever the original owners was from the 7, because the original owners was not John Carpenter, but the executive producers, whoever produced it, and then John Carpenter has his contract and his stake in it, right? But it's the studio who owns the IP until they decide to either sell the company to another company, and then that company invests the IP as well. But so at right now, Miramax is the one who owns the Halloween movies, and the Cards will forever own the
Forever,
name.
yeah.
Forever. That will never change.
Yep.
So the studio that owns Halloween as of right now will be Miramax until somebody comes and buys it.
So here's what I'm confused about just with the movie industry then. How does somebody own like the rights to it, but then somebody basically owns it as a whole? Because
Miramax
owns because here's John Carpenter and whoever else that made Michael Myers and Halloween, Deborah Hill, they made it, but they were contracted by the studio to do so. And then that studio sold it to somebody else.
So when those Halloween movies are on streaming, whatever, those streaming services got to go to Miramax so they can show the movies. Correct. They don't have to go to the Arcades for that. But if somebody wants to come in and be like, we want to use the character Michael Myers, they got to go to them.
To the Arcades.
Pretty sure. Yep.
Got you. Okay.
I was actually looking at the Miramax catalog. Dude, Miramax got some banger films.
And so that's why I was thinking that they're my vote just because of the fact, like, it's like one of their babies, you know.
To be honest, if Miramax gets it, I think Danielle Harris is definitely that storyline is definitely being brought into like it's being brought up to the top for like.
Probably. But here's the thing, though. Here's my question to you, Child of Corn, right? And both you, King, right, Donnie. You don't in this day and age. I'm a realistic person. Right, I take my feelings aside, and I'm looking like this is what Hollywood's doing, right? Yeah, and the trend of what they're doing is if they're not doing a TV series, then they're doing a trilogy or at least a sequel at the least, right? And that's facts. That's everybody.
A requel, yeah.
They're gonna if it's Hellraiser is gonna get a new one, Texas Chainsaw is getting another one. A lot of people are getting a lot of films, right? So my question to you guys is, if they do bring in Danielle Harris, we're stuck with that storyline for at least 2 movies. Are you okay with that?
They can make it happen. That can really to be honest with that. Yeah, they could really. It's going to have. This is what I'm saying. Like, which I'm totally fine with. Like, maybe they try something a little different than what they've done in the past. But if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? Like, if they can kind of create a slasher, kind of built around. Kind of like how Jamie Lee Curtis, and her legacy, Danielle Harris do the same thing. Dude, there's gonna be so many Halloween movies, before we die. You know what I mean? So it's like if they did 2 more and it had the storyline with Danielle Harris, who cares? Like, you know what I mean? It's probably gonna be good.
So can I ask another question?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
So, okay, so what I'm kind of like at least missing here, because obviously I've studied more about like the music industry than the film industry. So if they own the films, right, then why don't they just like take theirs off the top and be like, hey, we already own this shit, like let us just do it? Like, why are they in a bidding war when they already own it?
Why put up the money when someone else is going to put up the money, kind of thing. I'm still gonna make money off of it, but I ain't gotta put out. So it's kind of like that's the thing. That's what's happening. They're fishing. I mean, if someone's gonna bite it, then they're gonna bite it, right? If they're not gonna bite it, then fuck it, we're gonna do it ourselves, kind of thing.
No, like I feel you, but it's just I was just thinking of it like in that sense. It's like it's kind of like, for instance, like when y'all know the
well, it's like why don't artists make their own album? Right. It's like if somebody pays me to make an album, I'd rather do it that way because I ain't got to put my own money up.
Well, yes, but that depends on who you are.
And I'll be more,
That's actually what I was about to say, though. So y'all know the Michael Jackson album Invincible?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
That's the last official album in his lifetime, right? So, Anthony, you know the song "You Rock My World"? It had Chris Tucker in the video, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's from that album, right?
Yep.
So that's when the deal went bad with Sony, right? And they screwed him with that deal. And he ended up owing them 350, 400 million, something crazy like that. And he ended up in the debt. But they owned the masters, basically, of that particular album. After that, though, he was free. He was a free agent. So he could then, why the hell would I go to any other record label when I can make the shit myself and make it the way I want to? With it, I'm not restricted in any way because it's just me. And I understand certain people may not have may not have the resources as like other people, that kind of thing. But just in this particular example, it's not like Mike couldn't pay for the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's Michael though. And the Miramax, here's the thing: A24 is popping right now, right?
Popping, dude. After watching Talk to Me, dude, I'm thinking, God, what would they do with a Halloween movie, man? It would be some intriguing shit, dude.
I'm a realistic person. Miramax, that's what's the old Black Eyed Peas song? You're so 2000 and late. That's Miramax, right? I mean, so if you have a studio that's popping, that has regardless of how you feel about their independent style, and I'm right there. I'm not an independent kind of vibe kind of guy, but numbers do not lie. That's what I'm coming to. So A24 has the numbers, and Miramax is saying, okay, they got the numbers. It's less of a risk if they do it. If I do it, I got to put up more money, and I might not be as successful as if they do it. Let me see. And so what they're doing is right now, and this is what everybody's doing. They're coming up with who has the most money. And then if you have enough money, then they're saying, okay, what's the story? And with the writer's strike just now getting over, I mean, who knows what fucking stories are out there for Michael? You know what I'm saying? Who knows what writers have up their sleeve? So it all depends on that.
I guess for me, I'm more of a quality control kind of guy. It's like it's no disrespect to you or Anthony, Conrad, Shape, Aaron, but like my vision to make an Aquaman movie, whatever, is gonna be different from you guys. And I know that I'm not gonna fuck up my own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. Helvington could be the biggest director in the world, but if I don't know or kind of agree with how far you might take it, or you want to go left field with it or whatever, then I don't know if I want to, agree.
But that's just the day and age. But I'm right there with you, Donnie. I hate when people take IPs that I love and just fucking ruin it with a terrible story. They ruin characters. But like I said, I'm a realistic person. That's the day and age we live in, to where what we grew up with, right, and what our expectations were are thrown right out the window in place of dollar signs and what this new generation is intel with.
That unfortunately is true.
Yeah. So
we agree there.
Honestly, I think everything, I saw some guy talking about it, and I think everything is going very independent. Everything's going indie because it's cheaper to make films. And then those big production companies are going to come to these independent labels, and they're going to be like, yo, how much is this movie going to cost to make? They're going to make it for like $100,000, maybe less. And then they're going to make 20 million. And that's more profitable than making a movie that the budget is like 20 million and then only profiting like 30 million. You know what I mean?
It's self-produced.
Exactly.
And what's crazy is, like, sometimes too in that scenario, you got people, you got, like you said, independent stuff, or you got like even fan films and shit. And
hell yeah, dude! I'm telling you, it's the future, man.
Like,
it is honestly the future.
And see, because like, you guys remember when Prince was doing like an independent thing and everybody said he was crazy, it would never fucking work. Like, look at the music industry now. I remember when Jay-Z said, y'all still signing deals after all they done stole, for real. Like, and it's like it makes like perfect sense when you think about it, and that's why I'm just thinking, like, you know what I'm saying? In the fourth quarter, in the clutch, I'm gonna always bet on me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Over anybody or anything else. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what's cool about this new generation of writers, and this is what I respect about this writer strike just being over, and them getting what they're worth, is because they are fans just like us. Jordan Peele is a student of the game. You know what I'm saying? And who's to say the next director of the Friday the 13th TV series isn't going to be the next Jordan Peele, because he studied the greats like Wes Craven. So I think,
I agree.
Child of the Corn, you hit it on the head. We are in the golden age future of independent fans.
If you think about it, I mean, Wes Craven and John Carpenter kind of started out as like independent labels. You know what I mean? Like, they were making movies for practically nothing, and they were bombed.
And from the beginning too, like how like Jay-Z started with Rockefeller. Like, Rockefeller, that was his own independent shit. Him and David Dash from the beginning. Like, they weren't established with somebody else and then went off and we started this shit on our own. You know what I mean? Like,
did you guys hear? Like, I don't mean to like take this all out of like into left field or whatever, but like, do you guys hear about that whole conspiracy with Tory Lanez? About how like right before he just got busted with this whole Megan Stallion thing and the whole shooting controversy and all that
Yeah,
shit.
that was crazy,
But
dude.
they were
That was
saying that
crazy.
they were targeting this dude because he sold his album for a penny, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was selling.
Wait,
He wouldn't sell it. So basically, what happened?
he
What I know,
what his catalog?
He self-produced it and
Everything
he
was
sold it
self-produced.
for a penny and made $1 million the first day. And people were like, "This isn't making this production."
Wait, what was it? Like I cut out.
It was
The
just an
audio cut
album.
out.
His newest album. He sold it for, or maybe it was $1, and he sold a million of them, and he made $1 million in the first day. And people were like, I mean, the
And so the
music
conspiracy is that like
they
some
put.
record corporation was trying to buy it and he wouldn't sell it.
Well, the corporation was like, "Hey, this isn't like." I mean, they were like, "He's making money and we're not." Like, he's making self money without having to go through like
A distributor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it was
the
literally
same shit that happened to Prince when he died. I mean, same thing that happened to MJ when he died. Same
when
thing.
they were all going to
at
get their catalogs and shit back, or their right.
Y'all don't think that the Michael Jackson shit is weird? So Sony is the reason he was in debt. Now look, let me tell you something. I'm gonna just real quick. Like let me just veer off on this exit real quick. Let me tell you, man. A motherfucker who owns the entire Beatles catalog. Okay, let me say that again. The entire Beatles catalog.
And he tried to buy Marvel, and then guess who bought him out instead? I don't mean to take it again into left field, but he was trying to buy Marvel. Michael Jackson was trying to buy Marvel before Disney bought him, and then the whole controversy of like the little kids, like I don't know. We don't need to go on conspiracy theory, but it is kind of crazy.
That whole thing is crazy.
So here's the thing though. So how you gonna make a deal with me that says you sell X amount of albums, then we're paying you this amount of money? Biggest deal in music history at that point, $350-400 million. Like that is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous amount of money to make for one person to make one album. But he's the fucking king. So okay, cool. So then Mike is like, and Tommy Mottola always been a snake in the grass. Like let's establish that. But so he says, okay, first single, like let's make the video, right? What's wrong? Oh,
Conrad, he's like, I agree with that conspiracy.
I'm with you too, Conrad. Like, so they're like, okay, we're gonna do this first video. Mike is like, no, I want to do this song first. And they're like, no, well, we're the record label. Since we're paying for it, you're gonna do this song, this video as the single. And Michael Jackson's like, fine, I'll just take my own money, make the video I want to make. That's what I've been doing all this time anyway.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, cause Scream cost like $10 million or $8 million, something crazy like that. Him and Janet when they did the Scream.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
90s.
movie. My bad.
So the point is, so they were like, okay, cool, Mike, take your own money, you do it that way. If it flops, we don't take a hit. Okay, they said cool, they got it from the table. But then Tommy Mottola went behind him and had the record pulled off the shelf around the world.
Oh, I remember you telling me about that. Yeah.
So now it's getting airplay, but then obviously at this time, like, you could go to Napster, LimeWire, whatever, and then your computer would be gone after that if you did. So really, the only way you had to go get the CD. But now the CD is not available to buy because the record label pulled it off the shelf. So then they tell Mike, okay, you didn't sell the albums that you promised us you would. You owe us because you broke the contract. What the fuck? And Mike is like, okay. So Mike is like, here, I'm going to say he had the Beatles catalog and he owned the ATV publishing catalog. So ATV had the entire Elvis Presley catalog. He had half of Beyonce, half of Jay-Z's, and then after Eminem did the Just Lose It shit, he went and bought Eminem's entire catalog and added that to it, right? So, like, it just because I don't know if y'all know, like, so when you like radio stations, like you have like this book, right? And and you basically check every time you play a song. You might play Purple Haze by Jimi Hendrix 5 times in a day, right? But then you played it 5 times a day, like over the course of the week, then the month, then the year. You add all of that up, and then the artist gets a royalty check. But then you're playing multiple songs by this artist like all throughout the week or whatever. So these checks are coming in 6 figures a month, right? With these royalty checks. So I'm saying, how is it possible that a guy owns the entire Beatles and Elvis Presley? Who's bigger in white music than the Beatles and Elvis Presley? And Then you got a little bit of Jay-Z, a little bit of Beyonce.
No, I'm just
Definitely not. And then you have Eminem, who is one of the only rappers to ever go diamond, you know, with Biggie, Tupac, Outkast, and Nelly. Like, he came in there and was like, here, I will sell you guys this catalog, which is worth far more than what you say I owe you. And they were like, no, we don't want that. They wanted him to come in and, like, you know, slam a briefcase on the table with, you know, all this money in it. Otherwise they wouldn't take it. So then that's when they start saying, oh, he's in debt, he's in debt, he's in debt. My point is, this was Sony that all this happened with, right? Y'all don't think that it's suspicious that he dies and then his mom sells his entire catalog to Sony? Of all the record companies
that's what his mom did?
Yes, because, you know, his father had already died. You know, Joe Jackson died. I can't remember what year it was. I want to say it's been 5-6 years now, maybe. But Catherine Jackson, like, rather, like, this is your most famous, because we all know it's Michael, it's Janet, and then it's Jermaine. Like, it's like the most famous of the Jacksons, you know, as far as like making music or whatever. You're gonna take your most famous son's catalog and sell it to the people who put him in that position in the first place? I always thought that was strange. You know what I mean? Like,
there's some dark people behind the curtain, man. I'm telling you.
Like, Warner Brothers had Prince's catalog from like 95 all the way up until the 30th anniversary of Purple Rain. What year did Prince die? 2016. So he was doing the remixes around 2013 for the 30th anniversary. He was remixing it and adding bonus shit that he recorded back then on like a collector's edition of that, whatever. WB calls him and is like, hey, we want to give you your masters back from every album that they had been holding on to from 95 up until from 1979 up until 1995. All those albums were under the WB umbrella. And then they just call him one day randomly and say, hey, we want to give you back your masters that we've been making $300 million a year off of since 95. We want to give that back to you. You know,
damn,
no harm, no foul. Like, like, who's doing that? Like, that's not suspicious. Like, that's not eyebrow raising. You know what I'm saying? And I think that was, you know, they were trying to get in to see like what he was working on and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, imagine writing your own, you know, art, be it music or, you know, anything, and then you got to ask permission for somebody else who had nothing to do with it. Can you perform it? Can you publish it? Can you do this or whatever? You know what I'm saying? And there's a thing called the compulsory license law where it only exists in music for whatever reason, where somebody can go in and just ask whoever is the owner for permission to cover. Like when Maroon 5 did a cover of Prince's song Kiss, they didn't have to ask him. They went to Warner Brothers. So even though Prince was like, no, I don't want them to do it because I don't like Maroon 5, basically, WB was like, no, we're cool with it. So then boom, it comes out. And it's just, you know, screw him. And then they get paid off both versions, the cover and the original, because they owned it all, right? Then he died, and the entire Prince catalog went to Warner Brothers. Even all the shit that came out after he left.
Really, after listening to you say all this stuff, dude, it's really gonna be funny if the big production movie companies actually like adhere to like the independent labels, like, you know what I mean? Like, or if they'll try to keep producing their crap, like not crap, my bad. I guess I should say like,
you said what you meant. You said what you meant.
You know how like Disney Plus keeps like, or no, like Disney just keeps filtering out these like same kind of Marvel movies. And I'm not trying to hate on Marvel, man. Marvel made some really good movies like in the last decade and shit. But you know what I mean? It's almost kind of getting very like just same shit, dude.
It is very phasey.
Yeah, and so like I'm wondering if they're gonna be like, hey, we need to switch it up and like hire these independent labels. Like, I don't know, because it's I think the fans are kind of seeing it now more and more that like I just feel like I don't know. I've seen like a lot of low budget like horror films and like, well, I mean, you know, Ethan Roth or whatever. Is it Ethan Roth?
Eli Roth.
Eli Roth, my bad. The dude that did Cabin Fever. Like, dude, like his new slasher movie, Thanksgiving, like, dude, that movie looks fucking banging, dude. Like I was like, damn, like this is a kind of like slasher film I've been waiting for. And I mean, I don't know how much it took to produce it. I'm gonna guess maybe not that much, but I don't know. I just feel like movies don't have to like unfortunately, like The Flash, they put a boatload of money into that movie. I actually enjoyed it a little bit, but like they didn't make very much back, and that's just showing that like more and more like
I think that's part of the industry though has
yeah.
changed. We were talking about how movies just don't seem as big as they did before. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, and maybe that's just a me thing. But I guess I feel like when I don't know, if I think even just a few years ago, like when Black Panther came out, for instance, it was like this is a must see. Get up off your ass and go see this movie, dog. And it felt like just this huge like aura around it. You know what I'm saying?
Big
And then you
deal, yeah.
fast forward to obviously, you know, COVID happened and stuff starts coming out, and then it seems like now as we're trying to sort of get back to normal, it doesn't even feel like as big when these things are coming out. These things that would be, you know, blockbusters and you know things of that nature. I wanted to ask though, real quick, because of the Jordan Peele thing. What are you guys like thoughts on how he because we're all obviously everybody you know fan of music and stuff. What are you guys thoughts on how he flips the songs for for you know these films, like how he used like Childish Gambino's Redbone at the beginning of Get Out, you know, the whole stay woke thing, right? And then he used I Got Five on it for Us, or the way he used the like you know how they chopped the I Got Five on it and they slowed it down and it got
Oh, it
all
was
creepy,
dope. It
right?
was freaking
Okay.
awesome. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like
I
it.
don't I don't know if you guys listened to the version that they did of Say My Name for Candyman, where it you know started off on Say My Name, Say My Name. It started all, you know, like normal, and then it started to break down and you know get all eerie, just like how they did, which I thought that was so clever to say my name and
So
the whole
clever, dude.
Candyman
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
But then the what was the with Get Out, he it was in Fingertips, which by Stevie Wonder when he recorded that at the Apollo when he was like 13 or something. And the what I thought was crazy about that was it's not necessarily about the song because the song is mostly instrumental, but it was by a blind artist. And then Jean Jacket, the whole like if you don't look at
True.
it, it can't see you kind of thing. Like I thought that was so clever. Like you know how he used that as like, you know flips for promotion. Remember when he used the E40 thing? The E40 got the track choices where he's like, "Yep, nope," like in the song.
Yeah.
And so remember he used that for like the last few trailers for Nope, where it you know, where you would just hear the E40, Nope, and then boom, black screen. But what are you guys' thoughts on how he?
Dude, like I was saying earlier, I think that's like one of the best part of his movies is the score, dude. Like it's
Yeah.
something just like way different. Like it even like with just like the certain just like I don't know, like how did the newest Candyman like kind of like score theme go? The like the dun, 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 I can't I'm trying to think of like
The Are you talking about
just
the one that they've always used?
no
It's
like the oh yeah is that from the original?
yeah the one that it's called It Was Always You, Helen. The doom 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 doom
Yes,
doom
you're right.
doom.
That's yeah.
Ding,
Ugh.
ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
that
stuff, dude.
which I was just thinking
So
that's probably my favorite. Like,
I have a question with this new wave of horror that we are in the middle of, right? We're in this new wave of independent horror. The fans are taking over. No more to the studios. You know, the writers just had their writer strike. They've gotten their rights.
So what happened? Like it's over now? Like they've all
Yeah,
come
it's
to
over.
oh
It's
wow.
over. They got
for the
their
writers, not the actors.
for the writers. The actors didn't.
Oh shit.
I
The
didn't.
writers bailed. They're like later actors. No, I'm
Well,
just
here's the thing though. Here's the thing. The writers were the ones who started it, right? The writers,
I
the
mean you
ones
would
who
imagine so, yeah.
they were the ones who were like, I wasn't getting paid, and then the actors came in support, and then they at the same time they said I wasn't getting paid, but I think the actors are probably going to just come back to work anyway. So that's why, like I'm saying, my question is, with horror being the way it is, right? Would you guys want to see? I know you guys are on the movie side, and I respect the hell out of that. but there is a chance that they do a TV series. What if they do a Halloween Season of the Witch TV series? Would you guys be down for that?
Oh, fucking love it, dude. That only makes sense, dude. To me, like, dude, it's like this. Do they go the anthology route? Which they could. Dude, Halloween's like the best label for an anthology. Like, I'm sorry, I know a lot of people are against it, but like, as originally what Carpenter wanted, I think it would be pretty fucking cool. I mean, what setting could you set? Like, it's just like Trick or Treat. Like Trick or Treat was like a mini like anthology film. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was different storylines within the one movie, but like, oh dude, they can make a really good like Season of the Witch, or dude, they could like deep dive into like that storyline. Like it could be something crazy good.
It's definitely like not one of my favorites, but I think as a TV show where you can kind of expand, you know what I mean? Yep. Like you said, episodic hour. I'm not sure what the show was called. You guys know Giancarlo Esposito? You guys know who that is?
No.
The name is so familiar. Yeah.
Have you ever seen what's the movie? Do the Right Thing?
No.
Do the Right Thing.
You guys never seen it?
I don't think so.
So he was it's a old Spike Lee film, but anyway, that was like one of the first movies that he cut his teeth on, and he's been in a lot of different like Spike Lee films. So like that's how I know him, and he was in The Mandalorian. But there was a show that I remember he was promoting. I can't think of the name of it, but I think it was on Netflix, and he was promoting it on the Tonight Show, like right before the shows went dark. And what I thought was cool was he was talking about how it was almost like an anthology thing, right? But he was saying the way they did it was each episode was, instead of it having like a proper title, it was just a color, like episode red, episode orange, episode yellow, whatever. Right. And what it wasn't in like a specific order, but the story made sense at the end. But all three of us could watch it in different orders. I could watch green, blue, red, purple, yellow, and then Anthony could watch it in a different order.
Oh wow!
But it would tell the story like in a different way, but you would come to the same conclusion, the same thing at the end. Like I think that would be like super cool if they were able to like use something like that for like an anthology kind of like TV show, be it Halloween or anything.
But here's another question, right? And I said this and when I covered the news on Halloween returning, is it not too big of a risk? Like I'm a realistic guy. I take my emotions out of it. I think Season of the Witch would be cool, but is that not too risky? I mean, let's be honest. Season of the Witch, regardless of how we feel about it, I think it's a good film. It's one of the weaker films in the Halloween series.
Blasphemy.
No. You'd already know. In the Halloween community, people shit on Halloween.
Oh, dude, when I was a youngster, I didn't like it, man. I didn't
get it. Same. I didn't either.
But didn't get it. Yep.
So is it not too much of a risk of a studio to say, hey, okay, we're gonna do a Halloween Season of Witch route, and we're not gonna have Michael in it? It's like my thing is, why would you buy the rights to a franchise and not use the golden nugget? That's your golden egg. Michael's your golden egg, right? So
I think we're all kind of like, we're all a bunch of nerds, man. I think like this whole, like, you know what I mean? I think we would, if it has to deal with, I think people just love Halloween and the spooky season and shit like that. Like, I think people would just love like just the setting, the storyline, and like shit.
Is that enough though? Is that enough? Because if it's a TV series, you're gonna have to have at least, what's the golden rule in TV, right? If you don't make it past your third season, your show's not doing good.
I'm not gonna lie, Donnie is, but like, I need to watch the Chucky TV series. Like, we tried to watch the second series or season, and I was like, damn, this is just like, I don't know. It wasn't enough of like the originality. The doll looks good. Brad Dourif sounds really good. Like like all that.
That's why it's continuing. It's not the story. And I don't look. It's nothing against if you like the show. I love the show. I have multiple Chuckies. I'm a realistic person. That's what horror needs. And if more content creators were realistic in Hollywood would see the realism, but realistically, you can't tell me that the story between Jake Wheeler and Chucky is getting old. Like
Chucky's in the or is in the White House. We gotta stop him. Yeah, like
you want to go next, like because
no,
here's the
it's
thing.
fine. It's fine. I get it. Yeah.
Like they're running out of things to do, but like I said, the most interesting part of the TV show is Nika, Jennifer Tilly, and Tiffany, and that and Chucky's amazing. Don't get me wrong, Chucky and Buff Chucky and Bald Chucky, but it's like Jake Wheeler. Let's be honest. Season 1, he wasn't that great of an actor. Season 2, he got better, but
I feel like part of that though, Helvington, is that they couldn't like there might be a little bit of fear of like just killing him off to for the sake of continuing
and I
down
said that
road.
I asked my fans that. I asked that in a Chucky video. I said, in my opinion, they'd be smart to do it.
Yeah.
They would be smart to kill off Jake Wheeler to continue on, because the more Jake Wheeler survives, the more you're detrimenting the character of Chucky.
Because you have to keep coming back to him.
Exactly. And like, just like Child of the Corn said, now we're in the fucking White House. Like, where are we going next? What the fuck?
No, real shit. He could just be a martyr. So like, and to go back to like the Halloween thing, you were saying like, would it work or would it be enough or anything like that? I mean, so I feel like no, regardless of if you like Halloween 3 or not, or like you said, us as kids, we just didn't get it, whatever. And it like Anthony, I told you before, I had to, I was an hour 15 in. I'm like, I ain't seen this nigga Michael yet. Where the fuck is he? Right. And but I'm saying, so you get older, you see it. But I'm saying part of the beauty of that is if it's anthology kind of thing.
Okay.
Then more than likely there's going to be something in there for everybody. It's not just going to be stuck on one thing.
I'm bringing it back to A24. Why not give it to A24, who's literally doing that with Friday the 13th? That is what they're doing. It's going to be a prequel, but it's going to turn into an anthology eventually.
Well, because I don't work there, so I can't.
Oh no, I get it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, people are saying, like, do we trust A24? Do we?
Honestly, I think one of the reasons that A24 possibly will get it is because they're booming right now, and probably because it's not going to cost them that much to make a Halloween film. But that also brings that, unless Danielle Harris is cool with the money, like, they're probably not going to bring her on, because they just bring in these actors that are starting out. Like, you know what I mean? Like these, which is cool. I love that. Like, like that's
I heard it's a cameo. And I'll say this about Danielle Harris. I love Danielle Harris. But okay, and I'm gonna say this, okay, with all due respect, she is not that great of an actress. She can't. No. Listen. Y'all see, this is why you're Hellmaster, right? I get hated on in the community because I say things like this, right? She's a very good actress, right? But when it comes to being a leading lady,
you just said she wasn't very good.
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
use a different word.
She can be in a film and be very good, right? She can, like in Natty Knox, she was very good.
Yeah, and actually, to start out, I was like, oh yeah, this role as the mom, like, she's doing a pretty good job.
She was doing good, but my thing is, can she lead a full length film, adult Danielle Harris?
But then that's what I'm saying. She just has to play that motherly role in this new film, and then maybe you go like the Josh Hartnett role, where maybe she's got a son this time instead of a final.
And girl. I'm down with that.
Yeah,
but
you know what I mean? Yeah.
If it's a TV series, okay, so if it's a movie, she has to lead it for what, an hour and 20, hour 30, maybe
she's
2 hours.
She's like Dee Wallace in the newest Rob Zombie ones. You know what I mean?
I think the safest thing to do, cameo. Have her as a cameo. Have her as a teacher at Haddonfield Elementary.
She'll never sign up for that.
I don't think that would be enough. Like,
she'll want to play. She'll want to play the mother role, but also she should have a big role in it, though. Like, her story should, you know what I mean? Like,
if it's Jamie Lloyd, I agree. But if it's not Jamie Lloyd, then I don't think she should
be Jamie Lloyd. Yeah,
it has to be.
And that's the thing too, Helvington. You can't have something that people have wanted, damn near demanded for so long, and then just give them like a glimpse of it, because then you're gonna get more backlash than what you even expected.
I can dig that.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like how
I'd be pissed. I'd be fucking pissed.
Because like it's like how you guys, how like The Rock fought to get Henry Cavill to be Superman, like at the end, just to hype you up for the fact we could get Superman versus Black Adam, whatever.
I was so mad.
And then Warner Brothers still was like, no, fuck Henry Cavill. Like, we don't care what you said, Dwayne. Like, this is
Henry Cavill's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Go.
Like,
Yep, the GOAT.
I thought
I get that.
I thought he was kind of arrogant as Superman, but yeah.
So Donnie, was that show? Brooke said that show was called Kaleidoscope. Am I reading that right?
Yeah,
I think-
Kaleidoscope, but that's what it is.
I think that's right.
Okay, yeah, she said it was super cool concept.
All right, so my next question.
Actually, hold on, real quick. So going off what you were talking about, Donnie, I think it'd be kind of cool, and I don't know if Aaron's still in here or Shape. I think Shape's probably sleeping by now. But
yeah,
do you guys remember when Disney Plus? It was like the last time I was actually watching Disney Plus. They did this thing where like they took different Star Wars anime shows, like each director did their own style of animation on a Star Wars like story or something like that. Dude, they could do like a TV series where like I heard Mike and Jay talking about this. Like Mike, he was like, "Yeah, maybe a director does like an episode a piece. Like it's an hour and a half long episode, and each different director does like a different storyline." It might be too much. It might be too much.
I'm good on that because that's going down the Blumhouse route, and Blumhouse.
But that's almost like an anthology kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it follows the rules. Yeah, it follows the rules.
But to your point though, Helmington, like, if it's going to be like 90-minute episode, like what Anthony was saying, and you could do that, and I think the way you do that is you shorten the season. We don't need 15 episodes. You know what I'm saying? We just do
5, 6.
Yeah, exactly. 5 was the number I was thinking. Where you could go like 5 different minds and just interpretations, that kind of thing. Because there was one, there was an episode of Family Guy. I cannot remember what the episode was. I mean, obviously we all know that Family Guy isn't what it used to be, that Fox took over and all that shit. But there was one episode where they went with like 3 different
concepts of the show, right? It was almost like Seth Green's like Robot Chicken version.
So I know what you're talking. This is what I'm talking about is like after where they did it in the style of like 3 different directors. So like one was like Tarantino, like one was, you know what I mean, and they did it
best director of all time. No, I'm just joking.
Definitely not. But then they did the way they did it. I thought was like a cool concept because you got to see the Family Guy characters. This is interaction if Tarantino had made it. This is interaction if Michael Bay had done it, like then you know what I mean. I thought that was kind of cool, and that would be cool for a like an anthology kind of thing. Like I said, you just don't oversaturate it. But so if you're gonna do longer episodes, shorter season. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna throw a hat in there for, and hopefully Conrad knows who this is. I want Adam Green. No one said Adam Green. I want Adam Green to direct whatever it is, movie, TV series. If you guys don't know who Adam Green is, Adam Green directed Hatchet. He created Victor Crowley, and he actually has a storyline with Victor Crowley that makes sense for Jason. And I hope that they use elements of Hatchet inside the new Jason TV series. So I think Adam Green will be a great director.
Are you looking him up, Anthony?
Yeah, I am. So let's see here. Here, I'll see if I can do this correctly.
He's a student of the game, man.
So we're looking. Oh, he did the Hatchet. Oh, Victor Crowley. This movie actually wasn't that bad. I actually remember watching. I actually enjoyed all those Hatchet movies.
Yeah, they're good movies, and he has a really cool podcast. I don't know if it still goes on, but it's called it's like something about like horror movies and sleepovers. But he's had all the icons come over and sleep over, and they talk about iconic movies. So I mean, he probably won't get it, but I want to throw his hat in there because he's a great director.
Hey, real quick,
he directed the original too.
Yeah, he's directed and co-wrote it as well.
Cool.
And he brought Kane Hodder back, so I know he would. And he actually had Danielle Harris in Victor Crowley, I believe. She was in that movie. So,
dude, Frozen. This was a different one.
Oh, Frozen was great.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Anthony, while you're there, type in a movie called 75, but put like the number 7. You know,
like the 7, like that.
Yeah, no. Started with the 7.
Started with the 7.
Yeah.
And talk about 5.
Basically, Brittany's in the building. What's going on, Britt? How the hell are you?
70.
EBENTY. No, just like spell out the word like the rest afterwards.
Like this?
Am I confusing you? Like, so, like, okay, just go back to what you did, right? Take the S off, put the 7.
Oh, take the 7 and then
and
like
then
this?
spell it, yeah. And then 5, spell 5 with like
Like
that.
that?
Yes. Okay. So I think you guys should definitely
Dead
watch
Tone's
this
a
if you
good
haven't seen
movie.
it before.
Is Dead Tone the
Um,
one with the urban legend lookalike?
I think you could say that. And it's
American
where,
slasher film. Yeah. I think I remember this one.
they were on like the phone, and you had to like
Yeah,
basically you
they
were
were
like
making the
pranking
prank
somebody on the
calls.
yes. Okay, so you have seen it.
Good film.
Have,
It reminded me of Urban Legend big time. Yeah.
have you seen it, Hamilton?
Oh, what is this? Dead Zone? I have not. No, I have not seen this.
Okay, so my aunt put me on, but like he said, it's got that urban legend kind of feel, and it has its like it's comedy, horror.
Speaking of urban
thing,
legend,
and
what
like
happened to the reboot? Was it
What
getting
the
a reboot?
happened to the fucking 4K release, 25th anniversary? I still know what you did last summer. I love the fucking movie. But how
Yeah.
the fuck did Urban Legend not get one? I was telling Conrad, I'm like, dude, they just came out with the Scream trilogy 4K set, which is fucking awesome because we all know
Banger.
that trilogy is the best.
Banger.
And then they come out
Banger.
with I still know what you did last summer, which is a fucking banger. And then they
Banger.
leave out Urban Legend. Dude, I just saw like Rebecca Gayheart like posting pictures for the 25th anniversary and shit. And I'm like, dude, this is such a letdown, man. Like, dude, I've seen some dumb ass movies come to 4K, man. Like, dude, I was so fucking pissed, man.
They were supposed to get a reboot too. They were supposed to get a reboot. And
what's up, Brittany? What's going on?
Nothing's happened with the reboot. You know what I'm saying? And then I don't know. I have no idea. What's going on, Britt?
Dude, the reboot would be sick. Dude, the reboot would be sick. It would be, dude, talk about like a movie storyline that would be like so easy. Not like easy, but it would be like, I mean, dude, that I don't know.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially what's going on now, day and age, right? With all the shit since the last Urban Legend movie was over fucking 15 years ago. Imagine all the urban legends we have now, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so Brittany says, do you all know Jared Leto denied being an urban legend? Like, I just heard that he like didn't ever want to like acknowledge the movie pretty much. I mean, he's like, his ego is probably fucking to the moon by now, but I mean, he's been in some really good movies, but like, dude, as the lead character, he did a good job, but I'm just saying like, man, I don't know.
That's a lot of actors. That's a lot of actors.
True.
Real quick, I have to say too, the previous comment, Brittany, that's fucked up. What did I do? I like that. I'm hurt. Like, I'm truly hurt. Like, what did I do? Like so I wanted to ask, what are you guys? I see the you got the TV above you, Helmington, and I'm like,
I don't even know what's playing.
Dude, honestly, I've been saying, like, honestly, I was gonna tell you earlier.
You've been looking at it too, Anthony?
These clips have been fucking dope, dude. They've had like demons, like Argento's demons, like it. Look, there's the craft and shit. Like, dude, that's cool, dude.
So, like, okay, so other than me, like, worrying that it's gonna fall down and like kill you, I'd seen a clip of when Sean William Scott got his shit shredded in Final Destination, and I wanted to ask you guys. So,
great movie.
Great movie. I agree. Is there a 6? Like, is that happening? And B, what is your rankings? I need to know this information.
All right, dude, I just rewatched these.
I'll give you the information on the reboot. So it's going to be it's in the works. My main man Jonathan, I follow him on Instagram. He keeps me up to date with everything. But all I know is that it's in the works and it's in early development. There's been no story of where it's going to go. And as far as ranking, I'm gonna let Child of Corn take off.
Okay, so what's the premise on the second one?
The second one is the one that excuse me, it's the one that had remember they had the pile up on the highway with the log truck.
Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, so that one actually is pretty good. And then that girl driving that car goes back to the main girl in the first one, or like one of the leading. Yeah.
Yes, she goes back and finds Clear. They had Clear like in the padded room. And shit. Yeah.
So I would actually say a lot of people like 2 a lot. I think a lot of people like 5. 4 is terrible. I'm sorry, 4 was not very good. 3 actually grew on me a little bit.
3 was good.
Dude, 1's the best. I'm sorry. 1 is David Sawa killed that movie. Like, dude, it was a good cast. number one is definitely the first one.
Let me Child of Corn. I got to strongly disagree with you.
Oh Jesus, here we go. No, it's all good.
No, look, I went back and watched the first one recently and the second one, and no doubt is the second one a better film. Now, Devin Sawa is a great actor, and he fucking killed it in the Final Destination 1. But it's like Final Destination 2. They learned from their mistakes, right? When it comes to pacing and what the crowd wanted. What the crowd wanted was fucking kills, right? And so for me, it goes 2, 1, 5, and then 3. And then 4 is trash.
Yeah, 4 is fucking bad. That's the one with the race car shit at the beginning or whatever.
Yeah.
CGI
that's
terrible.
Yeah, that shit is terrible. Like, let me. What was your number one again, Elvington?
My number one was number 2. Number 1, number 2.
Second one.
Number 2 is Final Destination 1. Number 3 is Final Destination 5. Number 4 is Final Destination 3. The reason why I put Final Destination 5 above 3 is because that twist ending where they bring it back around. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh my shit! God!
Like, okay, so what I was gonna say, actually, like, I took them out because I obviously watched it or whatever. But the way they had it in here when I originally bought it was it went 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. The way they had the discs laid in here, and as them saying like, "Yo, this is the way you should watch it." Because I remember when I first watched 5, and it got to that part where, the first thing that kind of struck me, I was like, "How the fuck does everybody have flip phones?" And then, and then it got to the part where they're on the flight at the end. And I was looking, Sam was holding this ticket, and it said whatever the date was, and it had the year 2000, and I was like, how the fuck, and then that's when you saw the thing that said, flight 180, and I was like, no way, like, did they really go back around and do, I like when they do that when they have like the circular thing, and then the way that what was it? I want to say his name was Nathan. The way he got killed at the end, because remember he killed the guy Roy. And they're like, oh, well, he switched lives with Roy or whatever. And then remember the guy was telling him at the end, he was like, he had a tumor the size of a baseball. They said he would have been dead any day now. And remember, he was like, any day. And then boom, the landing gear comes crashing through the seat. Like, I thought that was so cool. I would go 2, 5, 3, 1, and then.
So why is 1 so low on your list? I gotta hear it.
Wait, what was the question?
Why is 1 so low on your list?
Why the fuck am I? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm having.
Is it me?
Issues. What?
Oh,
no. It's just like it's doing like that cutting in and out kind of.
Oh, my bad. I said so. Why is Final Destination 1 so low on your list?
I don't particularly care for the second half. I feel like after Sean William Scott's decapitation, the movie it goes into a different direction. I'm just not a fan of the.
Donnie didn't like how David
the electrical wires,
with the wires at the end.
That was unrealistic.
No, honestly, I agree, Donnie.
That's what threw it off for me.
Yeah, that part is kind of cheesy a little bit. Yeah. I mean, Conrad's
3 grew on me.
Yeah, 3 does grow on you. Honestly, I didn't like that one at first, and I was like, actually, it's not that bad, really.
It's not bad. Donnie, you might have to leave the stream and come back. That's what I had to do whenever you guys were lagging and I was lagging.
Okay, well, it just does that sometimes. I think it's because the corner of the room I'm in is a little bit further from the router, so sometimes it does do that a little laggy.
Yeah, you sound good, man. Conrad said he has to agree with you guys. He likes the second one a lot better than the first. I mean, that's dope. But the second one's good. I just think some of the I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a better film. It's a better film.
Some of the kills are just kind of like
I mean, it's a Final Destination franchise.
Yeah, true.
I really like the second one because I like the character Eugene. Like, I really like how at first he was like when they're all in the police station and he was very much like, one by one, death came for them all. And then he was like, please. And then like by the time we get to the middle of the movie, remember he had the gun and he was like, I go out on my own terms, motherfucker. And he tried to shoot himself and like
I
the gun
remember.
wouldn't go out, remember?
Wouldn't go off.
And they were like, do you not keep it loaded? And then he opened the chamber and he was like, so there was one, like the bullets were bad. He was like 6 in a row, never.
Never.
And then that's when they came back in the room. Remember the mother Norma had gotten decapitated in the elevator.
Yeah.
And that's when Clear and the other chick came in. And remember, she was like, it wasn't his time to die. And they had all the blood all over them. Like I just thought that was so cool. And I saw a meme like not too long ago where it was like there was a log truck on the highway and like all the other cars were in like the left lane. And the caption was like, isn't it funny how movies like influence like our like daily actions, because everybody was in the left lane. Like, ain't no way I'm getting behind that shit.
That's facts. That's big facts.
I think why did they hide? Why did death hide its tracks? With Todd's death.
I
don't understand.
I had to look up to see which one Todd was. He was the. Oh no, it was the. That one was crazy. Yeah, talk about a scene, dude. His
Is
friend.
That when the sign fucking kills the guy?
No, it was. I think it was his buddy that gets choked in the shower. That part was intense, dude. Dude.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of like the water, like it wasn't clear, it was blue, and it was like sliding across the floor or whatever. That shit looks ridiculous.
Oh yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that was weird. But I mean, as far as reboot goes, man, I mean, Final Destination, you're on your last leg, and with what I thought Final Destination 5 was the perfect way to send it off. I really did. I mean, it left it that. So when I heard that they were bringing back Final Destination 6, I'm like, where are you gonna go with this? Like,
it might just start all the way over. Is the only thing that I thought of. Do you think Tony Todd will be in there again?
The way Hollywood's acting nowadays, I don't fucking know, because it seems like they don't want to spend any extra money on any other
real shit
returning character.
Like
I talked to Kane Hodder about I seen him back in February, and in January the news broke that the Camp Crystal Lake TV series was in production. So I asked Kane, I was like, hey, have you been offered anything? Have you are you ready for the project? He was like, dude, no one's even told me about any Camp Crystal Lake. I had no idea this was even a thing, right? So that's just what Hollywood's doing. They don't care if you built this franchise. They'd rather go with a fresh face.
Y'all saw how they did Tony in the Candyman Regal. Like, there you go. But what's strange to me is how like they didn't really
appreciate you joining us, Aaron. Take it easy, dude.
All right, Aaron. Love you, bro. I'll let you tomorrow.
I have no desire to get on roller coasters. No doubt. That log truck scene is that interstate scene is pretty dope.
So what was I gonna say? Oh, they had like,
what's up, Horror Gaming? Appreciate you joining us, man.
What's up, brother? They didn't even go in like to explain. Maybe the technology just wasn't like where it is now. I love how they didn't like de-age. I've heard like all these different theories about like Tony Todd's character might actually be like the Grim Reaper and stuff, but I like how they didn't de-age him in 5, but 5 is supposed to be before 1. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like you get like he's definitely older as the coroner in 5, obviously, as he was in 1, and they didn't really like explain that. And then he, as you guys know, of course, he didn't tie his name to the Final Destination, thank God. But he was the voice of the devil on the roller coaster.
Yeah.
When the roller coaster was like
talking. I talked to Tony Todd. What was that? I fucking talked to him. Was it the same fucking convention? I don't fucking know. It might have been last year. But I talked to Tony, and I go to these. You know me, Don. Y'all go to these fucking conventions, man. I'll be asking these motherfuckers questions. I can't just get a picture, man. I gotta ask them some questions. So I asked Tony, I was like,
when you put those bees in your mouth, like
no. So actually Jazzy asked him this question because she had read an article that said that Tony Todd said that he retired, right? So she asked Tony, she said, are you retired? And he said, no, I'm not retired. They misquoted me. He said, I remember doing that interview. He said that I'm being more picky on the roles that I choose. He said, I'm only doing passion projects now. I'm not, and this might have been after the Candyman thing, right? Because I agree. They didn't use him as much as they should have in that fucking shit. That was complete and utter bullshit. So I think I think that's what most of these actors are at. Like, you're going to have to pay me, and I got to agree with the skip. Now, I have a question for both you guys, okay? Woo! This is a big question. Appreciate that, Horror Gaming. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no doubt, dude.
Appreciate that. Here's my question.
Real quick, I was gonna say, then they had the nerve on the Candyman Blu-ray, the 2021. They had the nerve to have him come like sit down and do like this 10, 15-minute interview for the fact that he was in the movie 10 seconds though. Like,
disrespect. So I have a question for you guys. The news has been circulating that A Nightmare on Elm Street is coming back. It's coming back. Now, who's going to get the rights? We don't know. We do know that they have to go through the Wes Craven estate and whoever owns the rights to A Nightmare on Elm Street. I guess that would be what is that? Dimensions or New Line Cinema or whoever the fuck that is.
Yeah, New Line probably.
New Line. What do you guys? How do you guys feel about that? I mean, we're in the day and age of reboots and sequels and requels and all that. What are your guys' thoughts?
So to like real quick to kind of like echo the sentiments of that, what I was thinking was like I really enjoyed the is it 2009? 10?
It's around there. It's 10, yeah.
Well, no. I was gonna say the Friday.
9.
That's
9.
9. Yeah.
Okay. What I was gonna say was like I really enjoyed that, but then it also dawns on you the fact that you don't see Jason's face, so you don't really take that into account. Like, so then not having a familiar face playing this iconic character,
right?
Not saying you could get somebody relatively unknown, they could come through, smash that shit. You know what I mean? Like Ice Cube did in Priority Records, but that could totally happen. But I think the familiarity of a recognizable face might be their only like issue with them. Because I'm all for it. I'd love to see it, but
you're staying with Robert Englund and Freddy Krueger kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just because of the fact that he's obviously so instantly recognizable and all that. I think people might have a problem with seeing a new face attached to something so iconic. And like I said, with Jason, it was different. Like, sure, we saw Jason. He was quicker. He was like more agile. Like, you know, he definitely played games when he was at camp because his archery game was like top 10. But
shout out Michael Bay, man. Michael Bay actually executive produced that film. Shout out him, man.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude that did Jesus Christ, Mach the dude that did the TCM remake also did the Friday the 13th remake. He was like a video, he was like a music video director, and then he did those movies.
Really?
Yeah. It's like Michael Nisbing or some shit, or I can't even think.
As you're looking at it, to continue with what I was saying, it's just the fact that, you know, like I said, you see the hockey mask and you don't really think about who's underneath it. It's that's Jason. Whereas I think so many people have gotten so used to seeing Robert Englund, and it hasn't been touched for so long because of the reception, you know, of when they tried to go a different direction. I think that's kind of like the only issue that you might have.
Right. I mean, hold on, I'm trying to fix my camera.
I did not mind 2010, honestly. I again, the CGI and him being a child diddler, they go a little more in depth with that, or like whatever. I mean, which at the end of the day, I mean, that's who Freddy is.
Diddler.
I mean, dude, Robert Englund, I mean, we're talking just, I mean, he's about as iconic as it gets, man. Like, Holy Trinity, I mean, Mount Rushmore, probably forever, dude. Like, I don't know.
Greatest of all time.
Yeah, I mean, but somebody's gonna be able to smash it. Somebody's gonna. I heard people talking like Mike Flanagan. You know, I haven't seen a bunch of Mike Flanagan. You know, I've seen like Hush. I didn't watch. You know, I think Donnie, don't you like the Shining sequel? Shit, I can't even think. Dr. Sleep. I'm pretty sure
Dr. Sleep was good. It was good.
Yeah,
that was Aaron. I think liked it more than that.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure some creative team. I mean, dude, A24, just how indie and just out there they are, dude. I feel like they could smash a lot of these labels, dude. Like they could get, I don't know.
I'm good with anybody but Blumhouse. Okay.
Yeah, to me, Blumhouse is like kind of becoming. I've heard Mike and Jay talk about it, like a little bit like they're putting out these Marvel movies, like yeah, you know, a little bit. I'm not saying I didn't like the trilogy. I did, I really did, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, who's like, dude, Lionsgate's catalog? Holy shit, dude! I didn't realize how big Lionsgate's catalog was, man. Like it was huge, dude. Like, and I was almost trying to compare them to Blumhouse, and I'm like, dude, Blumhouse, you know, Blumhouse, they're still kind of new. I mean, I know they've been around for like maybe the last shorter than a decade.
A decade, yeah.
They've had some great films, but like,
oh yeah,
to me, they're kind of coming out all the same a little bit.
It's almost burnt out. It's almost like you're getting burned out.
That's what happens when you like are like rapidly mass producing.
But I don't blame them. You know what I mean? I mean, it is, yeah.
But I'm saying but that's the problem though, Anthony. Like you're doing so much like constantly. You at some point, you know, just to, like as an analogy from exhaustion, you start to color outside the lines a little bit, and then some of this stuff starts to like bleed together. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe that's why they need to hold out. Like my buddy Jay was saying, like they do the Welcome to Derry series, they do the Crystal Lake series, then they wait to see how everything pans out, like the reception and everything of the fans. And if they like it, then maybe they do that with the Halloween route. If they don't, well, then they go the movie route. You know what I mean?
I mean, the only problem with that, and I love we watched the movie. They're the reason why I started this YouTube shit. Shout out Mike and Jay. If I don't think that's possible because of how hot the IP
Conrad, appreciate you joining us, dude. Sorry, my bad.
You, bro. No, you're good. How hot the IP is. The IP of Halloween is too hot to wait out on. So
yeah, no, that's totally true. Yeah.
So I mean, and here's the thing. This is what I told when the news broke out. I said this. I said this is because of Halloween Ends, right? Even though it did box office number, did $500 million plus worldwide.
Somebody should buy the rights because people are pissed off.
People were pissed. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about the cards. If you know anything about the cards, I don't know about the son Malik, but I know Mustafa, right? He was a stickler on Michael Myers, right? And the one thing that he said you never fucking do
is kill him.
Kill him. So I'm thinking, okay, Malik Akkad has come in. He let David Gordon Green do what he did. He's not happy about Michael, so he said, okay, the people didn't know this, but he was already shopping actively for the past since Halloween Ends came out. It's like
I'm pretty sure I heard that same thing. Yeah.
So with that being said, and we're forgetting about HBO, we're forgetting about Netflix, Paramount. We're only talking about Miramax, A24. This is
this is what I'm saying. Like say Miramax or somebody gets it and then they want to do a TV series, they could shop it to HBO Max or Netflix.
Oh, for sure.
HBO Max more my style. Netflix, at least a lot of people, I think, like Mike and Jay were saying, they'll watch it if it goes on Netflix, which is dope. Yeah. Dude, have you seen that new movie on Netflix? I don't watch it a lot, but I saw a lot of people talking about it. The Killer Book Club.
I haven't seen it. No,
dude, it's a must watch. Talk about it. It's one of those foreign films or foreign.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, that it's dubbed over, but it's not that bad. Like there was the TV show Money Heist. Oh, really good. I think I've seen that show. Anyways, I'm not big into Netflix, but I was like, I'm gonna sit down and watch this, and dude, it was good. Like, dude, it had so many elements from like so many classic slasher films, dude.
Have you guys seen? I think because I'd asked, I think Aaron and Shape this. Is just speaking of Netflix. Have you seen their Truth or Dare movie? Well, I don't know if it was made specifically for Netflix because I had seen it on like Sci-Fi, so maybe it was made for Sci-Fi. Then it just got put on.
Does it have Tyler Posey in it?
I don't know.
What's the concept about a game of playing Truth or Dare, and if you don't do the dare, then something takes over your body and it makes you like kill yourself or some shit.
So that I think.
Damn, this looks creepy.
I think the one you're talking about is the one with Lucy Hale.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Not that one. No, okay, not that one. Because the other one, I mean, it was like It definitely was similar, but I think it was more serious in tone, which is why it kind of like went across a little bit better.
You know what? I'm gonna say
It wasn't
this.
obviously.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm not afraid to say this, okay? And I know I don't even give a fuck, okay? I am sick and tired of movies, and I'm gonna say this right now. I don't give a.
Dun dun dun.
I'm sick and tired of movies like Talk to Me, Smile, fucking Truth or Dare, fucking. I'm sick and tired. It's the same reprocessed shit over and over. Now, don't get me wrong. Talk to Me. It had a good premise. The whole premise of the kids being addicted to the high of the hand. I get it, right? But when people are coming on their platform and saying, "Yo, this is," and I've had even people in my community come up and tell me, "Yo, Talk to Me is horror movie of the year," and I watched it. I'm like, "You gotta be fucking shitting me! You gotta be fucking shitting me right now!" That's like and people same thing with Smile. People come up to me telling me, "Hey, yo, Smile horror movie of the year." Megan, oh my god, Megan is the horror, and I'm like, dude, this is what's wrong with fucking horror.
Okay, well, this is the question though, dude. So Horror Game's asking, what movie are you? Okay, so we'll say it like this. He's like, what movie are you ready for this year? We're gonna say which one has been the best this year so far.
Been the best this year.
That's a good question. Actually, I'm gonna answer both.
Okay.
One I'm looking forward to is Thanksgiving, no question. I want to see a slasher like that. Give me that shit. Like I want. That's the one I'm looking for.
It looks interesting.
Yeah,
you shouldn't have interrupted his rant. I wanted to hear the rest of that.
No, that was it. That was basically. Yeah,
well, dude, I thought you. Okay, so like, yeah, I get it. Like you enjoyed Talk to Me just like myself. Like
yeah,
I wasn't super scared in the film or anything, but I was very much like, oh, dude, this is something like very original. Like this idea to me, it was kind of like The Sixth Sense, you know what I mean? Something like that, but almost like Nightmare on Elm.
Yeah, it was like an original idea, but it's like, okay, let's be honest. Have you seen the Truth or Dare movie that came out a couple years ago?
Brittany was saying the one with Tyler from Teen Wolf.
Yeah,
I have not seen either of these. I've definitely seen them on some streaming platforms, but I haven't sat down.
Which one are you talking about, Hamilton?
I'm talking about the one with Lucy Hale. Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now. It looks pretty good.
So that's why this is why when you watch a movie like
look up the other one, Anthony.
Truth or Dare, and what's the other one that's just like Truth or Dare? Smile. I mean, it's all the same concept of you have this game that you're playing, and at some point the game goes sideways with a possession, right? And it's like game. And it's like, to me, it's like it's regurgitated stuff. And then when I'm like, and let's be honest, I don't even want to get it because this isn't a Talk to Me review, but it's like when you're watching, you guys have seen the movie. It didn't make sense. Like it made sense once people started explaining to me, like, oh, the kids were addicted to, the hand because it was like a high. But my thing is, if I'm a teenager and I see that this hand is fucking me up, why would I want to go back to the hand?
Dude, it's a crutch, man. It's a crutch just like everybody does with drugs.
It's like a drug, yeah.
But so I think I'm hitting this thing. It's just nicotine, but
But no, I understand. So it's like I get the concept, but like for people coming out, and I'm like Child of Corn, I'm like you. I enjoyed the film. It was a good film. But for people to go out there and say, "Oh my God, guys, this is horror movie of the year," and then guess what happens? We get a sequel to a movie that didn't necessarily need a sequel.
Yeah, honestly, I now that you're bringing that up, that is kind of crazy. Like it would almost like have been more of a staple film. We'll see what the second one's going to be, all about and stuff. But yeah, if they just laid it alone with a standalone film, it might have, helped.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to hold up, but like it might have just been like, holy shit, like this bombshell of a standalone film. Everything's I don't know. Hopefully A24 doesn't get too commercial and starts, you know what I mean, becoming the new Blumhouse or something. But they're pretty. To me, I feel like their style is a little bit better and less commercialized, if that makes any sense.
Well, that's how Blumhouse started, right?
Yeah,
that's how Blumhouse started. They started the indie route, and then once they got, and this is what I love about David Gordon Green. He's been in Hollywood for past 20, 30 years. He works with what is his name? Kenny Powers. What's that actor's name that plays Kenny Powers? Shit. Danny McBride. Him and Danny McBride, Will Ferrell, like David Gordon Green is real tight with those guys. So he's in Hollywood. To answer Horror Gaming's question, what movie am I excited for? What's the best movie so far? What I'm excited for, man, I'm gonna go for Saw 10 because
I was gonna say. I mean, there's not really much up
there's
until
not
the
much
end of the
left.
year. Yeah.
Saw 10 because of them going back to their roots and having Tobin Bell come back.
Tobin Bell, no doubt.
And I understand he was in Jigsaw, but the thing, and I love how we were talking about how they try to de-age Tony Todd in Final Destination.
Dude, he actually looked good in Jigsaw. Yeah, it was crazy.
Here's the thing, all they did to de-age him was put a hat on him and they put it backwards.
Oh wow.
He literally put a hat on backwards and that age that like went a flashback. But I'll go Saw 10, and this is a movie, my most favorite movie of the year. This is a movie that I feel like does not get talked about. It got talked about for a second, but then people actually, from what I've seen, people hated on the movie.
Scream 6.
No, we're not going to go that commercial. Cobwebs. Cobwebs is nice. My favorite horror movie of the year. I like when horror movies, they step out of their comfort zone and try something different, right? This is why I'm such a critic on movies that just do the same shit over and over again. Like if it's a franchise, that's one thing. But if you're a standalone film and you did something that I just seen 2 years ago and you're just trying to get some money, I mean, what's the point? So with Cobwebs, it was an original idea with a really wicked fucking, you think the movie's going in one direction, and at the end, it fucking just smacks you in the face. You're like, what the fuck? And
I totally agree. It very much resembled like Malignant, James Wan's Malignant. Yeah, yes. I liked it a lot. It was definitely something very good because you were thinking the whole time like, well, I don't want to ruin it because
that's one movie you cannot ruin. You cannot ruin that.
It's so good. I literally just told my coworkers, I'm like, yo, just because they always ask me about horror movies that just came out, and I'm like, watch Cobweb. I'm like, I think it just came out, to rent. Like, just go watch it. It's good shit.
I tell my friends, I tell them Cobwebs, and the only movies I've recommended in the past 2-3 years has been Cobwebs and Barbarian. Those two films. Oh my god!
See, as much as you like Barbarian, which is totally good, it's totally valid. Justin Long's good. I think to me, 2/3 of the movie was really good, and then when it kind of was like this creature down below, I was like, okay, this is kind of going off the rails just a tad bit. But the creep value at the beginning of that movie was so fucking good, dude. Like it was really good.
I'll give you that, dude. The pacing was off on it, and
it was a little different. Like I mean. But dude, I'm not gonna hate it because it's very original. Like, who would have? I mean, dude, yeah.
Oh, that's what I like when people take chances. Take a chance every now and then. What you got, Donnie? What's your favorite horror movie of the year, and what are you most anticipated for?
So anticipating. I mean, I definitely want to see where the seesaw.
I see what you did there. Seesaw.
I definitely want to see like where that goes, like how that unfurls. But for me, as far as what I liked the most this year, to tell you, like I need you guys to kind of like remind me of some other stuff that came out, like ever since the hospital situation.
Dude, honestly, man, I'm not gonna lie, dude, not very much. Like, if I had to pick mine, dude, it might be fucking Evil Dead Rise. Honestly, I to me that one, I don't know. That was
so. Oh no, I gotta hate on that one. I
knew you weren't gonna like it. I don't know. To me, I thought that movie was. Okay, my bad, Don. Yep, what's up?
No. I was just gonna say when I had the TTP shit and I was in the ICU and all that stuff, like what it has like had like this like lasting effect of like fucking with like my short term memory for some things. I just can't remember. Like still now, and it's been months, since that happened, and so I was like just kind of blanking on some of the stuff that came out. I can tell you, it's not Megan.
Thank God.
I enjoyed Scream for the simple fact that it was the first one I got to see in the theater. B, I got to go see it with my friend Aaron, and then upon like rewatching it, I mean the stuff is packed up now, but I had like one of those yellow legal pads just full of notes, and like I'm drawing arrows and shit.
I remember you saying that,
Dr. Loomis's wall in I think it's Earth. Like
H2O. Yeah.
H2O. That's what my fucking notes look like. Like,
okay, I'm gonna hate on y'all. First, I gotta hate on both of you guys because both of you guys
too commercial. You're picking too commercial.
no.
Okay, is it because we're black?
Whoa, bro! Look at that. I got melanin, bro. It's just really light. All right. So check this out. First, we'll get on Child of Corn. Evil Dead Rise was absolutely terrible. It was a terrible fucking film. Now, the actor, the lady, she was decent enough, but
she smashed the role, man.
Yeah. But as far as the kids and the whole story of it, it was the most, in my opinion, it's the most overhyped film of the year. I'm being dead honest.
Dun.
I'm just being honest because you got to understand that 2014 Evil Dead was. Have you Child of Corn? Have you watched it yet?
Who are we talking about? Me?
You. Have you watched?
It's my favorite.
He said Child of the Corn. Who the fuck?
Okay. My bad.
It's my favorite of the. Dude, it might be my favorite remake of all time.
Okay, so you know the expectations, what we were expecting, right?
I thought it had a lot of good references to other horror films, including 2013, dude.
This is the problem. This is the problem with horror. I'm gonna call you out, Child of the Corn. We cannot live off the Easter eggs and the nods, like.
But that's all everything is anymore. It's all nostalgia. It's all like,
now I'm getting on. That leads me to King Donnie and basically Brittany. Scream 6 was absolute trash. It was trash.
Was it the worst of the franchise?
Damn near.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm explaining.
To me, all the movies are bangers, but it is in the back a little bit. Yeah.
It was better than 5. I'll give you, it was better than 5. But here's why I'm going to tell you it was trash. And I'm not even going to bring Nev Campbell.
How you going to ask me my opinion and then tell me my opinion trash? What kind of shit? What you on, bro?
I didn't ask you opinion. This is horror game. Horror game.
Oh, man.
What you want?
How are you going to ask me?
Check this out. All right. I'm going to leave Nev Campbell out of it, right? This is the hell zone. We make it hot, right? We make it hot. We're going to burn the child. We're going to burn the field of corn up tonight, okay? All right. So I'm going to leave Nev Campbell out of it. That's mistake number 1 of Scream 6, but that's
at least they didn't bring her into it, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay. They didn't bring her into that.
What makes Scream 6 a bad film is, for one, the killers. Okay.
Amen.
They are the weakest killers in the franchise. The motive.
I don't know. I know you guys like Jill, but
no. Hold on. Look, I'm a Scream 4 fan, but look, if we're going to compare Jill to them, we're not even going to do that.
The reveal was way better with Jill. Definitely.
Yes, the reveal was way better with Jill, and I will say that the reasoning behind the Bailey's killings was better than Jill's reasoning behind her killings.
I actually think both are pretty equal, to be honest. Yeah. Well, okay, maybe.
They're both whack, if you ask me.
Here's the thing.
like real shit. Like,
but with Ethan and his sister and the dad, it was just, for one, I've said this multiple times. I called Ethan out as soon as
it was the easiest one to call out.
Easiest out.
Yeah.
The dad was easy.
And Bailey too, with them fake ass crocodile tears when he was trying to cry.
This is what was crazy. When the reveal happened, it got really weird. Like the movie got goofy. Like after during the reveal, it was like, what is happening right now? Like this dude is being too.
It was a bad Scream too. It was a bad Scream too.
Exactly. It was a bad Scream too.
That's all.
Nothing against Melissa Barrera or Jenna Ortega. Smashed it. But
that's what showed. That's why Scream 6 showed that if you're going to have a Scream movie and want it to be decent enough, and this is why, look, I'm not hating on nobody that likes Scream 6. I'm just saying this is the problem with films. If you show it enough love, they're just going to keep doing it again.
Time out. You at the beginning of this diatribe, you said I gotta hate on y'all, and then you just said I'm not hating on people who like.
Look, I'm a content creator. I gotta play on the fence.
Get off the fence.
No, but see, you're totally right, dude. What I think they were trying to do with 6 too much was it was too much fan service, which we all love.
They were trying too hard to be different.
But also the same.
The same.
And the reference to 2. Yeah, dude, I'm really intrigued though with the new Christopher Landon. Like, dude, I don't know.
Dude, that gives me goosebumps, dude. Don't even get me started.
Yeah, like I mean,
my God.
so you don't think it's a good one? Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Fuck,
I
dude,
think
he was born to direct
hopefully
this
he
fucking
doesn't
movie.
go too campy, but like I know Conrad's not in here anymore, but he was referencing his buddy that wrote Urban Legend the other day with the 25th anniversary. I'm like, dude, if he could bring elements from that movie, like, dude, I can get into it. Jamie Blanks doing that for his first directorial film, Urban Legend, dude.
Imagine,
Dude,
and that's what. Since we're on the topic of Screaming, I know basically Brittany, she loves talking Screaming. I got a question for you guys on the topic of Christopher Landon. We know what he's brought to the table with Disturbia. What was the other film that he did that people were talking about?
He did Freaky, but then he also
Freaky.
did he do the Happy Death Days? Yeah.
Yeah, he did the Happy Death Days. He did that, and he did some other shit.
That second one was.
Yeah, the second one.
But
it's like, dude, the first was pretty good.
Second it was a horror version of Groundhog Day.
Yeah,
amen, dude.
Yeah. And so with Christopher Landon signing up, and with him, and what I'm really looking at is I'm looking at his film Disturbia, and I'm not looking at the story. I'm looking at the way he shoots a film. I'm not saying it's Wes Craven, but go watch it. It's if you look at the lighting, you look at the camera cuts, you look at all that. You look at the chase scenes.
Well, dude, actually, I don't think he directed Disturbia. I think he wrote it. I think he helped write it. I think he helped write it. I'm pretty sure.
So fuck your point.
No, back to my point. Disturbia was a great film. So with that writing in the film,
DJ Caruso, but he was a major writer though. But dude, Disturbia, dude, the reason my bad to go off on like. Again, the reason why I think Thanksgiving looks so good is because that lens on that film, and Conrad mentioned it earlier, it was supposed to be made in 2007, and then they held off, and now he's making it now. It has like that 2000 slasher lens that I love that shit, man.
I like that. Yeah,
I agree with that. Like, so, like, again, let me say this though. I definitely want to see the new Beetlejuice. I like the
dude, no doubt.
Like,
especially Michael Keaton, dude. Yeah, it should be.
I don't know. I got my thoughts on it. I'll talk about it.
I definitely want to. Like, he think it's just gonna be a modern day version of the same thing.
There is a possibility, though. There is a possibility.
No, you just hate. Wait. Let me say this. The thing was though, when I was saying like, okay, I enjoyed like Scream 6 the most, or just out of what I've seen so far, was not because I thought it was like a perfect movie. Like I told you, man, I was sitting there. You can ask Aaron, man. Like next time you guys talk to him, he was sitting right next to me, and I'm waiting, like especially the bodega, the shotgun.
Oh, dude, I was so hyped.
Like the cracked mask and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and then I was a little the core 4 shit. I can do it out of here, dude. I can do without it. But when it got to the end, and then I was like, come on, Aaron, it's about that time. There can't be more than 20 minutes left. You know what I mean? I was like, come on, man. And then Buddy just came on. Yeah, of course it's me, bro. I swear, I said.
Yeah.
Dude, that was kind of the look. It was like the part in Halloween Ends when Michael kills the cop and he starts like rejuvenating or whatever. I was in the theater like, what am I watching right now? This is
I'm pretty. It was dead quiet, and I'm pretty sure like when everybody turned around looking at me, it was because when he was like, yeah, of course it's me. I was like, nigga.
So King Donnie, so King Donnie, what you're saying is you enjoyed it for the experience because of it being the first Scream film.
The experience was dope,
and you were able to really invest in it. But by the end of the film, you felt like it's. Excuse me for being graphic, but it's like somebody didn't finish the job. You know what I'm saying? You got blue balled a little bit. Like this is what I came in for. Like it was good in the first half, Coach, but you didn't give me nothing in the second half.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, you
didn't. They made was killing Samara Weaving off in the beginning. They should have had her for the series, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, in 2, what I also don't. I think this was in my notes. Is like, I am not a killer. I am nothing like my father. And then she carved this man up, like my grandma does the Thanksgiving turkey, bro. Like, what is you talking? She stabbed my dude in his fucking armpit. You know how bad that shit would hurt?
Oh,
like, just went crazy. But I'm not a killer. Are you kidding me? You're becoming more and more deranged as the shit is going
she's
on.
easily going to be the killer in 7, man. There's no other way.
Okay, so here's my question, you guys. Now, 7. What is it? Where are we going? What's happening? Because
7, best thriller of all time.
Whoa!
No. I'm talking the movie 7.
Oh my god! Okay. I thought you said Scream 7. No, seriously. Okay, so Scream 7. What's the storyline? What do you guys want to see?
I'm gonna agree with Brittany here, where she's like, bring that energy from Disturbia, make sure Nev gets her coin. Not only her coin, but they need to write her in right, man. They either need to write it off right. I mean, if she wants to be in it, hell yeah, I'm totally down. But man, they need to write that storyline right. I swear to God, if it's some goofy ass shit and it'll be disappointing. I don't know.
I mean, I see 2 routes with the Nev Campbell.
Do you solely base the whole movie off her? I mean, you have
no. You got. Here's the thing with Christopher Landon coming on, and this is what I made a video about this. You got 2 sides here. You have the new generation and you have the our generation, right? All our generation wants is for Nev Campbell to come back to play Sidney Prescott for the final time, and we don't care if you kill her off. We don't care. She might care, but we don't care as fans.
Oh, hell no, dude. If Jamie Lee Curtis doesn't die, Nev ain't dying, dude.
But here's the thing. But I remember going over Halloween Ends, and we were doing the speculation videos, and it was more sided with Laurie Strode dying than it was Michael.
I didn't think so, because she was executive producer.
No, I'm saying more people wanted. I'm talking about with the one, not with expectations.
Yeah.
More people wanted Laurie Strode to die rather than Michael dying, and in the end, that's not what happened. So with this one, I'm with you, Child of the Corn. I want Sidney Prescott to die. She needs to die for the franchise to keep going, right? But
I don't want her to die.
Oh, I need her to die. She needs to die, because here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I'm
gonna chill. You going down a rabbit hole.
No. Because I know everyone knows I'm a huge supporter of Sidney Prescott and Nev Campbell, but I love the art of slasher. Okay, the art of slasher is you have a final girl and a boogeyman. Okay, you got 2 entities. One has to go down, right? And 9 times out of 10. In my opinion, if it's going to be written the right way, it has to be the final girl that dies. It has to be, because the boogeyman lives forever. This is just my opinion. I'm not saying everyone's rocking with this.
So because you just said this to me, basically, I'm going to say, fuck your opinion. Because I think that, like, why can't the boogeyman like die? I mean, if it's done correctly, you know what I'm saying?
Because I go into what, I love the directors and the writers, but Wes Craven and John Carpenter, I believe it was John Carpenter who said this, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, because I don't fucking know the exact quotes, but he said, there's certain evils out there in the world, right? You got the evil within, the conflicts that the human being goes through. You got the evils around us, the everyday evils, and then you got the evils beyond, right? That you don't know, you never experienced, but it's out there, right? It's out there. And for me, that's what these boogeymen are. That's what at least, Michael and Jason and the supernatural ones, right? They're the boogeymans that you've never faced before, and nothing can conquer them. That's just me, right?
But you complain about how everything is like regurgitated and it's the same. That would be the same shit over and over again. Like it is like.
Well, see, the thing with Ghostface though is that he's not supernatural. He'll always come back, because
I see what Donnie's saying. Donnie's saying that the regurgitation, and I understand
Scream has the same formula. Whether
I'm gonna put a pause on that though. I'm gonna put a pause on that though. It is if the boogeyman ends up surviving, right? It is the same thing, right? But I'm saying I'm not against the boogeyman dying either. I'm saying with the story of the final girl and the boogeyman, the final girl has to die. And then after that, let's put it in fucking Ghostface instance, right? I know he's not supernatural, right? Sidney Prescott has to die by Ghostface's hands, right? Whoever Ghostface is, it just has to happen. But then you can have Sam's character come in and fucking take out Ghostface, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm saying if you have a story that's years old, And time after time, the boogeyman, keeps coming back and over again. And so does the final girl. In my opinion, let's be realistic, the girl's going to end up dying, not the boogeyman. That's just my opinion. Now, in your opinion, you would like to see the final girl survive and the boogeyman die. That's just not realistic in my world. Why in the hell would and this goes more supernatural route, right? Why in the hell would Jamie Lee Curtis beat Michael Myers? That just doesn't make sense in a realistic world, right?
Because he's just a man, dude.
No, if you go back to John Carpenter, someone just sent me John Carpenter's original quote of what he was. Go back and look at John Carpenter's original quote of what he is. That is not what he says. He is a force of nature. That is his original quote.
Yeah, but that's just Halloween.
You didn't watch Halloween Ends, dude. He's just a man.
That's not his movie. That's David Corey. That's what Corey said. He's just a man. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, my bad. You were gonna say, Donnie?
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna pull this up, just see what Brittany said. I know Helvington's not gonna like this, I don't think. Or
let's see what we got.
Scream 7. Either Stu had a kid or Billy had another secret kid, and it's Battle for Killer Child title. I'm still here for Stu being alive somewhere, or what if one of the savers from the past flips? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be like Melissa Barrera flipping and being the killer. Against Nev, you ruined my life and like all this stuff would be like, I don't fucking know, or you know what I mean? Or
see, and
I'm down with Stu being alive. They just need to write it correctly. That's all I'm saying.
Let me make this. I mean, you could. It's
you can. Like you literally can't.
Amen to this though, Brittany. I think this has to be brought into the storyline. Their parents have to. Their mom or their dad has to be brought into it. It has to happen. Yep.
But like, well.
Still doesn't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was gonna say, like, as far as the whole, you're saying, it can't like happen where, not necessarily not with the Stu thing in particular, but I mean, I think we all would love to see that. But if you do I think it can be done right, because there's a lot of times where we as fans, we're coming up with better ideas, just shooting the shit than these guys who are getting paid to write this stuff. And but I'm saying with her coming in, I mean with Stu coming back, it's like if they do that, it's kind of like what Anthony says. Are you just getting to the point where you're oversaturating the fan service shit by just bringing him back?
Yeah,
you didn't bring him back for the right
taking
reason.
Away from Sydney's legacy. That's what I'm trying to do.
And then taking away from everybody else, Sam and everyone else in the film. Yeah.
Chad needs to fucking die, dude. I'm sorry. No, I'm just playing.
You didn't do it right, or you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't bring him in I feel like to bring Stu in, it's gonna have to be like fucking perfect. Like,
almost like Nicolas Cage when he came in and did his cameo. Like, bro, you missed the opportunity. Like Superman, when he had the Superman outfit, like, bro, you're about 20 years late. Okay, right. This is a terrible movie.
It's not like it's one of those things where it has to be like the right dynamic. Right. You can't just throw it in there. But as far like going back to the final girl and the boogeyman thing, what I meant was, especially in the context of just like maybe a one-off thing. I'm not necessarily saying like these huge franchises that have had a long ongoing story that the boogeyman should die. Maybe maybe in that instance, maybe you do one where finally, the final girl and the boogeyman, they die at the same time, or what there's some kind of fate that they have at the same time.
I love that. It was going to be ends, man.
I love that idea.
But I thought about as far as what you were saying about the boogeyman,
that'd be perfect,
right? And I'm saying like, what if it was done, like perfectly done, and you have Sydney and you have Sydney and Stu, and they kill each other, whatever, that'd right?
Perfect.
But I'm thinking of like a one-off thing. So maybe you don't end a 50-year-long thing of Halloween with Michael dying. Or what I meant was more, I want to see more of, like, how come the killer doesn't die? You know what I'm saying? Because they took in Candyman, he died.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like at the end of the original Candyman, in the bonfire I'm talking about. Like, so I mean, we already know that he was like a specter, or like an apparition. He was a ghost, he's a phantom. We know that. But like, he died again, because remember when like the
the bonfire thing was like collapsing after she crawled out with the baby, and like it collapsed on him and killed him, and then you saw all the bees fly out of the bonfire, you know. So like he was dead, you know, again. I'm saying, and which is interesting because the way they were gonna, I was listening to the commentary on the Blu-ray, and they were gonna go that direction where Helen was gonna be, I guess, you know, Candy Woman. She was gonna, whenever you said Candyman or whatever, it was gonna summon her instead of him. She was going to take the mantle as the killer in the second one, and then for whatever reason, Bernard Rose was like, "No, I don't want to do the second film," so they went a different direction with it. That's why it's set in like New Orleans and all that stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love Farewell to the Flesh is my favorite out of the three, but that's one where I'm thinking, like, to my previous point, both of them died. Like the final girl and the boogeyman died. Candyman died in the fire. Helen died from her injuries sustained by the fire, but she died as a hero. You know what I mean? Because she was able to save.
Great, yeah,
you know, little right. Anthony. You know, like she was able to save you.
So maybe. So then what you're saying is Stu dies, Nev dies, but Nev saves somebody. I could dig it.
You can do it that way, yeah. I mean, I didn't even think about like the addition of saving somebody. Maybe
we need to get Brittany on here though and talk about. We need to talk about Scream 7 some night though. Like I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the setting, like where, like what kind of setting. What do you guys think about?
So I did. So I've had a couple theories on the setting. Real quick before we move on from the Stu thing, I did the only theory that I've been able to come up with, because me and Brittany have sat in the studio for hours. We literally sat in the studio together for an hour making a video, and we were going through the steps on how could Stu come back. Like you got to explain where he's been and
how he survived that.
How he survived. And my theory, the only thing, the survival part, he just survived, right? But my theory of where he's been at is that either the government or the town or Woodsboro covered it up, and he actually survived the Scream 1996, and they covered up and made him look like he had died, and they had put him away into some type of asylum, and then he actually, you know, got a different name inside the asylum, and then for years and years and years, he was in the asylum under this new name, and then he eventually got broken out under this new name, and he's been living, you know, under a new name, not Stu Macher, but something else. So that kind of explains where he's been at. The government, Woodsboro, tried to cover it up, and then he's been living under a false identity. Because that's my thing is, where's he been at? Who hasn't seen him? What's the cover? Like, what's going on? Can you someone explain to me how Stu can be brought back?
Dude, he's a TV salesman at the other time.
All right, so we're going off of the video.
No, honestly, dude, you're 100% correct. I've heard people say like his parents, you know, they had
enough. Nigga said he was a TV salesman.
Yeah, he was a TV salesman at the town, you know, 20 miles away or whatever. No, like I heard, you know, Mike talked from, we watched the movie. He was saying like, yeah, parents paid off the whole thing. You know, he wasn't dead. They, you know, somehow maybe put in a cadaver or whatever, like a different body or something. And see, dude, I wanted Samara Weaving to be his younger sister, and that would have been dope as fuck, dude. Like if she would have been in the series, dude, or like just a friend, or you know what I mean? Like
it was a lot of missed opportunities.
Yeah,
you just want the eye candy.
No, I definitely do. I definitely do. But no, they could play that in to have somebody be like his younger sister. She's kind of been like he's been waiting in the shadows, or you know, I know it sounds like, you know, Michael, but you know, like really though, like what Helvington's saying, maybe he wasn't a asylum or my bad, and they somehow he gets out, or you know, like they forgive him or whatever, or I don't know. But then like, you know, Brittany was saying maybe he teams up with Tara and is it Sam? Yeah, Sam's mom. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. She teams up with maybe Stu, and then they, you know, have been like, you know, pulling the strings maybe the whole time. It's almost gonna be really hard to write him in, man.
It's too hard, and I don't want Christopher Land to be stuck with that. I feel like it's hard enough to mix in Sidney Prescott's story with Sam's story. to just add in Stu. You're asking, and this is the one.
So then you make it Nev's story. I'm sorry, you just do.
Just make it
and too, and as we have seen, because we were just talking about how like there's the omission of like the parents, and there's a lot of like missing stuff already. I understand why you say it would be hard to add Stu, because if you're fucking up doing something simple like adding in the parents or a little bit of backstory that way, how are you gonna take like this something that we know goes, it's more deeply rooted?
The killer.
Okay, what if on the next one? Okay, shit. You guys would be pissed off with the filler movie, right? Like,
I'm not mad. As long as we get an 8.
They did a filler movie where they find out the reveal is like Sam and Tara's mom, and they've been pulling strings. But at the end of the film, they show that Stu is also there, and then they maybe bring Nev into the next one. I think there's too much. They're trying to bring Nev into this next one. What if they didn't though?
That's my thing, man. This is why this is why I was never a fan of Radio Silence getting the rights to this. And for anyone who's saying Scream 6 was good, it wasn't good enough for the directors and the creators to do
too much fan service, man. It really was.
My thing is, how are you going to? Here's my thing. Imagine, guys. David Gordon Green says, "Yo, I got 2 films planned, bro. I got 3 bangers, and he only drops 2. He only drops 2, and it's not that he couldn't drop the 3rd one. He decided, you know what, I'm gonna walk away and work for this other company, Universal, who is
it's like what WB did to Tim Burton.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point? What's the point? Like,
did you guys like Kills better than Scream 6?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, honestly, I do like Scream franchise better, but I think Kills is just
it was a better sequel.
I think it's a better sequel.
It stayed true to what we needed.
Kills is too fillery.
But it is too fillery.
But see,
I think is too. What are you talking about? The whole movie is filler.
Well, there's no sequel to that where this is like the stepping stone to that.
Damn, I really got to think about this.
Kills
was Scream 6 is nothing but filler.
No, it wasn't. But Kills is the stepping stone. It falls. I'm not saying it doesn't fall flat in the 4th quarter, but Kills was the stepping stone.
Let me tell you,
it was the stepping stone just to get you to end. It like to me, it's the,
you can say that.
It's the fluffy shit inside.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. With Scream 6, you can literally take that whole film out of the franchise, and it does not fucking matter. It matters absolutely zero. You can't do that with 5. Absolutely, because you kind of need, Richie and that story with Amber and to bring back Sidney Prescott, to bring her back to the house, right? Even though how minute her story was in Scream 5, without the story of Richie and Amber, Sidney Prescott's story would not have continued. That's what I'm saying with Scream 6. It showed that without the story of Sidney Prescott, it's really just a filler. That movie was literally filler. Unless you want to go down the character development with Sam, which is that not the same shit we got in Scream 5 at the end? It is literally the same shit. Sam going psycho, it's the same shit.
Well, yeah, I think it's
a little bit. Yeah,
unfortunately, it's like a slow burn of getting to her being completely unhinged, which I think we already kind of we
had that.
Yeah. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying they've been giving that to us in like glimpses, doses. I think the next one would just be full off. Either she's going to go all the way crazy or not.
But what I'm saying is Scream 6, this is what I'm saying though, with Kills, right? With Kills, you got progression with the Michael story, right? The main character, Michael, you got progression with that. Now, with Halloween Ends,
what was the progression?
The progression was the town of Haddonfield versus Michael and the story of Michael.
How is that progressing his story?
It's progressing his story. What are you talking about?
Actually, I asked you how, not did it.
Okay.
Actually, if you look at it, they're both filler movies. If you think about,
they're both fucking filler movies.
If you think about it, they're both kind of fluffy movies. To me, I feel like the fan service was just a tad bit better in Kills. I liked the references just a little bit more. But
see, they lose me with like you're looking
the hospital
for all of that shit. But I'm saying it's like that's like them confusing me and Anthony. It's like there's no fucking way you could think that we're the same person.
It's him.
He's 7 feet tall, dude. I'm not even 6 foot. So like that's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'll call it out on both ends, right? If you haven't watched me before on my takes on Halloween Kills, I don't like Halloween Kills. I fucking hate Tommy Doyle. I'm saying it's a better film than Scream 6. I'm not biased.
Okay.
I'm not. I can literally
okay.
that that's totally on you. That's your opinion. I mean, that's what opinions are made
No,
for. Is
no,
to
I was,
agree and
I was,
disagree.
I was talking about you not being biased, but
Well, how am I biased?
because you hating. You said earlier that you was hating. You haven't let that go yet. It's been 30
hating
minutes.
on,
You still
hating on. What am I hating on? I hate Scream 6 and I hate Halloween Kills. Is that better?
Yes, that's hating.
Okay, so but I'll give you my opinion. That a hate's an opinion, right?
Hate's an emotion.
Oh, either way, okay. Move on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I actually like both films, but like to me, they are like a tad bit like they weren't.
I think so.
And I think people, and I don't want no one to get offended when I say something's trash. And I think, and whenever I ask your opinion, and I say,
opinion, dude, yeah, it's all. I mean,
I'm not saying your opinion's trash. I'm not saying the movie's trash. I'm just saying, in my opinion, that movie's trash.
Yeah,
in your opinion, it's at the same time something that you like.
People like Halloween Ends. I did not like it. I'm sorry. I
can pull some things out of Halloween Ends that were good. I can pull some things out of Halloween Kills. Yeah, I can pull some things out of Scream 6 that was good. But the thing is, right? You're not going to sell me on a whole package when the whole package is bullshit. Halloween Kills, the whole package, bullshit. Like you had me with the mob scene, you had me with the kills, but that I agree with Donnie. The hospital scene, bullshit. The fucking Tommy Doyle, bullshit.
Oh God.
Scream 6. You had me with the kills. The kills cool, but fucking Chad in the core 4, bullshit.
What was doing Lonnie when he ran up in there with the gun like he was finna do something? Like,
so it's like you can't. I agree. There are some good things about Scream 6. There are some good things about
the
Halloween
flashback
Kills.
scene. No one kills. Oh, really
good. It's great, you know. But it's like the full package. They're both fucking filler movies, and I didn't pay. This is an anime. I'm not paying for filler.
So here's one of the because there's a lot in there. But here's the thing. I think part of it, at least for me, as I think about it, is we knew there was a third movie to come already, like planned.
Definitely. Yep.
With Halloween.
Yeah, correct.
Whereas, like, I don't know that there was already news going around. There might have been Scream 7. And
it was gonna happen.
It was already
it's not saying that it wasn't happen, but I don't know. There was no like when Kills came out, it was already confirmed that, oh, there's going to be another one after Kills. So we had something else to kind of look forward to, regardless.
That's the same thing with Scream 5. Same thing that happened with Scream 5.
Okay. Can I finish my point?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just saying that's the same thing that happened with Scream 5.
It was like before we got to what ends ended up being, you still had like, oh, well, if I don't like this movie, then there's still something else to kind of come from it. Whereas I don't know that there was a bunch of that going around for like a Scream 7. And then it like completely froze, where it's like there isn't going to be a Scream 7. Then it was like, oh, now it's on. Christopher Landon is involved. It's gonna happen. Like,
okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, so that all I'm saying is like,
and I'm gonna answer your question. So for Halloween, you're correct. Halloween 2018, there was a whole trilogy already planned out. There was a whole trilogy already written out. When Scream 5 came out, the script for Scream 6 was already done. It was already done. They were working. They already had all the actors. The script was wrote. They had a part for Neve Campbell in the script, in the movie. True. She declined it. So this means that the script was already wrote. That this is like a week after Scream 5 hit theaters, right? This is all announced. She was written in. She declined the role. They wrote her out. Her role was so small in Scream 6 that you didn't even notice that she wasn't even in there. The whole movie was basically the same. So, yes, if you're trying to say, was there planning? Yes, Radio Silence had a whole they even was going to do this last film until the people that run Radio Silence got hired. Let me finish. They got hired by Universal Studios to make a monster movie. Then they said, okay, we're going here now, and we're going to give up the rights to Scream. That's where Christopher Landon came in and got hired to take on the helm.
Before he got involved, it was like frozen, like there isn't going to be one. But what I meant was, so Scream 5 came out, right? And then so 5 came out, and I don't remember there being like a hysteria around like, oh, hey, there's definitely going to be a Scream. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
I'm telling you there was.
I'm saying this is something that escaped me, like in my consumerism of
that's you. This the world knew
franchise.
about it.
Right. So right, okay. So I live under a rock like Patrick Starr, whatever. But the so what I'm saying is I don't know that with the Halloween thing, they already play. So you're looking forward to it. And I think with Scream, I don't know that they had said much about the 7 to the point where you like, oh, hey, we're anticipating another movie in case this one is fillery or pisses us off. Like what I mean is like there was always something on the back burner. There was a safety net. Like if you don't like this middle movie, we got another one kind of on the way in the works that you might like better than this.
So
and
with
saying,
Halloween,
I don't know that was a case with.
So
7.
with Halloween, it was more of a thing. I understand what you're saying now. With Halloween, it was more of a thing. With Scream, it was more presumed, right?
Like, yeah, because I can remember being on Craven Something Scary, and I remember they were streaming or whatever, and I was like, oh, like regardless of how Scream 6 goes, I knew they were going to make money off of it or whatever. And then like, I'm like, they're for sure going to do Scream 7. Like, how would you write Nevin and like all this stuff? And this was like after it was like known that she wasn't going to be in the new one.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we don't know. Like if there's even going to be a Scream 7. And I was like, oh, my presumption was, yeah, there probably will be. But like Donnie was saying, it wasn't for sure. But
what gets me is the script being done though. What got me was with the script being done and them taking her out of the script. That means,
that was a for sure thing. Like they had
that means it was already in the works, you know.
Because I can remember I watched Scream 5 like maybe a couple months like after it came out, and then they had already said like Scream 6 is good to go, like it's happening, like it's like I think it was like even like a month after.
It was like it was like it came out in January, it dropped in January, and then I remember in February I'm reading an article and they're asking Neve Campbell if she's going to come back for 6. And this was when the news first broke, where she was like, well, I don't know if I'm going to come back. If the money's not really right. Well, then she didn't come out and say that until probably about June. It was January.
It was probably like the summer,
it was January where she was like, the story has to be right for her to come back. So that's where that's when it comes to Neve Campbell thing, it was both. It was the story wasn't right because we all know watching Craven, watching Killjoy, we all know what the original script was for Scream 6. Her role was bullshit. They was going to basically Kirby's role was going to be her role minus the fucking cop shit, right?
Cop shit, yeah.
Yeah. So she's not down with that, and she wasn't down with the pay. So either way, I mean, you got two routes. You can go down the route with Sydney, or you can go down the route with Sam and Tara. But either way, I think you can combine both. Yeah. And I think all three of you guys, Brittany, Child of Corn, Donatello, y'all all said it. The key is it's not Stu, it's the mom. It's the fucking mom. Because not only once did Sydney fuck her life up, but now she's fucked her life up twice with her daughter.
And that could be the bridge to get you somewhere else. Like
exactly.
Yeah.
To get you if you want to get to, and that's the thing. I think
to get you to Stu,
I think Child of Corn, and this is where we go back to these filler episodes, right? This is what I hate about movies. Don't give me filler, just give me what the fuck I want. If you're going to do the filler route, have Scream 7 be the filler, okay, to introduce Stu in Scream 8. That's the only way I can see Stu coming in.
Highly possible, yeah. Highly possible.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's kind of like in Harry Potter, the Deathly Hallows. I can't remember if it's part 1 or 2, but there's a scene where like after Ron gets mad and he like fucking leaves them with the necklace, the Horcrux and stuff, and he like leaves them, and then there's that scene later on where like Harry and Hermione are like dancing around the tent together and shit. Like, first of all, that never happened in the book. But when I saw that movie in the theaters, I had the Stifler from American Pie. What the fuck is this? Like, because we're just talking about like the fillery shit, like you said. It's like, this is what I want. Get to it.
You know
what I'm saying? Like, fucking movie tickets are fucking ridiculous. I want to see what I want to see. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem with Halloween Ends. It was a filler. To me, that was a filler episode. It wasn't.
It didn't seem well. It was like an ending, but it was like it was a difference. Like, how are you going to bring in a whole difference? Never mind. I'm not going to complain about it. Is what Corey should have came into this situation way earlier, man.
The only thing with Halloween Ends, I just personally, I agree. We all have. We know
we all have our quirks. Yeah,
it's very fucking polarizing. Like there's There's shit we like. There's a bunch of stuff we dislike, whatever.
Yeah.
But I can say that to me personally, it just felt resolute. That's what I enjoyed about it. You know what I mean?
It did feel like a finale. In the sense of a finish, yes.
And then that's what I was gonna say. Even though it's not like the end all be all, Michael Myers is dead forever. This is over. Like he's worth way too much money for them to just leave that as it and close the book completely. You know what I'm saying? But for that storyline, kind of like how H2O should have ended. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
It was a resolution. Was the point I'm making though? Like so that's what I enjoyed about the end of Halloween Ends because there was no he just gonna he gonna sit up and he okay and like just that kind of shit. He was dead and
because they did that because I remember walking out of the theater like, oh shit, they really just did that.
Yeah,
they really I remember looking at my wife. I said, they just did that.
No, they killed the vessel. They didn't kill the spirit. They didn't kill the spirit, dude. It was in the mask still. That's why she kept it, man.
Look.
It was transferred into the mask.
Anthony, go to the next topic.
No, I'm telling you, man. It was silver shamrock, dude. It was the transference into the mask, dude. It was the mask the whole time.
So if we go and now we're back at Halloween, the rest of what we're about to do, right? I have a question. So let's say they TV series, movie, whatever, right? We talked about Danielle Harris. We talked about Jamie Lloyd. We talked about Season of the Witch. I want to talk about Resurrection. I want to talk about the black sheep of the Halloween franchise. What if they turned Resurrection and just did a whole new vibe? Like, I'm not saying do a reality TV show. You can do that if you want. But what I'm saying is like, put Mike on a situation where there is no Laurie Strode. There is no Dr. Loomis. There is no Jamie Lloyd. It's just Michael Myers. What do you guys think?
I've heard Mike and Jay talk about this a lot. They say that's the best starting point out of all the movies because, like, he just got fried up, but then he's in the morgue and he opens his eyes, and then boom, there you go. You just started from there or whatever. Like, I agree with them too. Also, when they say like we've seen the origin story enough, we know the backstory of Michael. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we don't need to keep going over it.
It's like,
but I am interested if A24 did it because to me they just have a very different style. Where if they tried to have their own like spin off that, I think it could be cool as shit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, just to piggyback that statement was we were talking about it the other day. Anthony, you might have saw it when we were on Shapes. Me and Aaron were talking about what I enjoyed a lot was how, and like when we was talking about Civil War, how they didn't feel the need to take the time out to explain to you who Peter Parker was. They didn't show you him getting bit, him going through like the maturation of his powers and all that. Yeah. They just was like, they were like, you know who Spider-Man is and what he does. Let's get to the boxing.
Like, guy came out. I remember watching that scene for the first time in theaters. Straight goosebumps, guy. Straight goosebumps. I remember goosebumps, bro.
Civil War was awesome, man.
And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong. Like, but we saw that shit with Tobey Maguire. No, not Civil War. I'm saying like we saw that shit with Tobey Maguire. We saw that with Andrew Garfield. Like, we don't need to see it again. I'm saying just to go off what Anthony was saying, we don't need to keep seeing this origin of Michael get get to the boxing. You know what I mean?
I like that.
You can start right there with that, you know.
And that's the safest route. I agree with Mike and Jay and Child of the Corn. That's the safest route. Don't bring in Danielle Harris, even though I'd love for her to come in.
Oh, no, they could write something up really good, but like maybe it could happen after this one or something. You know what I mean? Like they got time or I don't know. But she seems like she's really into like wanting to do it. So if they decided, it all just depends on who gets the right.
Okay, what about Allison though? We're gonna forget about Allison? We don't want her to like. I know. Look.
Dude, she just wants the world to burn, dude. No, I'm just playing. No, honestly, I totally agree. She's a really good actress, dude. Like, does
she not need a redemption after? Look, let's be honest. If she came in,
the storyline could be really good, dude. Honestly, Corey just died. You know.
Ooh, imagine. Dude,
this is what I'm talking about. They never should have killed off Corey. He should have got away, and that would have been fucking dope. Or they should have done the Silver Shamrock ending where the masks were being fucking manufactured at the end, or they were dusty or something in a fucking factory or some shit. Dude, David Gordon Green, dude, I feel like Jamie Lee Curtis was like, you aren't doing that. You aren't doing that. You're doing it this. We're doing the wood chipper. All right, sounds good.
Because it's like, and I agree with that, because it's like, because my thing is, why put it in there in Halloween Kills if you didn't intend to do something with it? You know, like, it's a cool Easter egg to put on there.
It is a cool Easter egg, yeah, no doubt.
But it's like, why not do something with it? You know, that's my main thing. If you have the rights to it, let's, you know, do something with it. So
yeah, Allison could get a really good, like, could get definitely, dude, this is what I'm talking about. There's so many goddamn different movie ideas where, I just don't know what her storyline would be. Like, how does it? I'm
thinking just bring her back as a new character. I think bring her back as a new character and have her, this again, I've asked this and I want to know your guys' opinion. Do you guys think she got final girl status and throughout the trilogy? I don't think she did at all.
Who would Allison?
Allison, do you think she deserves the label of final girl?
Oh, I've seen way worse. Yeah, definitely.
I don't think so, because let's look at it. Halloween 2018.
All the chicks in Friday the 13th, they only have like one movie and then they're done.
I mean, but look at what they went through in that movie.
Yeah, it was more like her mom or
it was her grandma.
It was her like grandma. Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah.
And so that's where I'm like, okay, I would love for Andy Malachik to come back.
But she did survive in Kills, though, you know.
And she is a final girl technically, but I'm just saying when it comes to seeing, she had so much to offer. Honestly, as an actress,
you know how to shoot a gun, dude. What the fuck, man? Dude,
they're not worse than Hawkins. Good God.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, that was so. I mean, there's so many routes that the Halloween can go. They can go, you know, new route. They can go Jamie Lloyd. Now, my final question on the Halloween: do they replace Laurie Strode with a new actress?
Well, so Mike and Jay. I'm sorry for dude. If Mike and Jay,
no, you're good. I don't watch it.
If Mike and Jay ever end up watching this shit, they always have like really good points. They say to step away from Laurie Strode. The story's been done. Keep away from it. Have it more like Michael against Haddonfield or some shit like that. Dude, I was thinking though, like I've heard a lot of people, you know, commenting even on their stream and other streams, like, I know they already kind of did it with Corey, but dude, they could do a copycat killer. Like, I honestly think it could be done. Like, you know, Friday the 13th Part 5. It could happen. Like, I know people didn't like Corey, but it was like, okay, maybe have like Corey like kill. Oh, they would have been pissed. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, this is what I'm saying. Don't have Corey and Michael in the same fucking film. You know what I'm saying? Have Corey in his own separate fucking film as the copycat killer. You know what I mean?
It's almost like they should have made it a TV series, the trilogy. If you think about it, right? They should have made a TV series, and throughout, you know, the timeline, somewhere in there. Because my thing is, right, wouldn't it feel better if Allison actually seen Corey in school at some point before Halloween ends?
Yeah, dude, he should have been in Kills, man. I'm telling you.
He should have been. So maybe she sees him, and maybe her boyfriend bullies
him. Yeah, even just seeing him. Yeah, there you go.
Just seeing him, having that, building that familiarity.
And,
well, I was gonna say it gives you like more ample time for the audience to get to know Corey before you just like, hey, here's this new character. You need to get invested in him. We're gonna push like Laurie and Michael like to the back burner because you already know them. So we're gonna like make this guy the forefront of, you know what I mean? You can have a couple episodes kind of introducing you to him, and then by that time you can form your opinion. I don't like this character. I do like this character, whatever. Before we get to like, you know, the epic like climax or whatever it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Like, so I totally agree. Allison, final girl. Status, to tell you the truth, I think a lot of people thought this, you know, when 18 came out, I thought they were doing the same thing because the zoom in on her hand holding the knife and you know, all that shit. Like, I thought that might have been the route they were gonna go. But as we saw,
she took the back burner for Jamie Lee Curtis. Literally, took the back burner.
To me, I thought it was like almost a reference to Danielle Harris, though, right? Maybe like it was like kind of like it was going to be like and this is what I'm talking about. Like, is there any transference and ends, or is it all just like, hey, Corey met up with Michael, he had a near-death experience, now he snaps because he's getting picked on so much and he's had like some fucking shit go down. Now he's gonna snap. But then it was like he had the cut on his hand, and then he killed the thing.
That's the thing that I keep going back to.
His hand was like healing and shit, and I'm like,
that's the scene.
But then she said it was infected. Like it makes sense.
But when
Anthony, you stole exactly what I said on Shape's channel.
No, you did. You said that, dude.
Like,
yeah, you did.
That's what I was. No, I was just thinking of like it, because at first I was thinking about a transference. You know, I mean, I didn't read the novelization, so I don't know like what differences there are in between the
and
two.
which came out first? I want to know.
I think the novelization came out second because I feel like some people just said they
bullshit.
just
I'm
got
tired
it.
of that. I'm so tired of motherfuckers coming out saying, not you, Donnie, but I'm tired of producers saying, "Oh, well, we wrote it like this in the novelization." Motherfucker, you made the movie first.
I could be
exactly.
I could be wrong though. I could be wrong, but
that's how most of the times is what they do. They make the movie and
then
they
do this
so they get.
Yeah. So they can add in the shit that they want to after they say, "Oh no! See, no! Look, it was like this the whole time."
Yeah,
they
producers got
it. Probably gonna have Season of the Witch shit in there, man. It's probably what's gonna happen.
And you in the Season of the Witch shit, and that's what happened with obviously the books weren't written like later, but that's what happened with like with the Goblet of Fire, because Mike Newell, all he did was complain about how long the book was. And so there's so much shit, like Anthony, I was telling you the other day, I think.
Oh yeah.
Like that scene where like when they're in the big maze trying to get to the Triwizard Cup, they end up like you end up having to traverse with this big ass lion that can talk, and he gives you a riddle, and you got to solve the riddle to get past the lion. It's the only way to get past the lion to keep going through the maze to get to the cup. Where was that in the fucking movie? Like, I mean, that was a huge detail as part of the maze. Because they were talking about how the maze was like alive. Remember Harry was trying to like walk in the maze,
dude,
like, reached out and started grabbing him. Like,
yeah.
Like it just, that kind of thing. There was so much that they like left on the table. Half-Blood Prince, same thing with I think that's kind of the problem too. Everybody's like interpretations are so different. I feel like if Christopher Columbus had done all 7, it would have been so much better, because the way he interpreted Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, like when I was rereading the books, it like the dialogue in the movie was verbatim to what was on the page, like not one not one difference, what I'm saying? Like in how it was going, as opposed to as later on when they started just doing other stuff, like in Half-Blood Prince, most of the middle of the book is just Dumbledore bringing Harry to his office, and they're going through different memories of Dumbledore with Voldemort, like of him from when he was a child all the way to when he started turning more like snake-like and stuff. Like I'm saying the whole middle of the book is like that, but in the movie you get the one flashback and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just totally different. And so I can say with it, like easy as a nod to Danielle Harris, I really like that, because when I first sat down and watched Halloween 4, man, like Michael Myers is scary, and the kills and all this and that, but to me there was just something completely fucking unsettling about the little girl at the top of the stairs with the scissors, and Loomis's reaction. To me, that was the scariest shit in the movie, because he was about to light her ass up too, and like,
oh God, he was oh God, he was.
Like
he said, no. Oh, they said, Loomis, chill, bro. No.
Yo, the way he was snapping, no, like that's
he was gonna light her up, dude.
He like a little girl too, because he really had to. I've seen this shit before. No,
this ain't happening again. But no, I agree 100%. But okay, so my question is, right? Okay, if you don't want the backstory to Michael, okay, let's say we don't focus on Laurie, we don't focus on Jamie Lloyd or Danielle Harris. What do we do? What do we do? Would we have resurrection? Do we have a reality TV show kind of thing? What are we doing? What's the story?
To me, it's Michael against Haddonfield or something like that. He just has to terrorize Haddonfield, pretty much. Not strictly about any specific person or anything. And I know that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because then you're like, well, who's going to be the character that you're following? Yeah, like who's going to be the character that you're following throughout? It could just be a brand new character. You know what I mean?
What about a cop?
Well, are we talking about
that'd be kind of cool.
Show?
We're talking about either a TV show or a movie.
What if it's Loomis? Loomis is the main
What if it's
character.
a Loomis or a cop that's and that's going to Season of the Witch route, right? You still have Michael in it, but you're going to Season of the Witch route with the detective.
What if we bring Loomis into the Season of the Witch?
I'm down for that. It's ballsy.
That'd be fucking cool.
You in the Season of the Witch thing?
I'm thinking, like yeah.
I'm down with that.
No, I was just thinking if you do like the anthology thing, maybe you do it like the Scream TV show. Each season is different, so that way we kind of get used to some of the characters. That way, it's not like each episode is a different like character, because it might be hard to like get attached or have an opinion of a character in 30 minutes or 45 minutes versus like a whole season of like, okay, we've learned these characters, boom, and then season 2 is Halloween next, like the next year, you know what I mean, or something you can
So
do
you're
it that
saying
way.
work the characters in kind of thing, and then the next season introduce Michael?
No, I'm saying you have him and he's terrorizing, this group of, people, whatever.
Okay.
And that's season 1. But I'm saying you tell that over one season. That way we get ingratiated with the characters as
And then it picks up on
opposed
Halloween the next season.
as opposed to just doing it like he's terrorizing this group of kids in episode 1, then episode 2 is a whole different group, then episode 3 is a whole like that. To me, that'd be too frenetic and you wouldn't be able to follow it. You wouldn't get it. It wouldn't allow you to get attached to the characters, nothing like that. But if you do it like season by season, by the time it gets to the end, you'd be like, fuck, he killed my favorite character. What? Because you've had time to grow like attachment.
Okay,
you know what I mean.
I like that. I like that idea because, like you said, and like you said, it's doing the Scream route with the first 2 seasons, right? And the TV series.
Mm-hmm.
The first season was all character development, and you had their Ghostface version attack each person, by themselves. And then second season, right? It ramps all the way up with Ghostface killing each person, and you already know the backstory to all the characters because of season 1. And then here we are in season 2. It's straight action Jackson. I think that's fucking smart.
And that's why I would say, because if you just do it episode to episode, it's too frenetic. You won't have enough time to introduce all the characters, because nobody wants to watch it. Each episode is 2.5 hours or something. You might as well just make the movie then. You know what I mean? So it would be too frenetic to bounce episode to episode. Like, episode 1 is Anthony that he's terrorizing. Episode 2 is me. Episode 3 is you. It might, there's not enough time to tell the full story behind, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like season 1 could be about like Helmets and you and a group of your friends that Michael is terrorizing. Then season 2, it's Halloween.
And we're all together and we're trying to figure it out, kind of thing.
We could do it. You could do it that way. Or I was saying you could do season 2 would be Halloween of the next year. And now it's become me and like my group of friends, like,
so then that sticks with the anthology kind of thing,
right? Because like because like everybody in your season had an ending, like
you
died, you got away, whatever.
Same time frame, same setting. It's just different, individuals.
I'm digging that. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I'm digging that.
Honestly, this is what I think. A24 gets it. They don't do the TV series. How are you guys going to take Welcome to Derry and Crystal Lake? We have to see, right? We have to wait and watch, right?
For Crystal Lake, I have certain expectations. For Derry, I'm going in.
They're going prequel route, right?
They're going prequel
with that as well.
Here's the thing: they're going prequel, but it's going to turn into a
modern
day kind of thing. So we're going to start in the 40s, 50s, whatever. Then we'll go to the 80s, and then once we get out the 80s, we'll get to modern day kind of thing. So.
So the show is going to jump to 30 years.
It's going to time jump, almost like it.
Couple things. Okay, so A24 gets it. What if they go like the deep route where they go into the whole cult shit and they're talking about how like this, spirit or whatever took over Michael and that's why he killed his sister like that night. So they go back to what were they talking, like the druids and all this fucking shit. Like if they go, because A24, that's kind of up their alley. You know what I mean? They do some deep shit like that. So they could go that route, or fucking or Ty West just goes straight. I'm gonna make my original Halloween. This is how I do it. I'd be down for that.
I'd love Ty West to come on, and I would love for him to incorporate Loomis somehow and have Loomis.
He would smash it, dude. I know he would, dude.
Befriend some kids of Haddonfield, and have it pick up, maybe a young Loomis. Maybe we get a younger Loomis, right? Maybe
people were talking like Loomis Files, where like he's like with him at the. Wherever that I can never remember the name of the place, Smith's Grove or something. And so he's like there with him, like during all that would make a good TV series probably.
And then have it. And
then he breaks out at the end or some shit like that or whatever.
Yeah,
and then
so
that's
I mean,
like your
there's
next
a
season.
lot of routes you can go down.
Well, like
I think
what's the time frame too? Like what's the time setting?
that's the thing. It depends on if you're going to have Laurie Strode in it, because if it depends on if it's what's retcon and what's not retcon. Because if it's a prequel and we follow him in the asylum with Loomis and him having maybe killing some animals, getting into fights in the asylum, killing people, who knows? But then eventually, what are you going to do after that? Because eventually he breaks out of Smith's Grove to go after Laurie Strode. So
Yeah, dude, this is what I'm talking about. I don't see how people were like in the second one, like when the second one came out, they're like, we don't like the storyline that Michael's sister, brother and sister with Laurie. It's like, why not? That gives him all the
more reason.
Yeah, all the more reason to go out and chase after her. Like, that's a good storyline. I don't see how you like dislike that. However, like they were talking how, again, Mike and Jay, they're on the stream, they were saying like, okay, say at the end of the first one, he fucking strangles Laura, kills her, gets away, gets shot and gets away. Then what's the motive? Then you base it off that. You start a movie after that. You know what I mean? Like he actually killed Laurie Strode, and then you start fresh. You know,
and that's what Resurrection was going to be, right? That's basically what the premise of Resurrection was.
Actually, thinking about it, yeah, it's pretty
much. That's why I tell people Resurrection is not that bad of a movie. Does it have bad parts? Yes, but it's like for what it did, it's groundbreaking. It decided to get rid of Laurie Strode, get rid of Jamie Lloyd, and here's Michael with reality TV
drawn to his house and what he knows best. You know what I mean?
The fact that they used that they were using things of the time too, because that was that movie was ahead of its time. The streaming, the camera, all that, like they were using like resources of what they had. You know what I mean? But it was ahead of its time.
Because what was popular around that world,
but it's real still world. Not better than H2O. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Look, man, you're gonna down the H2O thing.
Dude, did you see that new steelbook for H2O that just came out? Everybody's been flashing shit.
I'm like, dude,
I gotta get that shit.
You know I didn't. I got everything blocked on my Google search.
Wait,
that has to do with H2O.
So I have a question. As we were talking about doing like the anthology thing, what if maybe the first season then is with like Laurie or whatever, and her group of friends and stuff, and then that concludes by the last episode of that season. Okay. So then when season 2 starts, it's Halloween the next year. Is he
killing her or is he not?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying though. It's like it concludes with whatever you think will work better, her dying, whatever. Right, in my mind, I'm saying yes, he does. She dies at the end of that first season. So then when you go into the second one, now you could move forward with new characters and like a whole
and still have Michael.
New group, still have Michael. Halloween a year later, 2 years in the future, whatever. You can still have it there.
And then what do you guys move on?
Yeah, like and see, and that's what I was wondering. What do you guys think about like location, like setting? Like what do you guys think about changing it from Haddonfield? Like Shape's thing was Shape was talking about maybe him moving around, just branching out more in Illinois, not just that one city. So season 2 he's in Las Vegas. No, but like Haddonfield, he's in Chicago, he's in Springfield, and like Loomis is kind of like on this like cold trail where Michael Myers was last seen in Springfield, so he goes there. Michael Myers last seen in Chicago, so he goes there.
I think when it comes to, and this goes to Scream 7, this goes to any franchise with changing the location, even Friday the 13th. There's a reason why you don't change the location. Location is one of the most important things in a movie, right? Mm-hmm. And when you have a character who is such an iconic as Michael Myers, he has a location, and which is Haddonfield, right? You've seen what happened when he went to, I don't know, fucking H2O, wherever the fuck he was, California or some shit. In my opinion, it was H2O, whatever. Look at Jason, right? Whenever he left Crystal Lake and went to Manhattan, right? It was very comical. So my thing is, to play it safe, I say you're right. We can expand in Illinois, right? But I think that's as far as it should go. We might be able to okay, maybe Dr. Loomis is, reading up on a file in Chicago because Chicago has the best police department or whatnot. And maybe we have Michael doing some things in Chicago. But I think it has to stay in Illinois because even Child of Corn, this, bro, living where you're at. There's only a certain replication of Halloween feeling, right? And one of those places is fucking Illinois. One of those places is fucking Nebraska. one of
the
those
Midwest,
places is
somewhere.
the Midwest.
Midwest is just creepy, yeah.
And because it encapsulates fall, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yes.
it really does.
Halloween the
Yeah,
best.
because that shit wouldn't work like in LA where all the trees are still green.
Oh
and
no,
all that
California
stuff,
and
like,
H2O smashed it, dude. Like
No,
they
no, no,
definitely
no.
No, it
That-
didn't. You
that's
like
a-
the movie. You
but-
like the movie. You don't like the setting.
the set. Well, but
Oh,
then too,
shit.
the
No,
enjoy-
it didn't.
the settings in the school anyway. So like, you know,
Oh my god, no. But like, dude, there's something about small town suburbia, man.
Yeah.
That's why the setting's the best. Like
that
like,
is why it's creepier because it's
yeah,
like, oh,
like
this motherfucker, like it's a
everybody's
motherfucker
like,
next
dude, small
door
town
doing this
suburbia,
shit.
like this isn't happening here, but then it is. You know what I mean? That it only adds to
That is
yeah.
creepy. I do agree.
Now,
Yeah.
Scream has a little more leeway because of it not
Dude,
being.
I saw somebody post something. A kid that I actually really I don't. He posted something about Scream 7 in London. And I was like, dude, no fucking way. I'm sorry. Like he posts really good stuff, but when he posted it, I was just like, dude, no fucking way, dude.
My main man Jonathan.
Dude, he posted good shit.
My main man Jonathan. He posts a lot of good shit, but some of his stuff you got to double check.
Maybe it was just something that he saw and he was like,
he'll put up there.
But I was like, dude, please don't do that. Like, honestly, I almost kind of look at it like, dude, even the New York setting wasn't that great in 6, man.
But you're okay with Michael going to LA? You're okay with
total
that?
Total joke. And really, it was outside it was like Leprechaun, like it was in the California hills, like, you know
but
what I
mean?
mean?
That's what I'm saying. But like, you can't. It's not gonna work when you see Michael Myers like. He's got the full mechanic outfit on, the mask, and then niggas walking down the beach. It's not gonna work.
Or it's like sun blazing out, you know. And it's like we understand that, you know, the story of, you know, it wasn't in Halloween originally shot in Pasadena, California, or some shit.
Yeah, it was. You can see the palm trees in the background
down
the stretch,
and the trees are still green. Like
with
all the leaves on the ground,
like bags of leaves to actually
shout out Robert Englund because he was actually on set on Halloween,
no doubt,
on the fucking getting the leaves and shit.
Parallels of the universe.
That's so funny to me how they just okay, that scene is done. Okay, like hey, sweep that shit up into a bag.
Sweep that shit up and take it to the next.
So if they're smart, you're 100% right, Donnie. They need to stay in the state of Illinois. I don't mind them going to Chicago. I don't mind them going to different cities. But you have to stay in Illinois because once you start bringing characters out of Woodsboro, and like, you know, I know Ghostface went out of Woodsboro in Scream 3, but everyone knows Scream 3 is more comical, right? It's not, it's the black sheep of the, even though I enjoy Scream 3. No, don't. I see you, Scream 2. Sit down.
No, I like them both. I mean, dude, that trilogy, I can't wait. I think it actually might already be out on.
It's one of the best trilogies out, honestly.
Oh, dude.
Ever. But with them going to California, it works for Ghostface, right? That works. That works for him. But with Michael, he's not a California kind of guy. He's not a New York kind of guy. Even Jason, he's not. Jason should have never left Crystal Lake.
And it takes away from the theme of Halloween. Like that part of the eeriness of Halloween is like you said, the Midwest, the leaves they're already changing color here. You know what I'm saying? You got that ear, like you can see your breath, like when you're talking, you know it's cold out there. Like you know what I mean? It's just that's not gonna be the same on a fucking 80-degree night in Southern California. You know what I mean? Whereas I was gonna say real quick, in Scream, I think it worked like with Scream because they didn't show us that it wasn't like a wintertime setting or something in the first.
It should have been, man.
So we got to
really.
I would. It can't happen because, you know, Woodsboro's in California, obviously. But dude, if they did, like, I've been hearing like people say like, oh, Nev's up in a cabin in Seattle in the woods or some shit. Like, I'm like, yes, sign up. Like, I'm down, dude. Like
that. I mean, okay,
that does sound nice.
But I think like with them, like it's you march forward with like what you already know, and I think it would be a little bit maybe off-putting if Scream 2 had a bit like it's like a snow covered land.
Dude, the college setting was so good though. Yeah.
Whereas I'm saying, well, the first one, the original one, it showed you that in like a spring or like summertime setting, and that's why it worked. You know what I mean?
Another quick note. Dude, did you know that originally Urban Legend was supposed to be filmed during the winter? But that's why the whole get up of like you know, the
the killer,
the killer had like the jacket and shit, but they waited out too long, and then it was the summertime, and they had to, you know, replicate like the rain and all that. At least they brought the rain. And
At
shit
least they
like
brought
that.
the rain. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, if that shit would have been in the snow, might be my favorite slasher of all time.
I have a question for you guys now. All right, we've talked about a lot, but
Dude,
now I got the ultimate question right here. So we know John Carpenter is out of retirement. He's out of retirement, y'all. He has a new series coming out on Shudder, I think. October 13th.
I did see that. Yeah.
So, and we all know Mr. Carpenter loves his money. He loves his money. Loves it so much he even let Halloween Ends be made. Okay. Do you think, or would you want John Carpenter to come back one final time?
Oh, for Halloween? I ain't gonna say it. That's like asking if I want Wes to come back. Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, now, I mean, in what capacity? Like
he's director.
Interesting.
Appreciate you joining us, horror gaming. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, salute. Would you guys want John Carpenter to come back and direct Halloween, regard if it's a TV series or?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean,
I say no if his passion's not going to be.
Yeah. What best way of putting it, Donnie? Good shit, man. No doubt. Which it seems like it probably is, or like, I don't know. Hopefully he's just not doing it for a check, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, that's the only reason he'd be doing it, though. That's the thing. Like, we all know the passion for Michael's dead. But my thing is, could the passion be reignited?
Be so funny if like that fucking trilogy just happened and then he got the rights to direct a new one and it just fucking just throws down a hammer and just like he's like, this is what you guys were all fucking drawn to. I don't give a shit. 2018 is gonna live down for like a long ass time. Like I don't think.
Imagine this is from what people are saying. People are saying anthology. People are saying Season of the Witch. These are all things that John Carpenter wanted and loves.
True, yeah.
He wants to make a TV series. The show that he just made on Shudder is a TV series.
Yeah, what's it based on? Like, what's the backstory?
I think it's like Suburban Killers or something like that. It has something to do with it. Yeah, it looks really fucking good.
Dude, Suburbia is like the best setting for like slasher films.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it just is, man.
And the fact that it's 2023 and John Carpenter is back directing, who would have thought that? Like, that's like Wes Craven coming back from the grave to direct a film, like, even if it's not Halloween. So I think that if John Carpenter if the money's right, they should talk to him. They should definitely talk to him.
So it says, according to 4 sources, on Thursday, Peacock dropped the official trailer for John Carpenter's Suburban Screams, a 6-part unscripted series event that will take viewers inside the 6 true tales of terror from Suburbia. Dude.
That's his route. He loves those. He loves anthology.
This is on Peacock too. Nice.
Peacock. That's what it's on.
So I want to ask this real quick because I don't know how much more.
That's gonna be a good ass show.
Time we.
Yeah, we should. I mean, we could probably wrap up in about 10. I gotta go to the bathroom. Bad.
I gotta go smoke a joint. I gotta go pour up. I gotta edit some videos.
So I want to hear this just because we keep we kind of circle back around to things.
Right.
What are your 3 top 3 favorite pieces of music from horror?
Oh, dude, what a question, Donnie. Damn, now I really got to think. Number 1's Jaws. I'm sorry. It's just always going to be the Jaws theme. John Williams in that movie. I'm sorry. I know it's like very adventure-esque.
No. I mean, like, when you say that, I always think about the Family Guy Star Wars episode when John Williams and the orchestra.
True.
They was at the Sarlacc pit. Remember they was playing? He was like, "Now play the People's Court theme," and they was like, "Dun dun dun."
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
That was in the movie, right?
It was in the Family Guy Star Wars episode 6.
Yeah.
I think it's called "It's a Trap."
That's a great question, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I know one of mine is I believe I forgot the composer's name, but I know the song. It's Sydney's theme song. Sidney Prescott's theme song. It's called Sydney's Lamnet or something like that. But it's like that song that plays every time Sidney Prescott is on screen, that vocal of an angel. That's one of mine for sure. Every time that it's fucking iconic. I love that.
Okay, hopefully I don't time you guys out here. I'm gonna show you. You guys can think of yours. I'm gonna show you the guy that Yeah, that's his name. I was trying to think. I was like, what is this dude's name? And I'm going to show you all the things that he's. Yeah, right there.
Marco Bellateri. That's his name. Bellatari. Sorry, not Terry.
Who did the Sydney Steve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's him.
So is that your number 3 or that's your number
1? These are not any particular order, so I guess that would be my number 3.
Okay.
Which this is it right here.
Yes, let's
just something super. I love it.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna share the screen. We're gonna go with so this dude's name is Christopher Young. So dude, he did the score for the first 2 Hellraisers, which I have to say, Hellraiser, the reason that it's so damn great is because of the score. And he also did the Urban Legend score. He also did Nightmare 2.
And was it the remake of Pet Sematary? Or
it must
he was involved with that too.
Yeah, dude, he's done a lot of shit, dude. Rounders. Oh yeah, so Nightmare 2, Hellraiser.
Set it off. Wow. Interesting.
Dude, this dude has done a lot, man. And it's so weird because what movie was I watching? I mean, you got Sinister, dude. I was watching another movie and I was like, dude, this sounds like a Christopher Young movie. And what movie was that? This dude, he's done some good stuff, man. So I would probably say the Jaws theme, Hellraiser, and dude, Urban Legend, dude. I'm so
Urban Legend's hard.
I'm just so drawn to that movie, man. I don't know what it is, but that score is so good. That score is
hard, especially the rock anthems in that movie. I fucking love it.
But that's like, I mean, dude, it's hard to hate Halloween's, Carpenter's. And then like, dude, John Carpenter has some really good like synthesized movies like Halloween 3.
They Live.
The thing. Oh yeah, dude, the thing. Oh, done like that. Oh, dude, I know it's very just like basic. I know that's bad to say, but like, oh, dude, and then we're talking. Are we talking just horror movies, or what are we talking about?
I was gonna say, we're talking like Big Trouble in China.
Well, I was asking like horror themes
because Danny Elfman is hard to hate, man. Danny Elfman, what he did with like Batman and shit, dude. Like, next level.
My second one is gonna be. A lot of people haven't seen this film, and it came out, I want to say 2 years ago, last year. It's called The Realtors, and it's like a rock and roll horror movie produced.
Okay.
Motley Crue is actually in it. They're actually in the fucking movie. Tommy Lee's in the movie. And they have a soundtrack. They got a song called 21 Bullets on there, and it's fucking dope. It's a really good fucking horror movie. It's like if you're a rock and roll fan and you're into like horror, perfect fucking movie. It's produced by fucking, I want to say it might be Slash's people. I don't know. I know Slash just made a huge ass horror production company. So, but no, it's a really good rock and roll film. Yeah, fucking Slash, dude.
Slash is definitely into it.
He's a huge horror fan. Fucking love Slash.
Yeah, his autobiography is one of the best I've ever read.
Slash is that guy.
As far as like music. Yeah, and let me tell you, man, as a guitar player, nobody has given me more trouble learning their parts than fucking Slash, like more than Jimi Hendrix. And like, there's a lot of people that think or say Jimi Hendrix is the greatest guitar player of all time, but I've learned his parts easier than I have Slash's. Like the dude, like technical. I seen a video just the other day where he was shredding and he was bending the note and he broke the string, and like just. He was just so unbothered by the fact, you know what I mean, that he just like moved over to the next string and immediately knew where to find those same notes for the riff that he was playing, and he just immediately just further down moved over a string and just kept going into the same thing, like completely unbothered, shredded to the end of the song, and then just walked over to the side, took that Les Paul off, grabbed another one, and went right back in. Like
what when you get to your music movies, what's your favorite GNR song?
Me or Paradise City.
I want to go. I like Patience, man. Patience is a really pretty song.
Dirty choice, dude.
Actually,
Patience is good.
I mean, actually, I'm
November Rain is the good one.
Dude, November Rain. It's my favorite.
I'm a really big fan of Night Train too.
Night Train.
I mean,
Night
dude,
Train.
that album is crazy good. But
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So God, that one's a real nasty
Patience
one.
is really good, man.
Yeah, Patience is a good one.
Do you guys listen to Poison?
I like Poison.
I mean, I know probably like they're probably top 6 songs, probably. Yeah.
Like Slash was gonna audition. No, not going to. He did audition for Poison, and he said the only reason he didn't join was because they had like the teased hair.
They were glam rock. He didn't want to be glam rock.
Exactly. Yeah. And he said that as he was walking out, CC DeVille was walking in with the teased hair and the flying V and shit. And he said he knew, that dude, he got the job. Like
DeVille was good though, man.
Yeah, CC is one of my all-time favorite guitar players. Like, I think part of the reason why I play a flying V is because of seeing him have one, like, growing up all that time. As far as
who he got it from, right? You know who he got it from, right?
Who? CC?
Yeah, you know who he got that from, right?
What? Who?
Randy, man. He got that from Randy.
Oh,
gotta shout out the GOAT. Gotta shout out the GOAT, Randy.
Dude,
Rhodes,
Randy Rhodes is fucking amazing.
Playing
he's
that
not,
checkered fucking flying.
What? He's not better. You don't think he's better than CC?
No, I think he's better than CC DeVille. I don't think he's the greatest guitar player of all time.
You think he's better than Van Halen?
Oh, Eddie's pretty good, man.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Thank you. Everyone says Van Halen's better than Eddie.
No,
Eddie's pretty damn good, man.
He's good, but the thing is, Randy died. If Randy wouldn't have died, there would be no Eddie Van Halen.
Kind of different styles. I mean, yeah.
No. Eddie Van Halen definitely ripped off
ripped Randy.
What Randy was doing. But me personally, I don't like that, and it could be because I play bass guitar too. I don't like that whole 1,000 notes a minute, like,
it's beautiful.
Playing
it's
like
beautiful.
that shit. No, I'm saying there's a time and place for it. But I'm saying every song that way, that's why I stopped listening to. I couldn't get into Van Halen. Every song was like that.
But Randy's not the same though. Randy has a different style.
I'm not saying that Randy is.
He's saying Eddie. He's saying Eddie.
In my opinion, Eddie's overrated. He's overrated.
Like, yeah, I agree. I feel the same way.
Just because you did a song with Michael Jackson doesn't mean you're
did it for free too.
I feel that way about Jimmy Page too. But I think that obviously there's a time and place for you shredding, you playing like that, because fucking Mr. Crowley is one of my all-time favorite songs. Like, and he's just going fucking berserk. Like,
beautiful.
And but when I think about the Flying V, and Hendrix, and I think about Albert King. Like, those are the first two that come to my mind.
Oh yeah, for sure. When it comes to who brought it to the table, it was them for sure.
And I definitely think that Randy is better. His technical skill. I remember I was watching a video one time. This dude was talking about how his tone on Crazy Train was the worst tone he ever heard. I turned this shit off right then and there. Because
I'm pretty sure Randy's parents weren't they like classical musicians or something?
Oh yeah, they were.
Yeah,
well
I'm pretty sure. Like he was like learning like classical.
You could hear. You ever seen that footage where they were showing Ozzy like an old the
Lost
outtake where he was just like noodling around in between songs.
Yeah.
And he's playing like the
yeah, that's the Lost Solo.
I have seen that.
He's just playing, and so but while in the middle of him,
right before the string, that's what I was listening to.
That's like crazy. Just right before he started shredding, in the middle of him doing it. But no, what I was saying is, I think Crazy Train in particular, how the fuck could you dislike that tone? Like, when I hear that song, his guitar rig sounds like a train barreling down the tracks at you. Like, it if you take that off the song and listen to just the other instruments, it's not the same song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that when it gets into that that walking part when Ozzy's singing, there's that ding 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 ding, like, and he's playing the chords. It just sounds like a train is chugging down the tracks at you. And so dude was like, "Oh, it's the worst tone I've ever heard." I was like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Rest in peace, Randy Rhodes, man.
Yeah, he died. He died unnecessarily too.
Yeah, that's weird. We were literally just talking about that before. When Helmington timed out, we were talking about the plane crash or whatever and stuff, like right at the beginning. Dude. Yeah,
crazy,
and then
man.
The plane crash, Leonard Skinner, and the Buddy Holly and Richie Valens, and then
Big Bopper.
You got Otis Redding,
Dimebag Darrell.
Dimebag. Well, he didn't die in a plane crash, but
yeah. That was crazy, dude. Shout out Dimebag.
The shit that happened to
he's another really fucking talented guitar player that people talk about Dimebag for sure, but it's like when they talk about like greatest of all time, he's not.
Dude, he's top 5. He's in my eyes. He's top
for
5.
sure.
Yeah,
the way,
I'm sorry.
Bro,
He just
what?
Dimebag's fucking crazy, dude. I've seen him just fucking around like a lot of videos, and this dude. To me, I feel like he brought his own sound. Like he created his own sound.
He was a student. He was a student of the game. He was a student of like early rock and roll, 80s rock and roll. Like, bro was.
And me and him had the same favorite band. So like, and the fact that they gave his family a Kiss casket for him to be buried in, I thought was so fucking cool. Like,
rest in peace, Dimebag Darrell, dude.
And it's like saying, Stevie Ray Vaughan helicopter crash.
Oh yeah,
like
true.
Fucking.
That's
ridiculous.
Another greatest of all time, right there. That's another one.
Like, and you saw like the influence that Jimmy had on him. That he had like he had the whammy bar put on the top. Usually it's down here. He had to put on the top of his strings. So because with the guitar left-handed, the whammy bar would be up here at the top. Instead of underneath the strings. So he had his put up here so he could mimic. Like Jimmy have it. Like I just thought that was so dope that he.
Dude, Donnie, I knew you were gonna fuck up, dude. Yeah. Brooke, she's like the biggest Zeppelin fan you'll ever meet. She's like Jimmy Page, the greatest player of all time. I mean, he's good. He's
not. I'm not gonna say he's the greatest, but he's good.
He's top 10. I mean, he's top 10. I'm not gonna say that he's not. Yeah, I like some other.
He might have bit the style from other guitarists, but for what he
might
did
have. Holy shit!
You know what I mean by that. Of course,
yeah, but that's saying like
that's everybody.
But that's like people were taking from Clapton and shit like that. Like
look at Nirvana. Nirvana stole all their shit from early rock and roll.
But it's one thing to like to steal it and be like, oh hey, this was like a big influence or whatever. It's a whole nother thing how Led Zeppelin like just took all of that shit from Muddy Waters and Willie Dixon and those guys and didn't say a word for like it wasn't until I think after Bonham died when Willie Dixon sued them. You know what I mean? Songs that he had.
But that was only like 10 years into their career, 8 years into their career, because Bonham died early, didn't he?
Yeah, it was like 80. It was like 80.
I think it's 81.
So what their career only how many albums they even had?
I want to say no, it's more than that.
I'm talking about before.
I thought Physical Graffiti was
they retired, didn't they?
I thought they stopped. I thought they stopped when he died. They didn't make another one.
They didn't make any more. I could have sworn they made an album like in the past like 20 years, like a Redemption.
I think he died in 80.
Or they did a show. No, they did a fucking show or some shit.
Did like a reunion.
My bad. He died in 80. He died in 80.
It was 80. So they have. I know for sure. Like you said, there's Led Zeppelin 1 through 4, then there's Physical Graffiti, and then
so my bad, yeah.
Then there's what is it?
I respect them because, like, the new band Greta, right? Greta's basically
Greta Van Fleet. Yeah, they're
stealing all their shit. They're not even.
But then
they claim they never even heard of Led Zeppelin.
That's bullshit. There's no way you
fucking bullshit.
And they asked Robert Plant about Greta, and it was like, and this is why even though he did steal his shit from other guitarists or whatever, at least he's not like Eddie Van Halen. And Eddie Van Halen just is out here. Well, before he died, he was like, "No, I invented everything. I did this. I started this." I don't see.
That's definitely not the case.
Jimmy Page isn't doing that. I mean, Jimmy Page and Led Zeppelin.
Wait a second. Who did Eddie steal from?
He stole from fucking everybody. He wasn't the only one doing that. There was a lot of guitarists doing that.
I feel like Eddie created his own style, man. I gotta back him, dude.
No, Randy, bro. Randy, you don't do that.
I need to listen to more Randy then. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe I don't know.
That's the unfortunate part. Van Halen got to do so much, and Randy
didn't. He had what? 2 albums?
Van Halen, their first album was 78, dude. You imagine hearing that in 78? His guitar style.
Well, okay, go listen to Randy when he was with what was his previous band, Donnie, before Ozzy?
Quiet Riot.
Quiet Riot. You go listen to Quiet Riot. You can
Quiet Riot's first album was like 80 something.
Okay, so
he was originally in Quiet Riot. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Him and the bassist from Ozzy. What was his name?
Suko, is that his name? I think it
starts with an S.
Who you talking about?
Rudy Tazaro. Rudy.
Okay, I'm thinking about somebody else. Okay, yeah. So what I feel like is that. So there's a song called "You Need Love" by Muddy Waters, and when you listen to it, A Whole Lot of Love by Led Zeppelin, they literally just took the fucking verse, like word for word, and just made like a cooler riff.
Yeah,
but that's music.
But wait, though, like the fact of the matter is, they could have been like, yes, this is interpolated by Willie Dixon or Muddy Waters, whatever the fuck. The fact that they didn't and then acted like, oh, we love these guys so much, we wouldn't be a band if it wasn't for them. But it's like, but you're taking money out their pocket though. Like,
egos,
what are you doing?
dude.
Like,
Egos.
And you're getting paid. You know?
Egos. Everybody wants to be the originator of.
I just felt like Jimmy Page was a cocky guitar player. I felt like he
deserved it. That motherfucker was cocky.
But another thing is that Brooke won't like me saying that dude was dating 15-year-old girls and shit.
That was everybody. That was Steven Tyler.
Actually, Steven Tyler, Mick Jagger,
David Bowie.
Fucking weird dudes, man. He dated
David Bowie was doing it
too.
Shit. Everybody was doing it back then.
Elvis,
Elvis.
But
Jimi Hendrix was fucking young underage bitches. Everybody was doing it. It was the same.
Damn.
Europe was a different place, bro. And I think though the thing is that I just felt like the violin bow and all that shit was like he had gimmicks and like it became gimmicky because
Jimmy wasn't the first one to lick the guitar, but he made it famous.
I didn't say that he was.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, that has nothing to do with his playing.
But Donnie, when you're in a band, dude, everything's a gimmick, dude.
That's what I'm saying. You got to do what's popular.
I don't agree with that.
Like Kiss,
you're an independent artist, so what you view from a production artist, it's totally different. They have to do things totally different than an independent artist. You have free range to do what the hell you want to do when you want to do it. If this person over here in AC/DC is doing this certain type of strumming or certain type of dance move on stage,
the duck walk, or I guess Chuck Berry was doing the duck walk.
Right.
Angus Young did do the Chuck or the duck walk, but
it was very similar. It was fucking similar as shit. But Angus fucking took it and made it his own, right? And then people went and took it from there. But what I'm saying is, when you're a Robert Plant and you're one of the biggest bands on earth, it's just like fucking Aerosmith and fucking Rolling Stones. It's the same fucking band. They were doing the same shit. They dressed the same. They were doing the same antics. You know what I'm saying?
What's that got to do with their skill?
So you're saying, what are you trying to say about Robert Plant's skill?
He could sing. He could definitely sing.
Yeah, I'm
not Robert Plant. I'm sorry, Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page. What do you say about Jimmy Page's skill?
I'm saying I felt like Jimmy Page had to start doing other shit to keep up with the other guitar players that were around at the time.
What about everyone else that was doing the same shit? Did they have to do the same shit?
Who else was playing with a violin bow at that time?
I wasn't around the 70s and 60s.
No.
But I guarantee you, if you go to some, no. I'm telling you,
no. What
I'm trying to tell you, no, I'm telling you, there was somebody that did it. You're not right saying that he was the only one copying.
I should look this up.
There was like there was probably like 50 other people that was in a garage band saying, "Oh, let me put a
garage band."
Yeah, literally, there was probably 50 other garage bands out there doing it and doing it just like everyone else is doing it. You can't say Jimmy Page is a knockoff or doing gimmicks when everyone else is doing the same shit. Let's look at Kiss. Let's talk about Kiss. One of the greatest fucking bands in the world, right? They were a fucking, I ain't gonna get on it. They were a parade horse. They were a show horse.
Whoa, you gotta watch your words, you're on Donnie, dude.
No, they were a show horse. Let's be honest. Just like Motley Crue was a fucking fake ass band, and Motley Crue is one of my favorite bands of all time.
Like
I call it how I see it. Kiss was a show horse.
Cooper. It's
Alice Cooper, same thing. He's a fucking show horse.
It's Alice Cooper and the New York Dolls. That's the influence that end up like making.
But Kiss made it. Kiss is what made it popular. When that whole glam, bro.
Well, I think that
was Kiss.
Well, I think
you want to talk about no, Donnie. You want to talk about sellouts? Kiss is one of the biggest sellout bands ever, and that's from Gene Simmons himself.
You're right. All their material sells out. You're right.
No. He himself said his band was a sellout. They don't care about the music. They care about the money.
But technically, most bands all do sell out.
No. Jimmy didn't give a fuck about the money. Did he? Donnie? Did he care about the money?
Ooh, I wasn't around in the 60s and 70s.
No, but there's a documentary that can tell you about it right now. Jimi Hendrix didn't give a fuck about the money. He didn't know about any of the money he was getting paid. He just wanted to get paid. But no. On the flip side, you got Gene Simmons, who sold the fuck out. He sold the fuck out. The whole band sold the fuck out. So come on, bro. Don't do
What's
that.
your point? Like, why are you so angry?
Don't get on Jimmy Page for using gimmicks
So,
when
hold
your
on.
favorite band was a whole road show. They were a stage show.
No, they definitely were not always.
They literally were.
No,
literally,
they
not
were
always. Not always.
Like,
in the beginning. No, you're right. In the beginning, they were cool, but within 5 years, they fucking sold out.
That's definitely not true. Like,
but Jimmy Page they can't fucking do what's popular, but Kiss can.
Like, I feel like it's because you're a Led Zeppelin fan and you took that to
I
heart.
don't even like Led Zeppelin. I'm a Motley Crue fucking
hair metal 80s.
Ozzy fucking.
Yeah, I love that shit too.
Fucking, I love fucking CC DeVille and Poison and fucking Guns. Dude, I'm right there with you. I'm real as fuck. Motley Crue is a dude. Mick Mars can play. Everyone else is trash. Tommy Lee's good. Tommy Lee can do.
Yeah, Nikki Sixx is trash. Yeah,
Nikki Sixx cannot play bass for shit. Vince Neil can't sing for shit. But that's my favorite band. But I'm real. I'm fucking real.
Dude, they are looking. Brooke texted me. She's like, I made a mistake. I started a war.
No, you're saying that though. Like, I never understood or never realized like that there's they manufactured.
At the end of the day, most stuff becomes commercialized and they sell out. I mean,
that's right. That's every band. That's every fucking band. Every band steals gimmicks. Every band steals styles. Every band steals etiquettes. So Jimmy Page.
I didn't say that Jimmy Page was a bad guitar player. I never said that.
Never said you did say that.
I felt like, but you're defending it or attacking me. As
you're saying he uses gimmicks. You said he used gimmicks, right?
I know what I said because I said it. And
I'm just repeating what you said. I'm just repeating what you said.
I just feel like it was his way of trying to compete therein more with the fact that you got Eric Clapton, you got David Gilmour, then here comes this dude from America, and now everybody, like Eric Clapton, is in the dressing room fucking shaking, can't even light his cigarette because he's seen Jimi Hendrix come on stage. Like, fucking, they put Sgt. Pepper's out on Friday. By Sunday, he was playing the shit with the Beatles sitting in the crowd. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm saying, there was people started to get a little shook, and they're like, oh, well, we got to do other stuff to like stand out more.
Jimmy changed the game, dude. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean? Sure. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that like using like the whammy bar or the pedals or whatever isn't like a gimmick or or anything like that. I'm just saying in the fact of I'm not saying that Jimmy Page was bad. There's some shit that definitely I love the.
So did you like the bow? Did you like the bow with the guitar?
I have one.
No, do I say, did you like that he did that? That's my question. I'm asking you. When Jimmy Page took the bow on the guitar and started playing, did you think that was cool or did you think it was a gimmick?
I definitely, afterwards, like later on, I started to think that was more of I need something else to stand out.
Okay, so my thing is with Jimi Hendrix, at the time when him licking the guitar, did he have to do that or was that a gimmick to look a little more cooler? I'm sure he wasn't the first one to do it.
To light it on fire, you mean?
No, to lick the guitar.
No, he plucked it with his
teeth, whatever the fuck he did. Put his mouth on the guitar and started playing. It's not etiquette. It's not proper etiquette. It's a gimmick to fucking excite the crowd. But Jimmy Page, it's a gimmick when he does it.
First of all, it's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. You're doing two different. You're doing two things with the guitar to make it. No, how is it not?
Apparently, a dude named Eddie Phillips was the first one to do it. I guess in the '60s. I guess.
Do what?
So
the violin bow or whatever.
Oh, word.
I look, man. I respect your opinion, but you're being very biased. You're being very biased.
I'm not being biased, bro. Like did I not just say that the like using whammy bar and the feedback and like controlling that? Did I not just say that?
No, yeah, I said. But I asked you about the bow, and you said it was gimmicky. I'm not talking about the whammy bar. I'm talking about the bow.
I said he used that to try to stand out more in the crowd.
So what the fuck did Jimi Hendrix do when he was biting the guitar?
Him playing with his teeth is not like, oh, I got to do that to stand out.
Let me stand out. So yes, did he?
It's definitely not that. Jimmy
you guys, it doesn't even matter. Everybody tries to do something to stand out. It's all good. It's all good.
That's all horror. Yeah, that's all good. Media. It's what do they say? The highest form of imitation, or what is the
you just want to try to create something that people haven't seen before. Yeah.
And you got to revamp it for each new generation. Yeah. That's what makes it iconic. You know what I'm saying? I love when Jimi Hendrix did the teeth thing. That was cool. But
starting it on fire. I don't think I ever
lighting it on fire. I thought it was cool when fucking Jimmy Page took the boat. I'm not hating. That shit's cool to me, bro. Like I love guitar players. Like I love all musical players. You know what I'm saying? Jimi Hendrix is probably
I don't like Taylor Swift. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
hey,
saying
there you
it.
go.
I don't like Taylor Swift. Like I
But
don't
now
give
I
a
will agree
shit.
with Donnie though. Jimi Hendrix is the most influential guitar player of all time.
I
period.
just personally, from watching, and it might be different to somebody else who maybe isn't as into music as we are or whatever. They
Right.
might look at it differently. I just feel like with Jimmy, I never seen nobody like just the pure skill like that this dude had. Like they would be telling these stories that he would be like making eggs and like in between just kind of like shaking the skillet, he would be practicing and then go back to and then like you know what I mean.
I remember.
Yeah, I
He's
remember that.
falling asleep like in the chair with his guitar still strapped on from just like he never like put the thing down. Basically, it's like
that's real shit though.
No, I'm saying, but I'm just saying for me, when I started like getting into other guitar players and shit, I just never see nobody with that skill. That's not to say that there aren't people that came and they're more technical people, like fucking Steve Vai came along and Eric Johnson
Steve
and
Vai,
like people like that came along.
Yeah,
Joe
Vai.
Satriani, like you know what I mean. I'm not Prince, like I'm not saying there aren't people that didn't come along
dude.
that could
Prince
fucking Billy Gibbons doesn't get the respect he deserves as a fucking guitar legend. Like I mean, I'm just saying as a skill period, I just felt like Jimmy didn't have to do all the gimmicky show offy shit. His skill set
all
was
bands
just
though.
that.
All bands
like,
they gotta do a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's the image, right? If that's what's popping, let's do it.
Okay, couple things before we go. Dude, I'm gonna send you guys this kid that I met on Instagram. The dude's name is Michael Nisley. I don't think you guys follow him, but this kid plays guitar and he's super good. And he just like we just randomly like I don't know if I commented on something, he DM'd me like after, but you guys gotta watch this kid play. Dude, Donnie, you're gonna like him because I swear to God, dude, he looks like a young Hendrix. He's got these big old hands. He's just kind of like a thin kid and stuff. But like, dude, I've been talking to him. He's like into like Batman animated series and shit. Like he plays but he likes 80s hair metal, dude. It's pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah, send me his info, dude. I need that.
Yeah, dude, he's fucking cool as shit, man.
I need more riffs from you, Donnie. I need more riffs from you on the IG, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have videos of you up on your like? Do you?
Hell
YouTube
no, I'm not that fucking
like,
good. I'm not that fucking good, dude. Like,
dude,
I'm a horror content
tough,
creator,
man. Donnie, that's why we praise you, dude. It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah, that shit's tough. I can play a couple licks here and there, but I'm bringing that bitch out right now. Not just
like there's like I mean, don't get me wrong, man. It's like I'm not the dude to sit up there and just try to like shit on like these people just because
I am.
I don't
like
there's
Taylor
so
Swift.
much I mean I agree, but there's a lot of like fucking like classic rock that I haven't gotten into yet, or just I tried it, didn't like it, whatever. Like no disrespect, I'm just not a fan of the band Chicago, for instance. Like no disrespect.
Johnny, I
like
can't
I'm
believe
just,
right when you said classic rock, for some odd reason Chicago popped in my head, and I was thinking of underrated guitar players. And
I'm not saying there aren't underrated.
No,
I totally,
Donnie, I completely dig it. But you know what? Did you actually hear how that guy died though?
No, how?
Ooh. Dude, he got drunk one night at a cabin with the bandmates, and he was playing Russian roulette with a fucking revolver, and he shot himself.
Fuck.
Yes, crazy, dude.
That's gangster.
There was I can't remember. There was a blues guy that same thing happened to. That they thought he had palmed the round.
I think that's what it was. Yeah, he thought he jokingly had like missed it or something, or like it didn't go into the chamber, but it actually did. Yeah,
fuck, dude.
And that's what's fucked up too. Like what happened to Dwayne Allman, the motorcycle accident, and like he got like pinned against the fucking delivery truck. Like his bike like smashed him against the truck and just like just severed a bunch of shit internally. Like I just
if you live hard like that, you gotta go hard. That's
no doubt, dude. Yeah, that's a scary thing.
You're right. But then what's crazy to me is like Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Brian Jones, Amy Winehouse,
Jim Morrison.
Jim Morrison, yeah.
Kurt Cobain.
Like these guys died,
Facts.
you know, so young, right? So fucking young. And then, like, by all means, Ozzy Osbourne should have died 40 fucking years ago. And
A
like,
lot of people
hold
say
on,
that.
hold on. Y'all finna get off my man Ozzy now. Hold on.
no, I'm not like shitting on it. I just mean like the nigga has done enough drugs for me, you, and Anthony twice over.
True.
You know what I'm
Very
saying?
true.
Like that you would have thought something like that would have been happened.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not wishing for that. No.
Yeah.
I love Ozzy Osbourne. I'm the Blizzard of Ozzy.
He is the great. Look, I'm
Like,
gonna say this right now. Okay, I don't know if he's using backtracks or not on his vocals, but to see
live, you mean
live? Does he? I don't know, because just to see,
I don't know.
To see him talk, to see Ozzy Osbourne talk and the way he talks, and then turn it into the way he sings.
It's not the fucking same.
It doesn't make sense. Like I don't give a damn how good of a singer you are. You can't do that shit. You can't go from talking like Ozzy Osbourne to singing like fucking Ozzy Osbourne.
True. Very true.
Y'all know the band Thin Lizzy, right? You know they made the Blizzard back in town and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Phil Lynott was the lead singer. He was a bass player for the group. He had like the thickest an Irish accent whenever he would talk. That all the old interviews I'm watching, I'm like,
they were Irish. Yeah,
like, but then I would
turn it off.
Like I turn on the subtitles or whatever. But then when you listen, the boys are back in town. I'm listening. Like, guess who just got back today? Them white boys that have been away. Like clear as fucking day. And I'm like, what?
Crazy.
Like I
crazy,
can't.
bro.
I don't.
So I try to tell people there's nothing like rock and roll, man. There's, you know, you might like hip hop, you might like country and pop, but rock and roll, man, does something for your soul.
Do y'all know the song "A Third Stone from the Sun" by Jimi Hendrix? It's mostly instrumental. There's some lyrics in it, but it's mostly like a instrumental kind of like freak out. Like
he had a lot of those songs. I loved when he did that shit.
Was that on Are You Experienced?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think I do remember that song. Yeah,
it's the one where they're basically like he's like aliens like coming to Earth. And at the end of the song, he's kind of talking about like blowing up the Earth because there's nothing like worth saving, you know. But there's this cool like riff in there that a lot of people, from Stevie Ray Vaughan to Gary Clark Jr., like Dick Dale, like so many people, they cover this song and they cover just that.
They take that riff out,
that riff and so I was just thinking that's the next video I think I'm gonna do is like playing around with that riff. Like I seen Carlos.
You can't do that. You can't do that, Donnie. That's stealing. You can't do
that. well, I'm not getting paid for it.
Okay, so we literally got 5 minutes left until 4 hours. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyways, I'm just gonna end it on. We don't have to argue about this. This is just what I've heard, Donnie. Donnie, do you know who is the most sampled artist of all time?
It's either James Brown or Funkadelic.
I think they said it was Little Richard. I think.
I think.
But James Brown maybe sounds right.
I think it's James Brown because the funky drum beat.
Who was before? Was Little Richard before James Brown? They're about the same time. No, Little Richard.
James Brown was like Little Richard was like in the 70s.
No, I think
Little Richard was around in the 50s. Little Richard was like he was doing gospel.
That's what I'm saying. I think
definitely the first James Brown
70s
album. No, came out 1963.
Damn,
I think.
I didn't know Richard was before Brown.
I think the first James Brown was like 1963, somewhere.
I just seen the original lyrics to Tutti Frutti, and
and he's all sitting there playing all the
no. Don't look up the original lyrics. The original lyrics to Tutti Frutti. That motherfucker was on one. That motherfucker was on.
Well, you know, back then, like
drug everybody shit was all like nobody gave a fuck and shit. Yeah, dude.
And back then, people were like trying to like they didn't know how to deal with him because he was gay and you know like his presentation and all that stuff. You know, Jimi Hendrix was his guitar player, and then he fired Jimi Hendrix because he was like.
No, I definitely knew that. That's who he started with. Yeah.
He basically told Jimmy like, oh, you know, you can't be up here like looking prettier than me, so he fired him. Yeah. And then that's how Jimmy got to the Chitlin circuit. No, and then he met Wilson Pickett, and that's how he met the Isley Brothers. Actually, the white Stratocaster he had, the Isley Brothers bought that for him,
and he was there, dude.
He was their guitarist, and then like Ernie Isley, fucking cold. Obviously, he was sitting there learning, you know, but he said that Jimmy would be like, he said Jimi Hendrix was sitting with them when Ed Sullivan like brought the Beatles to the world, and they were watching it together, and so he said like. he would be at home doing his homework, and he would hear Jimmy in there practicing or whatever. So he said, like a couple years later, because that was like 1965. He said a couple years later, he hears the same riff on the radio, and it was like the Jimi Hendrix Experience. He was like,
motherfucker,
that sounds like the name of the guy that used to be here. Like what?
Yeah,
and then
man.
like you put two and two together.
That's what I'm saying, Donnie. If you would have been alive back then, bro, to the moon, you would have been fucking out there, dude.
Actually, I'm actually pretty content with the time that we've grown up in.
Oh,
to be
fuck
honest,
no. Oh, hell no. Oh,
no,
hell
I'm
no.
pretty content with it. Like we got all the greatness or like the goodness of like growing up like hard. You know what I mean? Not like
I'll trade it all away. I'll trade it all away in a heartbeat
Really?
for to grow. Yeah, and I'll trade my cell phone, the internet, to grow up.
How about your soul?
I'll trade my soul, damn it. I'll give it all away. I want to go back. I want to be a teenager in the fucking 70s.
Real quick, the first James Brown album was 1959.
59.
Oh wow, dude, he is way older than I thought. Damn.
Richards was what, 60?
Little Richard's first album, which I think was a gospel album, was 1962.
Okay, so Brown was first.
Wow,
Richard.
that is crazy, dude. Damn.
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
Dude, James Brown is in fucking Rocky fucking 4 and like 80 fucking
yeah.
That was 30 years later.
Like, fucking, that's crazy.
That's why there's so much like of a like an argument of like did Little Richard start rock and roll? Was it Jerry Lee Lewis? Was it Chuck Berry?
I thought it was Chuck Berry.
Like some people say there's a song called Rocket 88 that Ike Turner did, which it predates like Johnny B. Good and shit. So sometimes people point to that as being like.
See, here's the thing when it comes to rock and roll. Here's the thing when people ask about rock and just music in general, right? When people ask who was the first, right? I don't really respect that because it's like they were the first to make it. How many others out there were doing it
or like commercialize it anyways?
Right. Yeah. And like for Johnny B. Good, right? He might have had 20 homeboys who were ripping just like him, but he's the one that got picked.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying? So I feel like
a better scene than Back to the Future when he's ripping, Johnny B. Like, dude, like
that's one of my favorite songs to play.
Like, that scene is so crazy good, man. Like, dude, Back to the Future, good shit, man, dude.
Have y'all real quick? Have y'all heard Ozzy's new album? Ozzy's newest album. He just won a Grammy for it. It is that fucking hard. It is.
So is Zakk Wylde playing for him again? Or
Zakk Wylde is playing for him. Yep.
Zakk Wylde was playing with Pantera. He's just touring with him.
I think he does both. He's a free.
Zakk Wylde's a beast.
Because Ozzy's not touring anymore, so it's far. He doesn't have to do tour.
Think about the guitar players. Fucking, he got to play with Tony Iommi, Randy Rhoads, Zakk Wylde, and I think the guy even in between in the '80s that was like on the one.
Oh yeah.
Not Bark at the Moon, but what was the other album? Shot in the
Dark.
Before
Zakk Wylde. He was the guy
Shot in the Dark album or whatever the hell that was. Apparently that guy was really good too.
Dude.
And I think Tony Iommi is one of my favorite like guitar players, and it just bouncing back after losing his fingers.
Yeah, he had the missing thing that he kind of put on like I
want to talk about somebody missing something. What is his name? Backwards. From Def Leppard, the guitar.
Oh, the drummer.
Steve Clark, Phil Collin. The guy's name is
Phil Collin.
Rick.
Phil Collin was a guitar player, not Phil Collins. Yeah,
I think his name is Rick something.
Rick. Don't tell me his last name because
Rick Allen.
Rick Allen.
I saw them. They were playing a double bill with Kiss, and
did they?
And I remember hearing Photograph and Pour Your Sugar on Me and hearing that stuff like that shit was super cool. But that's when I had realized I had heard of him, but to see the electronic kit and the way he was playing and stuff, I mean, that shit was amazing. Like, you know what I mean, to see it in person. And I think that like there's so much out there, man. Like I respect all of it, man, because I may not necessarily be like the biggest fan or whatever, but the skill, like the dedication. I think a lot of those guys, what I used to tell my friends, like they were so fucking good because they weren't growing up where like, oh, you know what, I'm bored, let me get on the Xbox or whatever. Right. All they had was their guitar and the fucking radio. So all they did was sit and practice like 18 hours. Like that's all they did.
Making riffs. They didn't have any. They didn't have any sheet paper. They didn't have any fucking bar tabs. None of that. They literally had the guitar. They had their homies with the drum and the bass. And they said, "Fuck it, let's just fucking make music."
y'all ever notice that a lot of those guys, you know, like the ones who are like considered the best a lot, those guys always are like they're never like musically trained, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
True.
I remember them asking Jimi Hendrix, and he was like, I can't read music, can't write it, none of that. But then they were like, well, you know, some of your songs like follow this music theory perfectly or whatever, you know. So either he was lying or he just happened to write it that way.
It's just that there's people out there that are just fucking, trained their ear. Like when they were born, Jimi Hendrix, his ear was trained to fucking play the guitar. He was here. It was and David Grohl of fucking Nirvana. He says he doesn't know how to fucking read music. He doesn't know how to read a lick. I personally can't read music. I can play fucking riffs on a guitar.
I personally can't even read.
I didn't want to say anything, but I
can't even read.
Because Albert King was saying that, and he was talking because Albert King was left-handed, and they asked him, why didn't you restring the guitar? And he was like, because I couldn't play if I did. He's because he had left the strings backwards, so thin the string on the top, and he was like, if I did it, strung them the right way, I wouldn't know how to play. That's how I learned.
Rock and roll, man. That's why I love rock and roll. It's the fucking best music in the world, man.
Best believe.
And it's so universal, man. Like it branches out like so far.
Dude. I think Metallica holds the record for the biggest concert of all time in Russia. If I'm not mistaken, like the
Metallica thing.
Yeah, they hold the world record for the most people at a concert.
I think it was. Was it
in
Russia?
'91 when the Black Album came out. Yeah.
It was Russia. I was trying to think if it was.
I think it was Russia. Yeah.
I was trying to think if it was Germany, but I'm pretty sure it was Russia. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a non-festival. It was like a strictly Metallica concert.
Dude, I can remember seeing videos of that thing, and they got like kind of like the Russian like police out there like in the crowd, and fucking everybody's just going
rioting and shit. It was nuts.
Let me say real quick. So the three I would just say Shape Hunts, Allison, it was Always You, Helen, and then I really think that the fucking I'm a really big fan of the Halloween theme, but I like how they remixed it where it had like more of like a backbeat to it and stuff.
As opposed to just in the newer okay.
I think it was 18. Like during the opening credits, it had just like that kind of like it said.
Did you like part 3, Friday 13 part 3, the way they redid the intro or Jason's theme? I like that. I love that because it was like a Nintendo. It was almost like playing the NES. I loved it. And then also you can't forget Killer Clowns, bro. When that song comes on, I mean, it's something about the 80s, the synthesizer.
Dude, like Carpenter was the master of it, dude. I'm telling you, man.
The Mini Moog is so crazy. Like the that's why.
Give me somebody, Donnie. Who's a famous pianist that was good on the electric?
Dude, Carpenter, man. I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah,
he played that stuff, dude. I'm telling you, he did.
I gotta look up some of his unreleased shit. Then I gotta check into it then, because I love hearing a good synth, like an electric piano.
Okay, so a really good keyboardist, Jimmy Jam. He was in The Time. You probably heard of Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis.
I've heard of Jimmy Jam.
Time.
Yeah. Yeah. Jimmy Jam and Monty Moyer. It's Moir. They were the two keyboard players in The Time.
Okay.
And I would say the one I would probably tell you is I'm trying to think of my man's name. Steve Porcaro. The keyboardist for Toto, but he wrote Human Nature for Michael Jackson.
Cool.
Oh my God, I love Human Nature.
And like
underrated Michael Jackson song right there.
Dude, it might be honestly it might be my favorite on Thriller, man. To be honest,
dude, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Like there was a song called Carousel that didn't make the final cut that I
think I remember you telling me about that. Yeah,
if that one had made it, that might have been my favorite one. But the Human Nature thing. But I'm saying there's like a video of him like explaining like how the song got to Quincy Jones and how Quincy gave it to Michael. But he was playing the piano and like how he got the chords and came up with the lyrics and that.
Could you guys? This will be the last thing. But could you guys imagine if business never got in the way of our favorite musicians?
Oh man.
Oh, imagine who'll be alive
If
today,
business? Dude. What do you mean? But if it wasn't for business, would the music?
I'm talking about Jim Morrison. I'm talking about Jimi Hendrix. That's the business I'm talking about. Like the dirty side of the music industry, the Michael Jackson, Prince.
But would the music have gotten to us if it wasn't for that business?
Yes, 100%. I believe so because of people like Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones is a good. I think Quincy Jones, for the most part, is a good producer. He doesn't. He's there. He's there for the music, not the sales. You know what I'm saying?
And because, a matter of fact, him and Michael Jackson got into an argument about that because Michael Jackson, you know, the on Good Enough, like he didn't want that on the fucking track. And Michael Jackson wanted that taken off, like he wanted that taken off, and Quincy Jones was like no way, you know. And
the most iconic part of the song.
It really is. That's what he said. He said the identifying line on the goddamn song, man. Like, and bro, like what he was talking about though, Anthony, is like how like Jimi Hendrix's manager, Mike Jeffrey, he was stealing all this money from him, right?
True.
And putting it in like a account in Cuba that didn't exist. And then he would go to like the record store and buy all the Jimi Hendrix albums so the sales would go up. You know what I'm saying? Like
same thing with Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison, they fucking killed his ass. You know,
in Paris.
In Paris, damn near the same way they killed fucking Jimi Hendrix with the overdose story. Well, not overdose. Jimmy, did they do Jimmy with the alcohol overdose?
It was barbiturates or something. Whatever the hell those are.
Well, yeah, they said that basically Jimi Hendrix took 9 out of 10 sleeping pills in like a blister pack.
Bro don't even like downers.
Like,
bro the uppers.
Like you know those and he was clean off of drugs because after the Toronto arrest, when they found heroin in his bag when they were going through customs in Toronto in 1969, but he had gotten off of drugs. So the question was like, so where the fuck did this come from then? Because their bags,
it was his girl.
Because their bags were clean when they first boarded the plane in America, and then when they went to Canada, all of a sudden, and so he was clean off of taking drugs. Like his autopsy report said, like he didn't have anything in his system or whatever. And the autopsy said there was no way he could have drank all that red wine, like his body would have rejected it. So it had to have been forced down his throat.
And same thing with Jim Morrison. I'm pretty sure wasn't Jim leaving the Doors or something, like he was on the way. He
had already left.
No,
he already left.
No, he wasn't leaving. He was he had a court case where he exposed himself down in Florida, and they were trying to get him pretty much jailed. And he was like, "All right, I'm going to go to Paris. I'll be right back." They had just got done with their first album, which actually included a bass player. The one with Jesus, Mach, Riders of the Storm. Yeah. So they just got done with that album, and then he left to Paris, and he was just like, "I'm not coming back," because like that court trial was still like in like the process. They almost like told him not to leave, and he left anyway.
But then the Doors want to get rid of him. Weren't they like?
They were. I mean, dude, they weren't gonna. I'm sorry to say, but they weren't gonna be anything without him.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You were a whole fucking top hat player with a fucking.
Dude, he was actually really gifted and actually very intelligent. But again, just like most, like he like let drugs get in the way. And
I just wish all these people, Jimmy. I feel like every single one of them, Jimmy, Jim, Janice. If they weren't famous, man, they would have had a fucking.
Well, yeah, Kurt Cobain, dude. He didn't like the fame, man. He thought it was overrated. Maybe when he reached the pinnacle, he was just like, "God damn, this isn't what I thought it was going to be." And I got this lady that's trying to fucking get me. I mean, she probably killed him.
She was the Kim Kardashian. That's what I try to tell people. Like, she was the Kim Kardashian of the 90s. Like, that's who she was.
Out of here with that shit, man.
And the fact that his fingerprints are nowhere on that shotgun, but he shot himself, get the fuck out of here. Like,
man, I wrote some cheesy ass letter that they were like, he wouldn't write this shit or whatever.
So I looked into the story of like the day that he disappeared, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but like supposedly he broke out of rehab in California, right? Left rehab, got on a bus or a plane. Some celebrity was on a plane with him and said they ran into Kurt Cobain. He landed wherever the fuck he ended up killing himself. And then as soon as his girl found out that he left, that he broke out of the rehab, she hired a private investigator to go out to find him. And then he ends up dead. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they said
that I have heard this, yeah.
Apparently, it's soaked in bleach. My buddy told me to watch it a long time ago. I didn't get all the way through it. I don't even think I started it, to be honest. But I've seen little clips.
It's the whole story around Kurt, man. It's like, because he was a depressed individual, but my thing was if you look into everything that was happening around the time, he was looking for a way out of the fame, not life.
Yeah.
And he had just had a daughter. He just didn't want the lifestyle
that Axl Rose tried to get taken away from him, which was fucking dirty.
Yeah, Axl,
I've fucking heard about some of that shit, dude.
Axl's a bitch.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, man, like he's talented and GNR's dope as shit, but like, man, that's
not anymore. This motherfucker was like Mickey Mouse. Yep. Bro, that's what happens when you're a trained singer.
Yeah.
And they said that no, I'm sorry. What's my man Brian Jones? They said Brian Jones drowned in a swimming pool because he was too high, but he was clean off of drugs at that time. So then, how the fuck did he drown? You know what I mean? Then his girlfriend came and found him way after the fact. Like,
I think they said he was probably the most talented in that band. Like, he kind of started the whole thing. He was kind of the brains of the operation, and they were like, I don't even know, man.
I mean, he's the one playing the fucking sitar on Painted Black.
Is he?
Yeah, dude.
That's
Painted Black,
him
dude.
playing the sitar on. That's not Keith Richards. Sorry, that's fucking.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Like, man, sometimes, man, look at what they're doing to this will be my last one. What they're doing to Mick Mars, man. How they're trying to kick him out of the band.
Dude,
the whole
same
legacy.
thing with Taylor Swift, trying to say that, she wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for Travis Kelce. They're wrong.
Look, I'm going to call it right now.
Take away from Taylor Swift.
Kansas City, I know Child of Corn doesn't want to hear this. Kansas City's winning it all this year because of Taylor Swift.
Man, you can get on that train because it ain't happening.
The script is, look, I got the script.
Oh, God, you had to say it. Just the one word, didn't you? Script. Yep, you're probably right, dude.
I love right. Anthony was talking about that, and he was like, and I don't really want to say that the NFL is scripted, dude, but it's like, it's weird. It was really, he kept going back and forth, like he was having
fucking favors big time. It definitely favors, yeah.
It does. But hey, it's not scripted for the Jets, though. I didn't see that shit coming. I did not see that shit coming for the Jets.
No, ain't that the truth, man, dude? Yeah.
And the Packers really can't talk shit right now.
And we're laughing about it, but all in seriousness, that really does suck.
That really does suck. Like, I think,
even
if you hated the Jets, like, I don't like the Bengals or the Ravens, but if anybody got hurt, like even like Nick Chubb for the Browns, I didn't like to see that. That's fucking sucks,
dude. And the fact that it was 3 Monday Night Footballs in a row.
I saw that, dude.
Going back to last year, Hamlin, Aaron Rodgers, and then Nick
he got bad juju on him. He got bad juju on him.
And what's sad too about Aaron Rodgers is, man, other than maybe KD, have we ever seen any athlete come back from that fucking injury the same?
No.
Like,
at that age,
I was gonna say because wasn't Kobe at that same age? Like,
no, he wasn't the same. That's what I'm saying. Here's the second thing about A-Rod. Aaron Rodgers, he came up under Brett Favre to a fault. He is mimicking that man's career to a fault. Yep. Like, that man should have hung it up.
Isn't that weird? Just the parallels of the fucking universe, man.
Bro, it's the same. Like, it's just a different generation.
Yeah, like
same person, different generation. Like, for everything Brett Favre was his, he like drinking a fucking cold one on the weekends, fucking country. Look at fucking Aaron Rodgers, fucking taking shrooms, smoking weed.
It's like how they like how they always say shit always comes back around. I remember like my mom telling me when I first started wearing Chuck Taylors, like she was like, "Oh, those shoes were like around when I was a kid," and like everything comes back around. Like, just it's so strange how you see that shit.
Shows and that now we're trying to break the Matrix, guys. We better get off this stream before the Matrix comes and gets us, man. We're over here talking
real shit.
Honestly, that's actually like, that is kind of crazy. Well, if you guys want to do any plugs or anything?
I'm your Hellmaster, Helvington. We do daily reviews over on the Hell Zone. You can find me on
doing some good ones lately, man. Been doing some good ones, man.
I've been having the team come in crazy, man.
They've been coming up with some good ones.
That Scream stream that you did like a couple of weeks ago was amazing. Like it had like the extra scenes, I guess, from Scream 3.
Yeah, we're working on a project now. We're working on me and basically Brittany. We're working on a project. We're doing a Scream 6 video. And we're going to go through all the Easter eggs, and we're going to show videos of where the Easter eggs come from, and who, and it's going to be a really big project. And you guys can come and do a review any fucking time you
those
want.
Easter eggs and tricks are trash, dude.
look, just because I think it's trash don't mean I won't cover it.
No.
The only thing I won't cover that's trash is absolute dog shit. It's H2O. Actually, no, I left that to Shape. I let Shape review
Jeepers Creepers on board. I still need to watch that movie, man. Like, I know you guys are telling me not to watch it, but like I'm still gonna watch it. Like I just don't have Hulu anymore. Damn.
I don't watch it. But other than that, man, I'm your Hellmaster, man, and you guys are welcome to come do a review anytime. Just tell me the movie and you send in your review, and I would love to hear your guys' views on movies that we don't get to talk about. I talk about the same movies all the time. So you guys can come on and do a review for a movie besides H2O, anything but H2O. I'm good with that.
Yeah, dude, we need to do some streams just specifically about like maybe some movies, like maybe or some like rankings or like top 10s or something like that. Yeah, we should. Yeah, especially like this next month coming up and shit.
Oh, for sure. And I'm working with shout out Sledgehammer Horror. They are some new collaborators. I
saw that couple. Yeah, nice.
They're actually having some top 10 ranking videos coming up that your boy's gonna be in, and so yeah, man, most definitely we all gotta get together. I'm doing live streams next Thursday. Actually, matter of fact, me and Shape are gonna go live here on YouTube. If you guys would love to join,
I got.
You're good, man. Donnie, if you're in, we'll be talking everything. It's basically what we're doing here, but. You know how I rock. We don't give a damn about copyright over here. We playing movie scenes. We playing audio clips. We can take it down.
If you stop them and shit, like start and stop them, like really, I mean, you can,
And we have a video producer now, which shout out my video producer Techno Wizard on the 1s and 2s. Dope. Every single video you see on my page, he's clipping it, he's editing it. Every time I go live stream, he's the one making the bit. Look, Techno Wizard.
Savage,
he is fucking cold at what he does, man. He's a cold ass video editor. Love him, man. But other than that, man, that's me, Hellmaster. You're Hellmaster. Come on now.
I think you were talking about the review thing. I should do the one for House on Haunted Hill, like just like.
You should.
Be such a classic.
Yeah. What was that one? What was that one horror movie with Twisted Sister? What was that?
It's called Trick or Treat.
Trick or Treat. I would love for you to do that one, Donnie. I was thinking about that movie the other day. I was like, man, Donnie would fucking kill.
Or maybe is that the one with Dee Wallace in it? I can't think. I feel like I've heard people reference it a lot.
I've heard, it's Trick or Treat for sure.
Or not Dee Wallace, Dee Snider.
Dean Snyder from Twisted Sister. But if you want to do that one, if you want to review that or anything, any fucking wrestling horror movie, because I know you're into wrestling too. You know what I'm saying? I want you to come on and just review anything that you feel comfortable with. Don't come in here and review some shit that I like. It's Donnie. You come in here and fucking review what the fuck you want to review, man.
Okay, I think
stay away from Urban Legend.
Honest, I haven't reviewed it, Child of Corn. So if you want to send in a review for Urban Legend,
I'm definitely gonna do Candyman.
Yeah, just send it in.
Sure.
Oh yeah, Candyman would be perfect, dude. Yeah.
Candyman, fucking Tales from the Hood. I haven't done that one. People will fucking love Tales from the Hood. Just all you got to do, man, is just send me the review on Instagram. You can literally just record yourself. Yo, it's Donnie. Boom. And then you're done. And then I'll do the rest of it. And then you just see the product, man. And if you do that, man, I would forever be grateful, dude, because I'm always looking for more people to collaborate with. That's the thing with my platform. I try to get you guys out there more than me because I don't like to do this shit anymore. I got tired of this shit like 6 months ago, and you guys got to run the show now. I was joking.
Well, I mean, same thing.
Your mic's muted, Donnie. There you go.
Right on. Nope, still muted.
No, still muted. There you go.
Okay. I think the fan bumped into it. No, I'm saying Donnie Harden Jr. is my YouTube channel where I upload a lot of the guitar stuff. But King Donatello on Instagram because they wouldn't let me just use my name. So
do you have a guitar, Donnie?
Oh yeah, he's got a couple of them.
Okay. Would you be interested in like making like an intro song for the page?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that might be cool.
Like I want something. I'm not gonna tell you what I want. I just want you to make something. It just got to be hard and it got to rock. That's all I want. Got to be hard and it has to rock.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah. That might be cool, especially like moving to the new place. I have more space. You know, I can work on something.
I'm down, bro. Let's talk business, man. We'll hit me in the DM and we'll talk some business, man. Because I got to pay you for your time. I can't just it might not be great money. It ain't no gig money, but I'll give you a little something. I'll break you off a little
need
$1,000. Whoa. All right, listen here, Monty. Listen here, Kiss's final tour. Come on, guys.
Everybody sells out, dude. Everybody.
Like, let's renegotiate. Now,
are you going to Kiss's tour this year? Aren't they touring this year?
Me?
Yeah.
I saw them at the beginning of the tour, and it stopped because of COVID and all that stuff.
Right. That's
so
right.
they're doing like in December is the last show.
Is this the last one for real, or is it like the last one?
I think so. I think they're tired of doing shit. Fucking like.
Dude, when you sign up with the devil, dude, you never stop. Dude,
that sounds like something Matthew McConaughey would say.
No, dude, and Anthony kind of looked like him.
Oh God, I was just about to say that, bro. You just stole what I'm about to say, bro. Bro, you need to send that to Matthew McConaughey. Send him that quote. I guarantee you,
dude. For the next movie. See that dude at the Texas Alabama game? Dude, that motherfucker's a fan of Texas, man. Like he was, dude. That's so cool that Pat McAfee and those guys, are down with like ESPN and shit now. That shit's dope, dude.
Yeah, I fuck with that. I don't agree with his stance on gun control, but that's neither here nor there.
McConaughey?
Yeah, he's on that. He's on the other side.
Yeah, he's literally probably from Texas, and he's like, "No, we need less guns."
Literally, like that. That's what I said when he came. I'm like, bro, how are you from Texas and live there?
Dude, I said when you sign up with the devil, dude, you don't make the choices, dude. You don't make the choices.
You can be Texas all you want to, brother, but don't mean you ain't got to go see the man.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? Yeah.
Oh, great quote, dude. Nice. Like that.
4.5 hours.
But thank you for having.
Yeah, dude. No, thank both of you guys for coming on here. Like, honestly, Donnie was like, dude, are you sure you want to stream? Because there's Thursday Night Football on. So I did debate, but then like, damn, the game started out, it was like 24-3. I was like, well, shit, dude. Like, it's not even.
I want to shout you out real quick. I want to shout out Child of Corn real quick because I've known Child of Corn for over a year now.
It's been a while, yeah, dude. No doubt.
Over a year, and bro has been one of my biggest supporters through. You know what we've been through, and
no doubt.
To see where you come from, right? And I tell Shape this shit all the time, but Shape is consistent for you to have the life that you live with your fucking I know you work 2 weeks straight at a time, and then you get a week off.
It's only a week straight, and then I get so really, yeah.
And then
it's
plus
just a weird fucking time frame. Yeah,
you got fucking days, you got fucking RL shit, and yet every time I think this motherfucker is about to quit, he drops a video. He drops a live stream. He says,
I need to drop
some. I'm gonna do some fucking. He does a fucking Madden stream or something. I'm just like, bro, you should have been dead, but you're still here.
Been dead.
Well, when you sign up with the devil, you don't have to make the decisions.
But no, I want to shout you out, bro. You deserve.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's for me. It's just hard to stay consistent. I wish I need to start doing a better job of it.
You've been on there with Killjoy, bro. Like, shout out my man Killjoy. That's my man.
No doubt, dude. Everybody in the community, man. But yeah, dude, Jake, man, he's doing some good stuff, man. Like, and I'm not gonna lie. I've been watching a lot of, we watched the movie, but I've been watching some other videos of some other, some stuff that Jake's been putting out and stuff like that. So always good stuff, man.
And he brought you on, and every time I watch a podcast with you, brother, you're professional. You're
thinking about how it started to being nervous, like on the camera and shit like that, till now it's just like walking the park, man. Really,
it's nuts. And then it's like you're adding little shit under your belt. Like Anthony a year ago didn't even know how to fucking stream.
I was sitting here like, Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know if I can do it.
He was the $1 million man in the comments section, right? But now this motherfucker's out here putting on his own streams with no help, getting his own fucking graphics together, fucking killing the thumbnails, fucking doing bro, he's even look, I don't even game anymore. I stopped gaming because that shit was really hard. My man over here putting out quality Madden content.
What was it? What is the damn? Nah, I haven't even used it in like a couple weeks because
Streamlabs
is what's up, dude. Yeah, Streamlabs is fucking awesome, man.
And I'm ready for some motherfucking Madden videos,
Yeah,
man.
dude. Especially with I have some
Online
time off
play?
here in October, dude. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna put out some stuff here in October for sure.
I'm definitely looking. I want some, I know Aaron, me and Aaron talk, not your Aaron, but the other Aaron, and he be playing Madden, bro. Hit that guy up. I'm trying to see some battles, man. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, yeah, Aaron's killing it right now, man. No doubt.
Dude, I told him the other day, bro. His cut, bro, that he just went through. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude looks like a totally different person.
Totally different person. Yeah, he's getting ready for a show and shit.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, he's cut a lot, bro. He's going through the cut right now. I'm like, bro, you're fucking killing it, dog. You're fucking killing it.
I know Anthony's rage is gonna be fucking entertaining, so I definitely want to see that.
I'm ready, dude. You don't understand. When Midwest Mach comes on, everything else shuts off.
No, my buddy, even tonight, he was like, yo, are we gonna game or like what? Because I've been like, well, okay, so I play on my PC, but also on my, it's better to go out to the big TV out in the living room, play on my Xbox and shit. But I'm like, no, dude, I'm gonna stream tonight and shit. He's like, oh, you're ducking me.
You're ducking the hell, brother. You're ducking the hell.
It is. Yeah. Next gen is definitely way different, but it's still fun shit.
But in due time, all of it comes in due time, man.
Yep.
Every time I'm ready for the drops, the Madden, the horror, as long as you're dropping, I'll be here supporting you, brother.
No doubt.
Sure.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, let's end it, man, because I got to go to the bathroom really bad.
So
thank you guys, everybody that still might be here, and everybody that wasn't here in the comments. Thank you guys so very much. It was fun stream. Like, we'll definitely get some more lined up for sure. I think like Monday through Wednesday. I know Shape's gonna probably want to stream on Monday. So maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe we could think about doing it again or something. So
my DM's always open, brother.
Right on,
always open.
All righty, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Peace,
and we'll see you on the next one.
Peace.